Ba 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 ba. Ba do 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 do. Yeah. The door's closed. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oi, oi, oi. How's everybody doing? Hello, it is I. It is I, the very Earl of Suds. I hope that y'all are all well. It is Kim. Hello there, Kim. Hello there, mediocre pigeon. Hello there, Risa. Arisa, it's a shock to see you. Arisa, what are you doing here? I'm just kidding. The King of Squirrel. What's up? Calico, Skyward Zone, X Straight. Did I see X Straight in the chat? Oh, Die. Die. My love, my life, it's Die. Die, we missed you so much. I missed you so much. It's so nice to see you. Divey, you haven't abandoned us. Ah! I started to get the crops up of abandonment syndrome. It's true. It's true. I felt abandoned by Divey, but it's good. It's good to see you, my friend. I hope that you are getting stuff done. I hope you are getting stuff done and having a good time, but we very, very much miss you. Duke of Glimmer, nice to see ya. How are you doing? Yes, The Earl of Sods, it is, Kim. It is indeed the Earl of Sods, repping some sweet Oatsy merch that I very much suggest. Excellent. Coffee? Coffee, anyone? Would anybody like some coffee? I have an extra pot if you want some. If you want some, I can go grab some. I'm totally gonna go grab it. You'll try your best to be an awake bean. Do not worry about it, Die. Do not worry about it. Ow, ow, ow. Die, if you need to get some rest, good. Get some sleep. You've been working really hard. Die's one of our hardest workingest beans in the whole thing. Ow, ow, ow. It's true. The Kool-Aid tank. Let me try practicing that. These are tricky. They're plasticky and they're hard to juggle. Oi, oi, oi. X-Straight, it's almost midnight. Don't tempt me with coffee. You should do it. This coffee right here, X-Straight. This coffee that I could let you have a sip of it's what's it called? It's cinnamon roast instead of cinnamon toast. It's cinnamon roast. It's difficult for me to figure out which way to say it. It's essentially just cinnamon toast, and it's delicious. You haven't had any coffee today? What? Calico, no coffee today. Is today a relaxing day? Oh, wow. Lens, you got coffee. You needed it bad today. Oh, no. You're tired. Tired bean. How are you doing, Lens? Always good to see you, Lens. Also, Kareem, how are you doing? Hello. What's up? What's up, Kareem? We're going to be hunting some Pokemon today. We're going to be hunting Pokemon. We got to catch them all. We got to catch every single one of them. It's true. It's true. And I've even got, oh, man. Man, I wish that I had gotten up earlier today because I was working on all sorts of cool stuff for the stream and I didn't finish any of it. None of it works. None of it worked. I tried to add so many things. I have good ideas that are ready to be implemented, but a bunch of things got in my way, so I couldn't actually make anything hooked into the stream. But I guess I kind of made progress. I guess I did. But I've got some cool, fun ideas. For like redemptions and stuff like that, but I couldn't get any of them done today. I wish I'd woken up earlier. The coffee name is a great pun. Sadly, my friends, punch me wet. Yeah, hey, A-Star. Thank you so much for the continued support, my friend. Could we get some hype in the chat?
Devilish face.
Could we get some hype in the chat for A-Star with that big, ginormous 13 months, longer than an entire year. Longer than an entire year. Bless my soul. Thank you so much, A-Star, for supporting me for 13 months, for terrorizing me for 13 months, for bringing the sass for 13 months. Oi, A-Star, you are a star. That's horrible. That's horrible. Who suggested that? Ugh, it was Kareem. I blame Kareem for that one. I didn't do that. Oh, Awkward's here. Hey, Awkward. It's our Kiwi friendo. Awkward. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let me see. Did I miss up? Kim, you said for tomorrow's stream then. For tomorrow's stream. I mean, listen, I'm paying for this. I've already paid for it, but I have to like downscale and stuff. But I'm working on there's some little sparks. I'm working on some little sparks. And listen, I've already paid for it. I just haven't figured it out. I'm still messing with it, you guys. I'm still messing with it. But I've got some ideas. I've got things boiling up in my brain, but I've already paid for that fire. So I have that horrible blueprint thing, the horrible whatever it's called, the watermark. The watermark's already off of it, but the file that I downloaded for it, that they had me download, was a gigabyte and a half. A gigabyte and a half. This video right here. This video, not with the watermark, is a 1.5 gigs. Boy, I need to, I have to downscale it. Like, what the heck? Why is it so big? Who makes files this large? What's the problem? You got this, kitty. You'll figure it out. I will. I just have to run it through. I have to run it through a system and make it smaller or something. I don't know why it's so humongous. Oh, what? Oh, Awkward. Did you say that you got your vaccine? Oh, You got stabbed yesterday with the vaccine. I kind of think it's hilarious with the watermarks. I know it's funny, A-Star, but it's extremely distracting. Just leave the watermark on. No, I'm not going to leave the watermark on. It's too distracting, and I want to be able to use the fire in other ways. I need to have it as an actual effect, not just as a meme. Although it's funny, congratulations. I'm glad that you got your vaccine. Awkward. Congratulations on getting stabbed. I hope that you're feeling okay. Cannon's here. Hi there, Cannon. Elfie's here. Oi, what's up? I know it's funny with watermarks. Yeah, I do like the people on YouTube that use stock photos and they keep the watermarks on them. That is funny. And I maybe can use it for memes, but I definitely need it. I need it unmemed as well. For sure. It is funny with the watermarks, but the way that I'm using it, it will be more cool if it's not. I think that you may think that it's funny right now, but you'll think it's a lot cooler the way that I'm going to use it. The way that I'm going to use it, yes, the plans are being made. I've got some big ideas. You're alive. You've been pretty tired this hour lately. Oh, wow. Alfie, is it almost time for bed? But much love to Elfie. A Cannon, you actually said something. Hello, Gun Show. Hello there, Cannon. Welcome to the show of the guns. Hopefully, y'all can help me work out a little bit because I haven't been working out very much. So I'd appreciate it. What do you think? It's 1 a.m. soon? I normally stay up till like 3 a.m. Last night I stayed up till 3 a.m. or more. Oh, wow. Tayaki-san, hello. It's our newest VIP. You guys, please welcome in our newest VIP, Tayaki-san. Look at that beautiful little diamond next to their name. Where's the flex redeem? There is no flex redeem. There is no such thing. You just made that up. Quick question. What are the colors of your eyes? Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? I don't know what color they are. You tell me. Just lean in. They're red. No, they're not. No, they are not red. Although I wish that they were. The problem is that I need contacts. That's the most annoying thing, is that I need contacts. And if I didn't, then I could put in cool colored contacts. I've been planning one of my Halloween outfits. I would love to get black contacts that make my eyes completely black, because it would work perfectly with this new outfit that I'm buying stuff for. But I can't. Unfortunately, I can't use fake contacts because I use real ones. And you can't buy, from what I've seen, I cannot find a website that lets you buy fun contacts that have a prescription in them. So I'd literally not be able to see anything. Side note, ask Kenny about his face and see an up-close personal face zoom. Yep, you can get uncomfortable. We could make it a redeem of make everybody uncomfy. What color would you say your hair is? It's mostly just brown. It's mostly just brown, but it sometimes can be like reddish in the sun. In the sun, it looks a little bit reddish, but it's mostly just brown. Who needs to see? Exactly, Linz. Exactly. Just take off. I mean, I could put glasses on. That would be funny for some outfits, to put on glasses. Just run around blind. Whoopee! Sight is overrated. Do it for fashion. You have glasses. Fun contacts with glasses. Yeah, but then I'm limited to wearing my nerdy dad glasses. I mean, I think for the thing that I'm thinking of, it might work. You can't use colored contacts. Well, I mean, maybe I'll get some black contacts just for fun. Also, Pocket Cupcakes, what's up? I love it whenever I come in. It's just Kitty's face. Hello there. Welcome. Yes. I'm sorry for my big face. I apologize. I just looked at the corner and saw that the Eevee onesie has already been bought. It's ready. It's ready, you guys. It's coming in the mail. I don't know when it's coming. What color would you like your eyes to be? I mean, for fun, having white contacts that make like only your pupil that's the only color in your eye is your pupil. That's cool. Having fully black eyes is cool. Red eyes is very cool. If I could do some permanent surgery where they would inject dye into my into my irises and make them red, I would be tempted. I would be tempted to turn. I know that you can get them tattooed, which is horrifying and so scary that you can tattoo your eyes. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? It's horrible. It's horrible. I'm so scared. Also, Kenny said that you wanted to do a workout redeem. It seems that my time has come. I've been saving up for so many days. Awkward. What? You've been saving all that money? Yes, and very dangerous. It's true, Brad. I can't do it. It's too scary. Too scary for me. No, 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 no. New business venture. Prescription color changing. Comic-Con, here I come. Kareem, it might exist. I just need to keep looking. Let me in them eyes. Die. I can't believe it. Divey posted all these pictures trying to get into my eyeballs. Die's just like all the images of Dye. They make it into my eyeball and then they bounce around in there for a long time. And they stay in there and they burn into my brain. I can think of nobody else. One to share. I had an interview this morning and the second in-person one on Friday. I've been unemployed since December, but you've been interviewed a couple of times. You said you had an interview this morning and a second in-person one on Friday. So is that two different opportunities? Even if it's one, that's awesome sauce. That's awesome sauce. Congratulations. Oi, oi, oi. Celestial. It's happening. It's happening. Yes, 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 yes. So theoretically speaking, if somebody was to make a portrait of you, would you rather have your eye colors or red ones? If I'm in normal clothes, I would say my normal eyes for sure, for sure. I would say accuracy. I would be very impressed. I would be very impressed and would enjoy accuracy. But if somebody was to draw me, say, in some sort of a fantastical scenario, then we would talk about it. But yes, I would just stick with my eyes. I like my eyes, you know. I wouldn't probably trade them in for anything. You know, they're pretty important. I like them. Let me see. Let me in them eyes. Also, with all those beauty filters, there's got to be one to change your eye color. That's another thing, is that I've seen people use green screen contacts, which is a very cool idea. You can get contacts that you can remove that color from the background, and you can make them any color that you want. It's freaking cool. You got to catch a stream. Hey, Tatted Cat, you made it. What's up? You're in the stream right now. Yes, you're in the stream right now. I hope you've been doing good, Tatted Cat. You've clearly been busy. But I hope that you've been having a good time making some money. Making some moolah. You tried green contacts once, and it was the most uncanny valley multiverse bleed over that I've ever experienced. Oh my goodness. Calico, it's scary. Skyrim outfit with black contacts. That would definitely look like... That would look like I went Bazaka mode. That would be Bazaka. Very scary. I like my eyes. I wouldn't trade them in for anything. That's a pretty reasonable quote, right? That seems reasonable. Lynn's out here just speaking the truth. Thank you, Lynn's. It was so scary, to see your eyes as a different color. I mean, I feel like I've played around with my own image enough times that I probably wouldn't be too scared by it. I don't know. I'd trade mine for a third kidney. You'd trade one of your eyes for another kidney? You don't even need one kidney. I mean, actually, you do need one kidney. You don't even need two kidneys. That's what I meant. All those Pikachus. Good Lord. Frantic Mantis. We've got Orbichu with a hat on. We've got not Chonkachu. That's Beanachu. Two Chonkachus. And also we have Sinister Chew. Not looking so sinister right now, but sometimes very sinister. The whole conversation is making me think about splicers from Batman Beyond. What the heck? I just watched a Batman movie the other night. I watched the Killing Joke animated movie with Arisa. We've been watching a little bit of Batman. And by a little bit, I mean literally one. But yes, Frantic Mantis, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to flex my Pikachus all over the chat. But I'm just saying, if you've got any extra Pikachus, I'd take them, okay? If there are any Pikachus that need a home. If you have an extra Pikachu, I will absolutely listen. I will make this entire background Pikachus. God be my witness. I will put every Pikachu that is ever sent to me in this background. I will. That is a guarantee. Splicers would become half animal. What? Oh, splicers are like, what's it called? I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. It's like the human or the mixed hybrid thing. They're called... What are they called whenever they mix animals all up and they change them? I can't remember what that word is. Pikachu Sanctuary. Yes, this is the sanctuary where I will keep all Pikachus and take care of them. A Chimera. Thank you, Celestial. Celestial knows what's going on. Yeah, a Chimera. You watched Free Guy in 4DX theater. What the heck does that mean? Y'all, it's so fun. Spider-Man in 4DX theater gonna be hype. I'm guessing 4D means that the chairs shake? What the heck does that X mean? 4D. I've been to 4D like cinematic experiences, but I didn't know that they like made those widely. I thought that 4D was only used in like in amusement parks and stuff. Like I've been to the 4D for Shrek. I've been to the 4D for Minions. I've seen SpongeBob 4D. I saw like a few more. It's one more DX than 3DX. The highest quality possible. No, there's no way that it's the highest quality possible. I mean, man, that reminds me that I've also seen IMAX movies. Those things are wild. IMAX theaters, holy moly. Like a full IMAX is insane. You have naturally color changing eyes. It depends on how the light hits them and what I'm wearing. Ooh. I wish that I could just put on different shirts and my eyes would just go like... IMAX is the thing that you're thinking of. IMAX is just the biggest size, I believe. But there's also different versions of IMAX, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, sometimes they say IMAX and it isn't actually the thing. The chairs shake, the fans blow on you, water, the screen's massive. See, that's crazy, Kareem. I didn't know that they did that for standard movies. I didn't know that they made 4D for standard theater releases. I thought that was only special. That's cool. That is cool. That's definitely the way to if I could, I would probably experience everything with that, right? What'd you say, Celestial? Are you going somewhere? Did somebody say that you're leaving? I thought somebody was saying goodbye. Oh, Calico. I'm sorry. Callie's in the car. You said headed home. See y'all in a little bit. All right. Nice. I'm glad that we can hang out this evening, Calico. I'm sorry for not being here, you guys. I'm sorry for not being here yesterday, you guys. I was just feeling a little down, and I needed a little bit of time to recoup. I felt like my brain was too numb. My brain was too numb to stream, so I was just like, what the heck? I should probably just take the day off. Why not? Should just take the day off and relax. Oh, wow. Lady Pig Monster, what's up? Hello there, squirrel friends. Oi, Monster, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. IMAX also has really great sound. That's true. It's beautiful. You only have a singular IMAX cinema in all of New Zealand. Oh my gosh. Only one? New Zealand small. Can you always deserve your own time? Stop it. No, I'm set, Kareem. I'm saying I like hanging out with y'all. I just have to be like... I want to hang out on the internet every single night. That's what I want to do. That's like the thing that makes me the most happy. And it's the thing that I enjoy the most. It's just some nights, I don't know. I just can't do it. I don't know why. But I like hanging out with you guys. This is like the best part of the day. I say that all the time because I really enjoy streaming. It's my favorite thing that I do. You've been to a short movie in a 4D theater that was terrifying. When watching a movie, you want to chill and sink into the chair, not get water sprayed on my neck. That is, yes, Elfie, that is my experience, is that it's all extremely aggressive, that like tries to keep you not focusing on the fact that you're watching a screen. It's just like, it's trying to distract you. You need your own nights and days too. I know. That's what I'm trying to do. Royalty subs came up in my YouTube recommended, so guess who spent the night watching old Kenny soap videos? Oh, those videos are cringe, dude. Especially the first one. Did you see the first one? Mamma mia. It's so awkward. I didn't know how to act. I didn't know how to look. I mean, just imagine... I mean, some of y'all have recorded yourself, so maybe you wouldn't be able to relate, or you'd have to think back. But just imagine being roped into and put in front of a camera whenever you're not used to it. I'm not used to it. I wasn't used to it. I mean, I wasn't used to getting in front of the camera. I'd never really been in front of it, and I didn't know where to look, and I didn't know what to say, and I felt awkward. I didn't know what to do. What am I supposed to do? Just sit there? You have to look at something. You have to say something. You can't be as awkward as me, Kenny. Oh, awkward IRL. I've talked to you on Discord, and you weren't awkward to me. You haven't watched any soap videos yet. I might do after this stream. X-Straight, if you want to, but some of them are pretty good. Some of them are good. What's funny is that during, like, my humor, I wasn't in that many videos. So there's not that many videos that I was in, but tons of videos I edited, like more than 100. More than 100 of those videos have, like, my humor, my editing, my, like, additional images and stuff like that. I only wish that I'd been given more time. I was so rushed. We were releasing, at that time, we were releasing 2 videos a week, and that is a lot, especially with how my schedule went, because I wasn't just editing. I was editing, soap making, packaging, shipping. I was doing all of the things. So I only had a little bit of time to do editing, and I don't know. I wish that I'd been given more time. I would have made them even funnier. I would have added even more stuff. But regardless, there's like hundreds of videos or 100 videos at least on that channel that have my humor that I made, essentially. Now Kenny adores the camera and the camera adores him. Oh, what? A lighthouse flame. How are you doing? I will admit, I don't really care about having a camera on me most of the time, unless I have a maid outfit on, in which case I don't prefer it. I remember my friend sending a Royalty Soaps video, and now I'm a big part of this community, Kim. That's very strange. That is very strange and uncomfortable. I mean, it's like your friend recommended a YouTube channel, and then you randomly found me. That's funny. I mean, I know that lots of people around here are like, oh, you're that Earl of Suds, because I don't look very similar. I don't look very much like I did back then, so people do be showing up and they're like, oh, your sisters, I thought I recognized you, and it's like, what the heck? This is so strange. Yeah, you can keep the maid outfit to yourself. All right, that's 1 vote from Lynn's to not do any more maid cooking streams. All right, so that's 1 vote. That's 1 vote, you guys, and of course, mod votes count for double. So I guess so far the votes are that there shouldn't be any more cooking streams, and there shouldn't be any more maid outfit streams. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Linz. Thank you for the votes. I appreciate it. Hello, it's me, Beth. How is everybody? Oi, Beth, what's up? What's up? Welcome. I hope you're having a fantastic day. You'd be down for a butler outfit? What? A butler outfit. I could get an outfit like that guy from Black Butler. I could be the scary Black Butler. A maid stream with a flex redeem. Muscle maid. I'm scared, die. If I'd flex too hard, I might tear that outfit because it was really tight on my shoulders. I discovered your stream from watching your sister's video, Duke of Glimmer. I remember. I mean, like, just look at that name. Clearly, you know what the heck is going on. Clearly, you are a glittery Duke. I mean, you're right on the money. Yes. You don't have to look. What? Yeah, you don't even look similar to when you did the last Halloween video. That's true. Like, I shaved off all my hair. I shaved off all my hair in January. I'm sorry. All my hair's gone. Also, hi there, Kivy. What's up? Oi. Kivy. Look at that beautiful gym next to Kivy's name. That means that they've been here for a long time. I found you mainly through OT, so it's so strange to see Earl videos recommended after I found your Twitch channel. That is weird. I don't know how I feel about that. The Earl videos are very I would love to redo all of them and remove all of them, but I mean, it's a pretty good time. It's like a time capsule, I guess. It's a time capsule where you can see what I look like back then. I mean, that's cool, I guess. You said me-ish, doing good, just a little bit tired today. Hope that you make it to the end of the stream. Oh, what, Beth, you don't have to hang out until the very end of the stream. We're just gonna be like, we're gonna be playing Pokemon and stuff. We're gonna be playing Pokemon and collecting. We gotta catch them all, you know? We gotta catch them all. But yeah, no worries. You can just vibe as long as you want to, Beth. We will hang out with you as much as you will possibly let us. If you'll let us hang out with you, we will. E-boy. Thank you, Arisa. We were trying to get Arisa's voice to do the Eevee thing, but this stupid thing wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It sounded horrible. I'm sorry. We tried to put Arisa's voice there. Arisa sounded so cute and did it so well, and the recording was great, but it didn't. But as soon as I changed it into an OGVAGAS file and I put it into the Leorn board, I don't know why. It just doesn't sound good from there. It's not fair. It's not fair. We deserve the Orisa voice. It's super cute. It's super cute, but I can't get it to play right now. I will investigate further. So I've got to work on the fire effects, and I've got to investigate further of how to get that audio through there, because there's got to be a way. There is a way to harvest Orisa's voice and put it onto the stream, and we will figure it out one way or another. Aw, shucks. I would have liked to hear Orisa. I know. I'm trying, Kiffy. I'm trying. Yes, I have to stay until the end. T-Pose is in sleep deprivation. Oh, what? T-Pose is in sleep deprivation. Beth, I mean, I can't be picking on you too much. I do stay up till like 3 a.m. most nights. So, you know, most of us are filthy degenerates. Some of us actually have jobs and go to bed on time, and I'm super proud of them. And then most of us are just like, I don't know, human beings that either have the ability to, or they make themselves stay up way too late. I mean, that's just how it is. We're a bunch of night owls around here, because like I'm not nearly early enough for if I wanted to hang out with European friendos, I'd have to stream way earlier than this. Yet we still have a bunch of people from Europe hanging out. What the heck? You don't want a job anymore? Y'all could have it. Lens, then you could get yourself tattooed. Then you could get all the tattoos, and you could put on like, you could get big spacers, and you could get like 17 piercings on your eyebrow like Exotic Joe. That'd be amazing. Maybe we can share. Okay, bye. Oh, what? Are you actually leaving? Are you actually leaving, Elfie? Oh, what? I wasn't trying to kick you out. I wasn't trying to kick you out. Staying up late? Who? Wait, right? I mean, I have a job, but you don't have to work at the moment. Nice. You're loose, Elfie. Not just yet. Okay, good. Why would we need to sleep when we can hang out with the amazing people here? That's what I say. That's how I feel about it. But yeah, Lynn's, what do you say that we all share Lynn's job? Maybe we can all clock shifts for them. What do you say? I'll do some. Orisa will do some. Oh, what? Sharing is caring. Look at that cute little emote. That cute little emote. Just another person like you. Were you watching Baby Blue's? Did you watch Baby Blue's the hot tub stream that just happened? I didn't. I would help out Lynn's. Yes, Kivy, we shall work together. We shall work together and help. Lynn's is a hard worker. That's their job. They work hard. Sure, I will work as long as I get some money. Oh, what? Kim is only in it for the money? I can't believe it. How many people in the chat are working their jobs just for the money, not for the love? Give me a break, Kim. You're supposed to be working, but only for the love of it. You're not supposed to do it for the money. That's the wrong reason. Yep, you have an Italian follower, right? Right here. LOL, the sleep is underrated. Watching your streams is way better. You're so sweet. Beth, it's great to hang out with you. Beth, you're a fantastic bean, and we love hanging out with you as much as you want to hang out with us. I can't get enough of Beth Galaxy Fox. It's true. It's true. I'll take whatever I can. Linz, have you considered robbing banks? A star. I don't know if that has the same, I don't know. Robbing banks, I feel like you're not going to get dental. Can you still get dental even if you just rob banks? I don't know about that. Me, I work in fast food. It's only for extra money while I study. Oh, what? You don't do it for the love of the burger? Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Awkward. You have to do it for the love of the food. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just lying and kidding and all of that. Did my live stream notification just go off? It just like popped up on my screen and scared me. I can help you that, Lens. I will go. Lines go down. No credit for you. Live on the street. What? Is that how you're going to treat everybody? Nobody gets credit. Dai doesn't give anybody credit. I can confirm that. Dai has given me credit for absolutely nothing I've ever done. You used to be like that, and then you realized you weren't paid enough to care. You don't even care about the food anymore. Brad, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You've been adding some colored old black and white photos. So nice. Lighthouse, you're doing, isn't that called colorizing? Are you colorizing old photography? Dude, that is so cool. I don't actually really know how that process works, but that is super awesome. Now I want to play with it. Facts, lad. What? Facts don't care about your feelings, Di. They barely let me cook the burger. What? They won't even let you cook the burger. That's the best part, Awkward. Whenever I'm cooking burgers, cooking the burger is my favorite part. Yes, that's it. It's really beautiful. That's very cool. I wish that I had some black and white photos to practice on. It's more about students than about burgers, but same. What? It made me cry the other night. History came alive. You cried at the art that you were editing? That is powerful. That's too powerful. That's too powerful for me. You can't just be editing photos and crying. Clearly something very important is going on. It took me 6 jobs to find one that I really liked. That sounds about right, Kestrel Bun Buns. And by the way, hello there, and I love your name. So you said sleep isn't worth it? I would agree. Sleep is just a pain. If I could never sleep again, I would take that deal in an instant. I'd take it in an instant. I don't need sleep. I don't want sleep. Can I listen, if they could turn me into a robot that didn't have to go to bed, I would take it immediately. Thank you so much for the offer. I will be taking it. I would like to never waste time sleeping ever again. Thank you very much. I do not need that break. I will not take it. Ooth. How are you doing, Ooth? Huzzah! I hope you're doing good. Ooth. Oi, oi, oi. How's your day? They're letting me in the kitchen. Most of the female workers get thrown onto talking to the customers. I hate that, but I'm good at it. Oh, you hate that you're good at it. Well, at least they're putting you in something that you're good at, Awkward. I wish that you could do what you wanted, but I guess it makes sense that they would make you do what you're good at. I liked whenever I was working at one of my jobs that I did, I wanted to do like the horse training, and I wanted to like work with the horses, but I knew that I was better at doing everything with the tractor. So I did all the tractor work. That's just how it is. They're just, listen, they're only in it for the money. They only care about making more money. You collect antique photos. You have some from 1990, 1910. Whoa, that is old as heck. You do like editing photos. Yes, I know, Kim, you like editing photos, but those aren't normally antique photos, are they? You rode the tractor? Yes. It's exactly right. How are you doing, gay boy? What's up? Yes. I rode tractors and stuff, and even like the tractor had one of those big dump things, like that scoops up stuff that's in front of you. It had a bucket. It had like a drag that went behind it that could like tear up soil and stuff. It had attachments. Let me see. What? There's also like a lawnmower attachment that you could put on the back that spun super duper fast and would beat up anything. People trusted you with that? Yes, Celestial. I'll have you know, I'm a dab hand at machinery. Attachments? Like my therapist said I have. Oh, what? Gay boy, I don't think that is the same thing. I think, well, I mean, not all attachments are bad, right? I thought that they were good attachments too. Thinking. Play with Eevee right now? Are you kidding me? Improved Alpaca, you want me to start the game right now? I'm trying to talk. No, dang it. The Swiss Army tractor. It's true, A-Star. It's got a bunch of different points that you could hook up stuff to. You love this song? This song is from my childhood. This is my first Mario game was this. This was my first Mario game. It's on the Game Boy Color. Super Mario World, I think is the name of it. And Mamma Mia, I love that game so much. I could not beat it as a kid. But I eventually, my friends gave me their Game Boy Color, the very one that I loved as a kid. And they passed it on to me whenever they got better stuff. And I got to play the game until I beat it. That was my first Mario game, and I loved it. Sonic the Hedgehog was your first game? Ooh. While I was young, I got to play that Sonic adventure game where you run away from the big truck. From the big truck that tries to chase you down, and you can grow those little Puyo Puyo babies. Where you like, I forget what they're called, but you can grow like a little garden of little munchkins in the Sonic game. I played a little bit of that whenever I was a kid, but that was at somebody else's house. I wasn't allowed to have that. They're called Chos. Something like that. You can't wait for Eevee. I know! Improved Alpaca. We'll get to the game in a moment. Some attachments are very important for human beings. That is true. I'm very attached to Arisa got this. Your first game was Luigi's Mansion? Kim, that's so spooky. I'm so scared. I'm scared for you, Kim. You're playing spooky games first. Your first game was Link to the Past. You're still looking for a copy for your SNES? Link to the Past. I don't know if I've ever played that one. I think that I may have played a little bit on like an emulator on my 3DS or something like that. Those blue onion babies, yes, they do look like little onions. They look like little onion babies, and they're very cute. They're very cute and fun. And I have the game on Steam, but I haven't gotten back into it. Your first game was Ocarina of Time. Holy moly, just like start with the best game in the world. Nice. Nice, Ooth. You can just start with the best one, and then everything will be downhill from there. You like the shirt? Oh, what? This shirt was sent by Alchemic Refuge, who I miss a lot. And also, I'm pretty sure that Callie bought one of these. Callie's probably in the car listening to this right now. You don't have to respond, Callie. Callie has this shirt as well because it was so cool. It inspired her to be more fashionable. My first ever game, I think, was either Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass or Banjo-Kazooie. Those are very different games. One of them is spooky and extremely difficult. One of them is extremely difficult. And is Alchemic okay? I sure hope so. I will send him a message if I don't see him today. You got Getting Over It yesterday like an idiot? What? You got Getting Over It? Gay boy, do you perchance watch Donkey Plays or something now that you mentioned Glover? Your first game was Pokemon Sapphire. Ooh, Pokemon games. Yes. My first Pokemon game was it was, what was it called? Soul Silver. Soul Silver was so much fun. And I immediately was like, turn-based combat. I don't like this turn-based combat. I don't want to have to take turns. I want action games. But my friend convinced me to keep playing it because it was the only game to play that night. And he was like, no, you have limited moves. You can only do these moves a certain amount of times. And I was like, are you kidding me? Limited moves? I hate this game. But I kept playing it and played it for hours and hours and hours. And eventually I loved it and I couldn't help it. I eventually fell in love with it just because I had to sit. It was the only game to play for like 5 hours or 6 hours. Then I stayed up all night playing it. So it convinced me to love it. Oh, Independent Oreo, you made it. You made it. I thought that you were gone forever. Independent Oreo, you made it. How are you doing? When is your next self-care day? What? Can you plan self-care days? I like every day that I wake up, it's like spinning a wheel of what my mood is going to be. That's how it normally is. Like I wake up, it's like almost before I wake up, I reach up my arm and then I spin the wheel of mood. And then whenever I finally am starting to like get conscious, then my mood will be whatever it says on that board. Some days I'll be sad. Some days I'll be happy. Some days I'll feel like doing work. Some days I will stay in bed and I will not get out of it. Some days I will feel like nobody cares. Some days I will feel connected to the world. It's, yes, the wheel of mood. Who knows what my mood's gonna be? And that's why some days I'll just be like, I'm sorry I can't stream. I'm sorry I can't stream today because the stupid wheel messed me up. The wheel of mood. I can't control my moods very well, but I'm working on it. Maybe someday that what I want to do is that I'll be able to wake up and no matter what mood I'm in, that I'll be able to like do stuff so that I could improve my mood. I've got to figure it out, you guys. I got to figure it out. Eventually, I hope that I'll be able to control my moods even better. We luckily haven't landed on Fiendish yet. Yes, I don't think that I can wake up like that, A-Star. Thankfully, I don't think that I can wake up in a Fiendish mood. That's something that happens after prolonged exposure to annoyance. And that's whenever like if we do a really long stream that's exhausting and then I play Getting Over It and things just don't go well, that's whenever Fiendish gets unlocked. You can take breaks whenever you need, bruh. Yeah, it's just hard to tell whenever you need breaks, Lens. That's the difficult part. I'm not too sure how I'm doing. I worked so hard during sports today that I started to cry. Oh no, I'm sorry that you cried, Independent Oreo. I'm sorry that you were feeling crummy. I hope that you get to feeling better. Let me see. The next self-care day, I have no idea. Let me see. Fiendish. That's the mood that I can't wait. I can't wait till I wake up one day and I feel like an absolute troll and then I stream super duper early and it's nothing but troll. I've already thought of a few different ideas of how to troll you guys. I've come up with a few schemes that I will be starting towards Halloween. I've already bought 3 Did I buy 3? Let me count them in my head. I've already got 3 new Halloween outfits that I'm going to be wearing this year that didn't show up last year. I still have all of the outfits from last year, so I can dress up for those, but I have 3 new ones that I bought yesterday. Yesterday I got the parts for 3 more, and I'm looking forward to using them. Yes. And I'm going to do my very best to not give y'all any hints, okay? The only thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to give you hints when they're going to appear. But hopefully, I can keep my mouth shut and surprise you guys with what they are. I appreciate you sharing with us how you feel, Kitty. Oh, of course, Lighthouse Flames. I try to be essentially like... I want to be pretty transparent with you guys. As good... I try to be transparent, but also like, you know, encouraging. That's the tricky bit. That's the tricky bit, is doing both of those things. So I want to be 100%. That's like where I start with. I start with wanting to be 100% transparent, and then I like work it back so that I make sure that I'm encouraging. That's how I do it. I would rather be 100% transparent with you guys, but I think, for all of our sakes, I'll keep it nice and happy most of the time, you know? You know what I'm saying? Your favorite Pokemon is Lucario? Lucario is actually an excellent fighter in Super Smash Brothers. I'm not gonna lie. Very, very good. I liked Mewtwo whenever I was younger, before Lucario was included. But ever since, I don't know if they changed... I don't know if they changed Mewtwo in the latest games, but I don't play Mewtwo as much as I used to. Hallows Eve is your favorite time of the year? I really like it, A-Star. I do really, really like, yes. Halloween is so cool. It's so much fun. It feels so countercultural. It's like all the things that are considered like weird or gross or bad in the year. Whenever Halloween comes around, it's like, it's all about that, you know? It's all about skeletons and ghouls and being scared and all that. Very cool. Very cool beans. Yeah, I really do like it now. And especially because it's so encouraging to like, it really encourages me to like, to dress up and to put stuff in the background. It's the coolest theme. It's definitely the coolest theme. And it feels like such a big difference. Like if I put a Christmas tree in the background, is that really so different than these beautiful lights? Like these big blue lights. A Christmas tree is sparkly and bright and beautimous. But if it's Halloween time, that it's like dark and spooky, and it's got cobwebs everywhere and pumpkins and stuff like that. It is like a full conversion. It's very fun. Very fun. You've got plans in the works for spooky season? Yeah, splendid. I hope this isn't rude to say, but what are you, 23? I'm 20. What age am I? I think I'm 24. Yes, thank you, Arisa. Yes. 24, that's the age that I am. I thought it's 25 for a second. I'm 24, that's exactly right. Bada bing, bada boom, he's 24 years old, that's what it is. You said symptoms listed earlier. Yeah, see, there's not enough information to diagnose online, Celestial. I appreciate you bringing it up. But yeah, I'm, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. That feels like looking at the Mayo Clinic where you're like, my tummy hurts. And then the Mayo Clinic's like, you have cancer. And you're like, what? What? Cancer? Maybe I'll be able to get looked at or something. I don't know. I let people poke around in my brain and see if they can figure anything out. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We should do Halloween trees. What would a Halloween tree be? A dead tree? Just put like, what you do is that for Christmas, you get a real Christmas tree, you let it grow, and then you let it die, and you keep it the entire year, and then you bring out last year's Christmas tree as a dead tree. No way I would have ever thought you were a similar age to me. I feel like I'm 18. What? Yeah, in some ways, I still feel like I'm 18. In some ways, I definitely am still stuck in high school just a little bit. Just a little bit. I do feel sometimes like I'm in high school still, just because of, I don't know, some of my ways of thinking just haven't changed that much, but we're working on it. Your favorite are Eevee, all of the family, Ninetales, both. Beth, you are picking way too many Pokemons. You cannot just say every evolution. That's ridiculous. Every evolution, 2 Ninetales, Lucario, Absol, Lulana. Oh my gosh. Shaking my head, Beth. That's not a favorite. That's a bajillion of them. A dead tree paper cutout. That's how you do the dead tree. Oh my gosh. Also, Annabelle, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Hey, Annabelle. I hope you're doing well. I picked Poke Fusions instead. Malice, are you talking about those online fusions of different Pokemons? Also, how are you doing, Malice? It's been great to see you recently. What the heck? What the heck? What a blessing. We get to hang out with Malice even more. Hey, what's up, Lino Chimera? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello there. Are we getting avatars on the stream? Well, we may be. We may be. Do y'all want avatars? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Avatars are a little bit distracting, but I'll let y'all decide. I'll make the poll. New poll. Avatars? Question mark. Yes. Nay. Yes or no. I'll do it for like 3 minutes. Y'all decide. Y'all decide. That's up to y'all. Yeah, they're a little bit distracting at the bottom of the screen, but they're not too bad for this setup, I don't think. Hello, person. Oh, wow. Did you just call me person? Malice, I can't believe it. I can't believe that you don't even remember my name. You're literally filling me with serotonin. Fantastic, Beth. Fantastic. I've got bonus serotonin. You can totally take it. Don't worry, I don't need it. They're very special to me. What can I say? That's a lot of Pokemon. That's too many of them. Code Earl. Yes. Thank you for using the code. You have now received good vibes. Also, you know what? We need to make some stickers, you guys. I need to decide what website I'm gonna do because a bunch of my friends are making merch right now. So it's like another round of merch is happening. And I want to get some stickers, you guys. I need to purchase some sticker sheets. That's what I want. I want to get some sticker sheets because I want these stickers. I want some stickers of emotes, of some of the fan art, of some of the things that Reese has done. I want some dang old stickers. When can we get them? Not you, silly. I was talking to Linz. Oh, what? You weren't even talking to me. Oh, I see. Person. Oh, I don't think that I've ever seen Linz referred to as person. I see. Yes. Okay, well, thank you for not calling me person. I appreciate it. You guys spamming the e-boys. Shaking my head. Are y'all trying to send me a message? Are y'all trying to say that I'm an e-boy? I don't even have any. I don't even have a choker on. Although I could get a choker. Interesting. I could get an e-boy outfit. Maybe I should get a goth outfit for Halloween. Interesting. A goth boy outfit with a spiked choker and spiked wrists. I could. With like get like a heavy metal shirt. Yeah. We could put on some makeup, color my hair black. I think that we could go for a little bit of a e-boy style. Don't forget about a wallet on a chain. Nobody would be able to see it. That would be too low. Although I could, I guess. Gotta paint those hearts on your face. I thought that was an e-girl. I thought that e-girls had the I guess it's on this side, isn't it? The little black heart. I mean, I could be a mix of them. I could be an e-person that has both. Hey, I have a wallet on a chain. That's awesome, Malice. That's also e-boy style. That's okay. It's not bad to match up with stereotypes. That's okay. That doesn't mean that you fit into this. This music is perfect for me digging my own hole, isn't it? This is the perfect music for it. Kenny digs his own grave for 10 minutes straight. Well, I'm not saying that you. Well, if you put it that way. It is avatars. All right. Looks like we're having avatars, you guys. Looks like we're gonna be having some little munchkins. 75%. I love that 25% were like, please, none of those avatars. None of them. Do you guys want to guess how many hours I've used Stream Avatars? Do y'all want to guess how many hours that Stream Avatars has ever run? Holy moly, dude. Lots of hours. 200? Not even close. That's okay. I'm fine with being an e-boy. Though I fit an e-troll better. 1,000? A little too much. Not a little too much. That's way too much. That's too much. I've streamed like 2,000 hours in the past year or something. or in the past couple of years. Look at all the little babies. Look at them. They grow. They grow. There's all the little pocket monsters. It's 666. Arisa. 666. I can't believe it. Let me see. What was it? I think it was... It's 692. You were actually really close, Arisa. You were actually very close. And I'm sorry for not saying hi to you. I was working on it, okay? I was working my way up. I was slowly crawling up the chat. Oi, oi, oi. Anne, how are you doing? And literally made the 030 face, and then made the uwu face, and then now has made the eyes closed face. Anne is so aggressive and I must say hello to Anne. Listen, Anne, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was so slow. Kidney ignoring me, shaking my head. I get the message. I'll leave. Oh my gosh, Anne is so... Anne is such a difficult person to manage, but it's okay. But it's okay. It's worth it. Anne is just a hard relationship to manage because she's so demanding. Okay. But I was only just recently realized that Pokemon was short for Pocket Monsters. I mean, that's okay. It's all right to be confused. I demand attention. Is that true? What does NWN mean, Arisa? Is that a face? Is that a face? That's very cute. It's very cute. I just wish that those N's were a little bit higher, but that's not your problem. Aggressive is not a word that I would use to describe Anne. Well, I would. I don't think that she's completely not aggressive. She's somewhat aggressive, depending on what it is. And, oh, whoa, and bro, what? And bro, little friends. Yes, the little friends are at the bottom of the screen. Let me make them big friends. Oh, wait, that's as big as they get? That's the smallest they get. There you go. You're all munchkins to me. You're all tiny little munchkins. I love that physics still affect them. Look at them. They fall and then they go, boom. I think that I could make them as big as possible right now. They don't really get in the way. There we go. Nice. And I can also drop a few. Hello. Goodbye. See you guys later. Was really nice to know all of y'all. Whoopee. You're going to head out for a bit. Hopefully you make it back before the stream ends. I'll be here, Independent Oreo. I'll be here. We hope to see you later. I hope that you feel better. We love you, Independent Oreo. Good luck with whatever you're doing. No. And I will take... What? And we'll take your butt to the pavement. Don't be deceived. She pushed over my little brother one time. One time, Anne was arguing with my younger brother, and she pushed him, and he fell onto the concrete. The one thing that you miss about being a mod, you love tossing bombs on the sprites and making them battle to the death. You can still duel, Malice. You can still duel, I'm pretty sure. I think that everybody can do that. Annabelle, what is that? Why is there one dog and 3 crying faces? Why is everybody crying? Calm down, you guys. Oh, what? You can't bomb a specific person, I don't think. You can hit people, right? What the heck? Yep. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah. That is very full. I appreciate it. Dude, Garrett's delivering my water that I left in the sink. I left the sink running, you guys. My bad. My bad. I forgot about it. I forgot to get my water, and none of y'all told me to get a sip. Let's actually turn on, we should turn on all of the redeems. I know, water delivery. Can you believe it? I've never been so blessed. I've never been so blessed. Let me unpause all of my redeems. Okay, boom. Sip is now unpaused. Juggle break is unpaused. Workout has been unpaused. What the heck? It's been unpaused this whole time. Bless my soul. Oh, thank you for the sip. I appreciate it. Mwahaha. Thank you. Wait, where am I? Speak my avatar. I need to see you. I don't listen. You should be able to tell. You can change what your Pokemon is. I'm sorry, but I promised Yatta. What? You promised Yatta to blow up die? Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Play with Eevee. Stop telling me to do that. We're not even playing the game yet. We're not playing the game yet. Also, somebody's named 2020. What the heck? What is this? How is somebody named 2020? Is that's got to be a bot, right? That's got to be a bot. Oh, there's 2 Mews. There's 3 Mews. The Crane couple, Arisa, and Lighthouse are all Mews. They're so cute. Oh my gosh. Pink Monster and who's that? They are Espeons, right? I think that's the name for them. Where the Espeon's gone. Bye-bye, Espeon. See you later. Oh, and look at that. X-Straight, you're a Ditto just like me. Ew, look, Ditto turns into a hand whenever you pick it up. Gross. I don't like it. Well, wee. See you later. Bye-bye, Earl. Oh, look, Celestial. You cutie. Look at all these cuties. I can't believe it. Umbreon, one of my favorites. Umbreon is one of my favorites ever. Beth, you have wonderful taste. These are all beautiful Pokemon, you guys. I'm proud of all of y'all. Maybe I should get some more. You're Espeon? Okay, so it is Espeon. I should get more Pokemons if I can. I need more of them. I'm gonna make them bigger again, too. Boyoyoing. Boyoyoing. Look at how large they are. I wonder if there's any other generations that I get. Wailord? Absolutely not. We're not going to add Wailord to the party. Wailord shall not enter the chat. Also, hi there, DTX Kia. I've never seen you before, I don't think. Hi there. Hi, DTX. Hi there, Kia. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I've never seen you before, but you're welcome. Giratina. One of these Pokemons looks like a walking shrimp. Look at this guy. He looks like a... That's Tayaki's. This guy looks like a giant shrimp. Yum, yum. Also, Kim, are you out? So dark. So dark. Ah! That sounds about right. Kim, do you explode whenever you get nervous? That's scary. Satyr, I forgot to say hello to you. I can't believe it. It's a Kelsey friendo. Satyr, I hope you're doing fantastic. Hello there. Also, it makes me, did you just call Groudon a shrimp? I mean, he has a tail like a shrimp, doesn't he? It's probably because of his outer carapace. You've been lurking? Hee hee. Oh, well, thank you for the lurks. I appreciate it, Satyr. Yes, yes. Satyr Cascade is a very sweet bean. A very sweet bean indeed. I'm looking forward to whenever Kelsey finally gets home. You got spaghetti? Late night dinner? Mmm, yum, yum. Spaghetti for everybody. Can I have some of that spaghetti? Oh, don't just blow up those Pokemons. How dare you? How dare you? Don't blow up our friends. Okay, so what do you say, you guys? Oh my God. What the heck is this? What the? Why are these Pokemon so giant? Clay, Malice. Why are y'all so large? Stop being massive Pokemon. And why are there? Oh, there's two sets of them. What the heck is happening? Why is it capturing this window? Oh, I see. I see what's happening. It's because of the VR window thing. My bad, you guys. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry about that. That was really messy. Okay. There's some Pokemon at the bottom of the screen, and I'll pause the music. And let's play some game, you guys. Let's play some game. I want to catch some Pokemons. I want to catch some Pokemons. Let's go. Sounds about accurate. I can deal badly with stress or anxiety, and then you explode. And then you explode. That's not good. Don't know. Please don't explode. And we need to update our Pokedex, you guys. How many Pokemon have we caught? That is the question. That is the question that must be answered this very moment. And let me edit this slightly by putting a little outline around it. There we go. Pokedex 28. But how many do we actually have now? Let's see. How can I edit this? Evo! Adorable. Look at that, baby! Cute! Before you catch Pokemon, you have to play with Eevee twice. Y'all suck. It's 38? Okay, sweet. That's easy. That's just 10 more than we had. Incredible. Eeyore? Maybe you should continue Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Please do. Please do. It's an adorable game. Oh, yeah. We're in Lavender Town. We're in the Lavender Village. Okay, here we go. Now we have... Baby, Eevee wants to touch your hand. Eevee, you can have whatever you want. Eevee, you are allowed to have whatever you want. The baby. Can we tickle her nose right now? Let me try tickle nose. I love her. Poke, poke. See, she doesn't mind. Now, at the very beginning of the game, she'd get mad if you poke her. If you go like this. Poke, poke, poke. She'd get mad. But look, now she's like, hey, boy. She doesn't mind. Eevee is so much cuter than Pikachu. I would have loved to argue with you, Dai. But I think you're actually right. I think you're completely right. Eevee actually is cuter than Pikachu. I would love to argue with you, but you're actually completely correct. I'm shocked by this. I love Pikachu so much, but Pikachu is not as cute as Eevee. It's just straight up not the case. Okay, what? How do I get How do I get this text to look ugly? I don't understand. Do I just need to turn off the outline and just leave it white? I mean, that looks better. Pet, pet, pet. She's cuter in this game, okay? Normally, she's not cuter. Normally, she isn't. But if she was real, she would be way cuter. And she's way cuter in this game for sure. Look at her. She's sitting on my hat. It's adorable. Pet, pet. Little doggo. She's like a little doggo. You can love something without thinking that it's the cutest. Is that the case? I've never loved anything that wasn't the cutest. Arisa. I'm done. Okay, now you said that I'm not allowed to catch any Pokemons before I pet? Well, okay. Let's not catch any Pokemon. Let's just go to the tower. And before I catch a Pokemon, I have to pet Eevee again. That would make your neck hurt? Having a Pokemon on my head? Nah. Eevee's light as a feather. Eevee has very hollow bones. You must be very gentle with Eevee. She has hollow bones. She's light as a feather. Ah, look, free loot. Oh boy, free loot. You can finally get a drink. The pets are done. What? Neck muscles be thick. Eevee is a bird? No. Just a dog with very hollow bones. Just a poorly bred dog. I think that there's a video, right? Maybe the video shows up whenever you go to the very top. Shrimpy says, ugh, you really think there... Do you think there really are ghosts in here? Huh? Earl, what's that? The Sylph Scope revealed the ghost's true form. What are the ghosts really? Oh, they're actually ghosts. Wow, fascinating. What a shocker. Whoa, that's crazy. So the ghosts were actually Pokemon? They're ghost Pokemon. That means that they're still ghosts, right? I'm so confused. What does that mean? What do you mean? He just said, oh, wait, they're not ghosts. They're Pokemon. But they're ghost Pokemon. This child has gone mad. This child doesn't... I mean, what... I guess what is a ghost is the question. Can I push these? What's happening? Where do I go? Oh, you go down. I see. Oops. Looks like... never mind. You don't go down. They're gonna go down. Imagine the Eevee evolving into an Eevee pineapple. What? An Eevee pineapple? If it was a fruit... If Eevee turns into a fruit, then what would that be? I don't know. Fruitorion? Fruition? Fruition? I don't know. A Sweetion? Pineapple on... pineapple on pizza? What do I do against the Ghastly? Is this their type? Arion. I would think that it'd be Arion, right? Kestrel Bun Buns. Yeah, I think that it would be either Arion or... Let's see, there's another word for that. Yeah, Avion's a pretty cute name. Gustion. Gustion doesn't sound so great. Let's keep battling. I think that we can kill everything with this Dark type move. I find it weird that Dark is good against Ghost. It's strange. You gotta get wrecked. Sorry, Ghastly. I apologize for taking you out of this world like this, but they're ghosts anyway. Just imagine Eevee evolving into an Eevee pineapple. Are we doing workouts? I think so, yeah. We'll do some workouts. Y'all can keep me moving. Yeah, I'll just battle all of y'all. I'll beat you all up. I have a Pokemon that can defeat y'all. You know about Yamask, right? According to the Pokedex, it's the Pokemon that was a human before it died. Yeah, I've seen stuff about that. And I mean, it is pretty interesting whenever you dig into like the old Pokedexes. I mean, I don't personally lean too far into stuff like that. I don't find it that interesting. Just because, I mean, it's just random writers that are like slipping things into the game, or it's. I mean, if it doesn't show up that much in the game, I know that Pokemon were supposed to be human, I guess. But I mean, humans used to be monkeys, so is that really such like an insane like? Is that really so much of a surprise? If humans came from animals, is it really a surprise that humans and Pokemon are connected? I mean, they have to be, right? BRB gonna drive home and gonna lurk there instead. All right, Satyr, be careful. Drive careful. We'll see you soon enough. You have way too many acorns you've been saving. I'm coming up with more things that you can use acorns on. We've got more redeems coming up soon. Okay, we'll just keep using Batty Bad until the world ends. Can you please get a Rattata and name it Sophia? There is a redeem for that if you want to name something. The Japanese game in the world for dark type is evil type. What, evil versus ghosts? So ghosts aren't evil, eh? I think that Haunter has something to say about that. Haunter strikes me as a pretty evil Pokemon. Just look at them. Just look at these guys. You don't think that this guy's evil? Look at his big old scary eyeballs. But I'm not allowed to catch any Pokemon until I pet Eevee one more time. It's sold out? What's sold out? Everything should be unpaused right now. Everything should be unpaused right now. If anything's not working, just tell me and I'll try to make it work. Man, I cannot believe I'm so glad that I got this dark type move for Eevee. We're gonna be able to just plow through here. It's broken. Oh no! What's broken? The naming thing? I could turn back on the names. Did you unpause it, Arisa? Have you messed with it at all? Let me see if I can fix it while I'm still doing this battle. Should be easy enough. Maybe I turned it off. Let's see. E-Boy is available. Let's see. Pick a name is on. Take a sip is on. Play with Eevee's on. Workout break is on. Juggle break's on. Okay, those are all on. Now I just have to make sure that they're unpaused. I hope that Haunter can be beat with this move. Pretty sure. Alright, sweet. You turned it back on? Thank you, Dai. I appreciate it. Okay, it's super effective against Haunter as well. A-Star's favorite is Gengar, I believe. But we haven't run into them. I think that they might only be in that Pokemansion. It's a Pokemon mansion over on an island that you have to surf to. And I believe that whenever you surf, Eevee rides a surfboard with you. I don't know what it looks like. I can't catch anything, you guys. I can't catch it. I'm not allowed. I have to pet Eevee again. Run away! Run away! Open up. Open up. Hello. Teleport. I don't even know what that does. A-Star said that he's having trouble with the internet on Discord. Oh, poor A-Star with his crappy internet. Wow, the ego check is back. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? It's nice to see you. You here for the Pokemon, my friend? Oi, oi. E-boy. E-boy. Chandler Paula. Paula's a very, sensible name. But they're not a very sensible looking person. I don't know. I'm not trusting Paula. I'm going to beat up her Pokemon. Very bad. Zap, zap. I feel like I could just use ether right now. If I have any ethers, I should just burn them. Is the game a little bit loud? It could be. Could be. Here, I'll turn it down a scotch. Thank you, Anne, for actually commenting on volumes and such. Clay, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurkies. All you sweet beans lurking in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're sticking to my arbitrary no catch till pet rule. Dai, it seems reasonable. You seem like a very reasonable person. I don't know you from Adam, Dai. But you seem reasonable, so I'm just gonna stick with whatever you say. I'll just do whatever you say, and we'll just move on from there. Hello, Boo. Gotcha. Oh, she was talking about the poor little Cubone, not the little baby Cubone. All right, Chandler, you're in trouble. Oh, wow. Ashley, thank you for the 10 bits. Hey, thank you for the 10 doggos. Man, I'm telling you, Ashley Rose always coming in here with the 10 doggos. Maybe I should make a doggo. Maybe like a doggo alert that shows up with 10 bits that just goes like, "Row," and a cute dog pops up or something. Because Ashley Rose always coming in here with the 10 dogs. We should make it more fun. We should make it like a cute little yamper pops up on the side of the screen. Can we get a yamper image? I should find one. I'm gonna write that down. I'm writing that down. I want a Yamper to show up whenever 10 bits are used. Bow. Bow, bow. Okay, there we go. I fixed my sleep schedule for a week now. You can't tell me from Adam. Wait, what? You can't tell me from Adam? No, listen. No, I was saying I don't know you from Adam. I know you from a much more recent link. I'm sorry. I can't trace your history all the way back. I can't trace you all the way back to the first human. But I know you from Die. And I know you from Twitch. I know you from... I don't know you from Adam, but I know you from Twitch. You remember that Nintendogs at some point? Oh, you had Nintendogs. I see. Woof, woof. A slightly overheated bean that went to nephew's soccer game 90 degrees outside, and your nephew got destroyed. Oh, no. Ashley, that's not good. Poor kiddo. I hope that they had a good time anyway. How hot is it over here? That's a good question. It's 37 Celsius, which is 98 Fahrenheit. It is spicy. It's a spicy summer, you guys. Also, oi, 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 A-Star, you've returned. I'm sorry that your internet's cutting out and being stupid. I want to slap that internet. If you want me to animate it, I can. What? Awkward, you were talking about this earlier. I didn't know that you animated. You were gone for so long, Kenny may have forgotten you too. No, Di, that's what? Oh my gosh, I think I hurt Di's feelings. Divey, no! Divey, no, I could never forget you. I could never forget you. You have such a distinct appearance. There's, I'm trying to remember. Arisa and I were looking at something the other day, and it had some funny dialogue, and I was like, that sounds like Di. that sounds like Di. That's sass right there. So now anything that has that Di sense of humor, I immediately can imagine. I imagine Di's Scottish voice saying it. Yeah. Do you remember what it was? Do you remember what it was, Arisa? I can't remember what we found that was Di dialogue. Maybe we can call it, yeah, dialogue. Any sassy talk in games and movies is dialogue. Kenny, I'm an animation student. I didn't know in what you worked. I didn't know what kind of work you did, Awkward, to be honest, with animation. I knew that you did animation and that you worked in the field, but I wasn't aware of what you did exactly within it. I thought that you were working more admin. I mean, some people are just colorists. Some people, I don't know, are like concept artists. So I didn't know if you actually did like animation yourself, like the process of it. I don't know. I'm a pea-brain and I don't understand the industry at all. So I knew that you worked in it. 2D. I'm a 2D artist primarily. I see, Awkward. I did not entirely know this. I did not entirely know that you worked. I knew that you worked in animation. I didn't know that you worked on animation. If that makes sense. It probably doesn't. Who else was convinced as a kid to skip a day caring for your Nintendogs? They would have died. What, Beth? They won't die. They won't all perish. Oh no. This poor the poor kids playing Nintendogs like, Mom, I have to play the game today. And they're like, no, you've played quite enough video games for today. Okay, we're gonna restore our PP. Hey, PP restored. Nice. Fantastic. Oh, thank you for the follow, Bones Crew. Hey, Bones, how are you doing? I just drank some Bones coffee today. Bone coffee right here. How are you doing? You thought that they'd run away if you didn't care for them? Oh, that's a much sweeter way to do it. You thought that they'd move to a farm. If you don't take care of your Nintendo dogs, then they'll move to a happy farm where they'll live out their life. You want to fight me? Zombies! She said. What? She said zombies. Karina, you can't even speak in full sentences. I think that she's been lost, you guys. You're well versed in 3D as well. Awkward. That is super cool. That is super cool. Do you have like a portfolio or a website or anything? I would love to. What is it called? To creep. I'd love to creep on your work and take a look about. For fun. This place isn't bad for shiny chaining. Oh, wow. Captain Zanuck. I've never seen a shiny Haunter, Gengar, or Ghastly. What does What does a hunter look like? Oh, Larshel, how are you doing? I can't quite speak with my voice. Yoshi, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you. Hello. Did you just say that I look like a hottie? No, you, Yoshi. You look like a hottie. Y'all are all hotties. You haven't finished it yet? I look forward to when it's done. Make sure that you post it in the shameless plugs. I want you to shamelessly plug your website so that I can look at it. There's my Pokemon. Wow. Which Pokemon is yours, Linz? Oh, you just jumped. I see. Yeah, if you jump, it's probably the easiest way to find it. You found an ice stone. Yeah, baby. A shiny haunter has a blue tongue. That's it. It just changes its tongue. It has a blue tongue with a piercing. That's what changes. Okay, it's about time for us to pet Eevee, you guys. 2 people demanded that I pet the cute doggo. It's been at It's been at the blue raspberry lollipops. Oh my goodness. Captain Zanuck, how are you doing, by the way? It's an E-ghost? Yeah, an E-ghost. It's got some some face tattoos. It's got a little choker on its neck. It's got a couple of piercings here or there. Little tongue piercing. Finally, edgelord Pokemon, just what I want. Just what I need. Also, I still can't decide if I want to get my septum done. Feel like I want to meet Alice before I get my septum pierced. Feel like we should have like one meeting of like vanilla Kenny. Egos are ruining my life. What is that you? Yeah, I'm just saying, Arisa, like you should meet vanilla Kenny first. I'm just saying, it seems weird. I don't want to be known to you only by having a septum piercing. That's strange. Shiny Gengar hardly changes color. Shiny Mega Gengar is white though. Ooh. The shinies that barely change color have got to be so difficult to hunt, honestly. Vanilla Kenny upgrades to Spicy Kenny. Ooh. Spicy. Spicy to the taste. Is that true? Me got to go for a second. All right. No worries, Annabelle. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll see you in a minute. No worries. Are you gambling down there? Anne, you stop that gambling. Gambling. Before he becomes Rocky Road Kenny. Vanilla than Rocky Road. I'd rather be maybe chocolate chunk or something. Like I'd rather have little chocolate chips. Those are so good. Give me some chocolate chips. That's what I need. I gamble as much as I want. Kenny disables gambling. Shaking my head. Where are you, Linz? Can I see you jump? Are you jumping? Where are you? I don't see the jump. Blast it all. I missed it. Let's keep going up. All right, let's pet Eevee. It's been demanded that I pet Eevee. It's probably scared. What? Cute! Eevee vigorously embrace you? So sweet. Baby. Oh my gosh, she wants to play a game. Ah, cute baby. Oh my gosh, this game's the best. Poke, poke, poke. She doesn't know what to think. Can I pet nose? Tickle. Must tickle nose. I don't know how to tickle. I don't know where the tickling is. Because there's a way to like make her sneeze. So cute. Yeah, hey, yo, Bones Crew, thanks for the sub. Holy moly, that's actually really big. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you, Bones, for that prime. Boom. Could we put some hype in the chat for our newest friendo? Newest friendo, Bones Crew. Thank you so much for picking me for your prime sub this month. I appreciate it, my friend. Yes, yes, yes. Very much appreciate it. There it is. There it is. She sneezed. She sneezed. So cute. Oh my gosh. Hey, thanks for all the hype in the chat. Linz, Die, just another person like you. Tayaki, Kim, Mediocre Pigeon, Awkward IRL, Arisa got this, Improved Alpaca. I like Oreo, Beth Galaxy. Holy moly. Look at all the hype in the chat. Bones Crew, these are all the beans that are excited to hang out with you for a whole month. A whole month of ad-free viewing. Oh yeah. And look, we pet her enough. She gives gift. she's so sweet. She gave us a polished mud ball. I gotta say, I love so much that the gifts are worthless. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that she gives worthless gifts. If she gave you gifts that you could sell, then it would gamify just playing with her. But instead, it's completely worthless and it makes it so much better. How do I do my spin? Oh, that might only be in Sword and Shield. Oh, I forgot about that. But yeah. Oi, J Ranger, welcome to the chat as well.
How you doing, J Ranger?
All right, now I've done all my pets. Now I've done everything. Who's fighting right now? What? Dai is fighting Orisa right now? Oh my gosh, Dai, how dare you? Oh no! Boyfriend and girlfriend are fighting. Look out! Look at them go! Attack! I can't believe it. Who's gonna win? Arisa's losing right now. You're just rotating, just floating in a circle. Go, 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 go. What? Who's... Oh, Arisa just missed. What's gonna happen? I'm watching. Oh, y'all are both missing. What the heck? Could we get some performance? A crit hit! Arisa slaughtered Dai! Oh my gosh. Arisa, you just did a crit hit at the end. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. I cannot believe... You got $1,000 for that? Nice! Sweet, dude. Holy moly. You had it, then you missed at the end. Either one of y'all, if y'all hadn't missed, you would have won. But instead, she hit up with that crit. Shaking my head. Hey, 87 Michael, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oi. Welcome to the chat. Michael. Or is that Michelle? I'm sorry. I think that's actually Michelle. Michael has to have an A in there, I think. My bad. I'm sorry. You can correct me. Me being dumb is just part of the experience. Kaboom! Burn him! Destroy him! This Haunter didn't stand a chance. I love that we can totally just crush all these in one hit. So nice. I got put in my place. Britain, what's up? Hey, Britain! What's up? Seeing Britain without them being part of a raid? What? This is amazing. How are you doing, Britain? I hope you're doing fantastic today. Happy Wednesday. Happy day of wed. The perfect day to get married. Wednesday. Here we go. Britain, I hope you're doing good. Excuse me, sir. I will let you know that I come out of raids often. Britain, I'm only teasing you. I'm sorry. I'm only teasing you. Much love to Britain. I'm only teasing. How are you doing? I hope you're doing fantastic, Britain. Arisa, what? You can't be flexing that. Oh my gosh. Arisa won 2 duels in a row and then flexes with a tier 3 emote. Shaking my head. Listen, when I'm not rating you, I'm here. I know, Britain. I was only teasing. I'm sorry. Bad joke. Should never joke. Ay. Britain, much love. I'm doing great. I love the Kool-Aid shirt. Oh, yeah. We got the Kool-Aid shirt. Nice. This was sent by Michael. Yes. Oh, is Elfie going to go to bed? The schlips are claiming me. Happy time zone, everybody. Wow. We'll see you later, Elfie. Bye-bye. Oi. Elfie, get some sleep. Arisa is the biggest simp in the chat. 100%. 100%. I don't care if I get banned. Arisa's a simp. Does the Pokemon pick affect the duel? No, it doesn't. It's 100% random. Thank goodness, too. Otherwise, everybody would just have to pick the strongest Pokemon instead of the best one. Controversial topic. Let's go. Is better than Sword and Shield? Not controversial. Just truth. Just 100% truth. Britain, it's not even a contest, in my opinion. Sword and Shield is... I do not like Sword and Shield. I am so sorry. Listen, all you people that like Sword and Shield in the chat, I'm glad that y'all enjoy it. That's fantastic. I will never, ever pick on somebody for liking something, okay? If you like a movie that I don't like, then I'm like, awesome. I think that it's better to enjoy things, so I'm not going to be like, you should like that. No, you should. I'm glad that you like it. Me personally, I don't like Sword and Shield. I don't enjoy it very much. It's too grindy. Don't care about the stupid story. I don't like the Gigantamaxing thing. I don't care for the wild area just being a bajillion different Pokemon in one huge area. I don't care about the silly raids. I just don't like it. It's too complicated, and not in a good way. I like this game because it feels like it's do you like Wooloo? I love some of the designs. I also really like some of the characters too. Like Team Yell, that's tops. I really love some of the Galarian appearances as well. Some of the Galarian forms are really cool. Yamper is super cute. But I like Pokemon Go and the catchy mechanics. I like that this has XP share for all the Pokemon, so that while you shiny hunt, you're having lots of fun. And also, yeah, so I either like this game or old games. I like the DS games and the advanced games. Those are my babies. You called the band. I asked you about Weenie Metal. Listen, A-Star, I'm glad that you like it. And I also said that I listened to it. Just because I insult it doesn't mean... Listen, A-Star, I said that I listened to the band. I listened to it, and it's good stuff, and I'm not telling you not to enjoy it. I'm just telling you that it is indeed Weenie Metal. I'm curious about the new Pokemon gaming coming out. More so the Legends. I'm really looking forward to that. The remake. I'm gonna probably buy both of them. Kenny, do people think about things before they do them? Do people think about things before they do them? Sometimes. Right? I don't know what you mean. That's a difficult... Kenny has a point! Let's go! Listen, a lot of the metal of that era and that style are... you know, they're made for the masses. They're made for huge groups of people, and they're polished in a way that is more accessible. And that is just fine. Pop music is extremely accessible. And that is just fine. But you do lose something whenever you polish music to make it, like, acceptable for the masses. It becomes more homogenous. It fits in with other stuff more, and it doesn't stand out as much. Again, that's not bad, and there's no reason to not listen to it. That's completely fine. It can still be really enjoyable, can still have a really great sound to it, and be lots of fun. But... I personally don't always love whenever music is homogenous. It's tougher to stand out. And Avenged Sevenfold is just, it sounds very similar to lots of other bands. It's not a horrible thing, but it is Weenie Metal. I love all of my argument sounds reasonable, except for the fact that I call it Weenie Metal. That ruins the argument. The argument is very sensible until I call it Weenie, because that's just mean. It's a Cubone! I know, and it's Mommy. And it lost its mommy. Mommy died. Mommy died. The true form of the ghost was the restless spirit of Cubone's mother. Mommy. The mother's spirit was calmed, returning to its kind and gentle nature. Mommy. It departed to the afterlife and disappeared. Mommy. Bye-bye, Mommy. Cubone's all alone. Cubone, you came here because you wanted to see your mom, huh? Q. Sorry for thinking that your mom was scary, Cubone. Yeah, you savage. How dare you? Earl, I don't want to leave Cubone alone like this. I'm gonna take it home. Oh, and there's somebody named Fuji upstairs. Do you think you could see him home too? I got this. Man, you're full of confidence, pal. You seem really dependable. Please don't ever call me pal. Everybody in the chat, please don't call me pal or buddy. I don't like either one of those. You got this. Kenny's so brave. Okay, here we go. It was just something that you're learning about. Nothing too deep. Oh, what? Okay, pal. Sounds good. Yeah, what were you saying? You're reflecting on it today. Like, do it. Oh my gosh. Gay boy's getting complicated out here. You said, do people think about things before they actually do them? You're thinking about doing something. Wait. Like, if we think that we're going to will hurt something or someone we're unlikely to do it, whether or not. Oh my gosh, this is complicated. Hang on. Hang on. Let's look at Eevee while I read this complicated chat message. Like, if we think what we're doing is gonna hurt somebody or something or someone, are we unlikely to do it regardless of whether it would actually hurt? Example is cars. Like, my one friend feels guilty for driving a car for environmental reasons, but others need them to drive, obviously. Well, I don't entirely know what you're talking about, but if I read your initial thing where you're saying, do people think about things before they do them? Kenny, do you think that people think about things before they do them? There is really good evidence from what I've seen. There's really good evidence that people make decisions before they start doing things. Like, there's good evidence that people make up their mind, like, extremely fast before they're able to make, like, actions happen or before they make any movements. From what I've seen, it's pretty well documented that people, for example, will judge somebody's face instantly. Like, if you look at somebody, you will decide tons about them immediately just by looking at their face. You'll kind of guess their backstory, who they are, how they act, what they sound like, all that stuff immediately, and whether you like them or not happens immediately, and you really can't control it, unfortunately. It's like a bug. Humans have a bug. And one of the bugs in our programming is that we judge faces immediately. It sometimes is helpful, but most of the time it's no good. Like, people will literally guess, their mind will guess whether a candidate is good or not. For example, for like an election, oftentimes people will make the decision based on what they look like alone, and they don't even realize it. And then they just look for evidence to follow what they already believe. You have to work so hard to actually do things for good reasons. Like, your brain will just take care of things. Poke. Oh, cute. Cute. But yes, I'd say that's the human condition. We have to work to think about things. Otherwise, we'll just go on autopilot, you know? We'll go on autopilot. We have to think. I want to get caught by this guy. Come here, let me catch you. Let me catch you, big boy. Look at that big old tongue. Yeah, let's catch our first haunter. Our very first haunter. AKA, just looking at your face, you think I'm a goofball. Oh, what? Is that true, Britton? I don't think I know what your face looks like. Britton, are you a goofball? Is that even true? Is that true? Or is it misjudgment? You redeemed Sip. I've seen your face, Britton. I have? Oh no. I don't remember it. Britton, where have I seen your face? Where did I see it? Did I see it on... You want to name this one Sticks? That's a good name. I like that. I like that. A VOD after a raid. You have not seen a VOD after a raid. I have seen you on Twitch. Yes, I have looked at your VODs. I have. I just have to remind myself. I'll have to remind myself. Yes, I definitely have seen your VODs. I've even watched some of your stream. Yes. Okay, yes. Now I remember. I apologize. Yes. I know what Britton looks like. Remind self. I know. I'm sorry. Kenny, did you know that I've seen your face? It's a good friend face. A good friend face. A goofball. I don't know. You seem like a good bean. You're a good bean, Britton, but you see, I've already built up my knowledge of you already. Like, that's the thing, is that a lot of y'all in the chat, before I ever saw your face, I already knew who you were. Like I already got it, you know? I already got your personality, so I feel like I already knew you. And then I'm just like, oh yeah, that face matches. That's generally how I look at it. I'm like, oh, Dai acts like this. And then I see Dai's face, and I'm like, yep, that's about right. That's about right. Let's name that Pokemon. Who's that Pokemon?
It's Clefairy.
It's Sticks. Here we go. When people see me, they think I'm rude. Oh, what? Kestrel. That's a shame. That's a shame. You seem like a nice bean to me. Let me see. We shall name this one Sticks, if I can remember how to spell it. Is it like this? Let me double check. Even if it's misspelled, I will do the original spell. You don't know if you spelled it right? Yeah, this looks right. Sticks. Y'all can't even see it behind this. I know y'all can't see it. I'm sorry. Here it is. This is what it looks like. You'll be able to see it later. Poof. There you go. Sticks, level 28. Wait a second. A-Star, you aren't level 28. Thank you for the lurk, Anne. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurky. Steaks. Ah, yes. The steaks are high. Yum, yum. The steaks are delicious. Oh, I think we're going to help pull Fuji up here. A level 28 steak sounds good. 28 years old. Stop right there. We're going to go first. With that specter out of the way, we can finally get to the top. You're the old geezer that they call Mr. Fuji, right? You're going to be repeating... What? You're going to be repeating your Pokemon research for the glory of Team Rocket. Ignore us all you like. We're used to it. We won't take no for an answer. You'll help our boss whether you want to or not. I'll beat up both y'all. Gramps here thinks that he can resist, so we're setting him straight. You better disappear, twerp, or be ready to fight. I'm ready to fight! If you want Gengar, you gotta trade, though. What? Is it not in this game? Is Gengar not in this game, or is it one of those Pokemon that you have to trade to, You have to trade the Pokemon for it to evolve? That's annoying. Maybe we can find some Munchkin in the chat that will do it for us. Okay, let's batty bad these buns here. I'm about to batty bad your buns. Make them go bye-bye. Wing attack. Poor bird. You thought that he was one that evolves with trade? Well, that's what I just said. You probably are just lagging. You found a bug? What kind of bug did you get? You want a duel 2020? I think that's a bot. I think that might be a bot. I'm sorry. It evolves via trade like Alakazam. Eevee freaking dies. No, we've got to get Eevee out of here. Eevee, no! No! My poor Eevee. I'm sorry, Eevee. Oh, no. Poor sweet Eevee. I apologize. You haven't launched Eevee in a while? I recently got this from Lupus Dream in the chat. They gave me this game because I'd only played Let's Go Pikachu. Eevee's so squishy, I know. Playing right now, I could have guessed that. I could have guessed that because Arisa said that they might. Okay, let's do wing attack. Beat him up. Blow him away. See you later. Oh, menacing. No, please don't paralyze my Onix. No, Onix, can you not fight now? Oh, thank goodness. Onix is still fighting. You do love Eevee. I'm gonna make my wife get the other color of the November game for trades. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna buy the double pack. I haven't pre-ordered it yet. We'll see. You love how you get to see the size perspective. I know, right? It's so cool, Alpaca. It's so cool. This whole game has all sorts of neat stuff. And this is the first 3D game that I don't mind. Like, all of the other 3D games either like ran poorly or they were like low poly or stuff. Like, this one looks so smooth and so good. They did the 3D so well in this one. You recently got an Eevee tattoo. That's dope. That's dope. I am hoping to get a Pokemon tattoo at some point for sure. I think I'm gonna let chat pick which Pokemon tattoo I'm gonna get, and we might do that in a subathon for November. Let y'all pick whatever y'all want. Any Pokemon in the entire Pokedex. Y'all can choose, then I'll get it I'll get it tattooed. Let's dig. Let's actually go for the snake. Yeah, we're gonna actually attack the snake. Too much power? Really? What's the worst Pokemon though? I don't think that there's any Pokemons that are that bad, right? I don't think that there's any Pokemon that I would regret getting tattooed. What's the worst one? What's the ugliest Pokemon? What's the name of that weird, like, noodly turtle thing? Shuckle? Shuckle? Shellless Shuckle might be a little bit, might be a little sus. You might want to keep the shell on Shuckle, then you'll be doing good. Muck? Muck's not that bad. Muck's pretty cool. Barbroach? Isn't that just a fish? Dunsparce. See, I know what many of these are. Nosepass is quite unique. Isn't that the one that just looks like a, not a tiki head. What is it called? Like, one of the heads, right? It's an ugly fish. Oh, what? You're an ugly fish, Die. How dare. Yeah, these aren't that bad. I wouldn't regret a tattoo of any of these. No, Mochi! Dang it. I think that they're going to beat our buns, actually. I think that our buns might be beating you guys. We should revive our Eevee. That was worthless. How are these guys so tough? Goodness gracious. We're going to get wrecked, you guys. We're getting wrecked right now. The ultimate ugly fish is Bruxish. Bruxish. What's the one that's just a bunch of rubbish? I think it's called Trubbish. Trubbish, and then Garbivore is the bigger one. Bruxish Pokemon. Let me see. Ugly fish. That's not that ugly. It's beautiful, actually. Look at those big old lips. Look at those beautiful lips. Diglett wouldn't look great from a distance. I'd love to get... I would get the cursed Diglett that looks like a big monster with his little fingers poking out of the soil. Have you seen those pictures? The concept of Diglett being a giant monster underneath the earth with just little fingers popping out. I like that. Eevee, you're coming back. Welcome back, Eevee. Good to see you. I'm pretty sure that we get wrecked by poison, if I'm not mistaken. Bruxish looks a little too much pink. A little too pink. I'm really not thinking that my plant's gonna make it. Oh, you're gonna go for Onyx, huh? At least I can hit them once. That's nice. That's really great, you guys. We're doing really great against this poison type. I didn't know that we were gonna fight poison type at the top of this stupid thing. I would have changed my Pokemons. I would not have picked these Pokemons if I'd known that we were gonna be fighting poison. I thought that we were fighting Ghost. Gosh darn it. Eevee's ready to go.
Eevee's ready to go.
Let's see if we can keep Eevee alive for like 10 minutes. Eevee stays alive for 1 minute straight. Okay, no, darn it. You can go back on what you already did. I pressed B to make the text go faster, but it's only messing me up right now. Okay, fine. Here we go. Let's do another Razor Leaf for fun. At least it hits 2. Dang it. See, I'm pressing B to make it speed up, but it's not doing it. Doug Trio picture where it's a really buff human under the ground. Yes. That would be an excellent tattoo. A glare for paralysis. Paralyzing my Eevee, shaking my head. Get Razor Leaf, fools. Haha. Weezing's down. See you later. All right, we're gonna win. But yeah, I think that I'd hate to have Temple, Palpitoad, and Seismitoad most. Yeah, see, the thing is that I trust y'all pretty well. I don't think that y'all mess with me that much, honestly. Y'all aren't that much, y'all aren't that trolly, if I'm being honest. There's not enough trolls around here to actually, like, successfully give me a bad tattoo. I honestly, yeah, maybe I shouldn't trust y'all, but I kind of do. I've given y'all lots of opportunities to troll me, and you don't do it. Y'all don't do it. Y'all are good beans, no matter what y'all say. Y'all may pretend to be trolls sometimes, but you're really not that bad. Especially for a Twitch chat. For Twitch chat, y'all are good beans. Among Us. There we go. Me, not trolly. Bold of you to assume that. You're not that bad. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I've been out and about. I've seen what other Twitch chats are like. You guys are, y'all are some good beans. Okay, come on. Let's kill these guys. Kill this fool. Kill this freaking Cobra, you guys. I'm ready for it to get yeeted. Get out of here, stupid. Bless. Good. They perished. Farewell, stupid snake. Stupid dum-dum. And now we're loose. Oh my gosh. See, this is why I don't want to give y'all the power of Pokemon. Because all y'all do is just gamble the entire time. Gambling and dueling, and it just makes the chat look messy. Y'all just make a big mess. Did Kenny ever do that sip? I don't know, awkward, because that stuff gets absolutely buried underneath duels and gambles. Oh, look, looks way sweeter.
Oh, hello there. My name's Mount Fuji. Hello there. Oh, and who might you be? You came to save me from Team Rocket. Thanks, but I didn't even notice they were here. I was too busy trying to calm the spirit of Marowak. I think Marowak's spirit has finally left us.
Finally, it left.
I must thank you for your kind concern. Follow me to my house. It's the Pokemon house at the foot of this tower.
Okay, let's go.
So Earl, your Pokedex quest is one that requires strong dedication. Without deep love for Pokemon, it will be hard to complete such a task. I'm not sure if this will help you, but I'd like you to have it.
You got a Poke Flute. Oh, we got the flute. Now we can get past that silly old sleeping Pokemon. Ah, it's so warm. The Pokemon are so cuddly and nice to hug. Shush! Don't tell me that. That just makes me wish that I had a real Pokemon. How dare you? You can't tell me that Pokemon are cuddly. No. Must cuddle the Pokemon. Okay, so I think to our south is where the big boy is. I think the big boy is blocking the way down here at Route 12. We could also learn how to fish. I wonder where we get our fishing pole. Because we could fish for things like Magikarp. Maybe we'll encounter the fisherman while we're going down here. We got to make sure that we go to the... Oh, wait, there is no second level here, is there? Oh, there is. Okay. Always got to double check the second level. Who knows what kind of sweet missions we might have. My Pokemon's ashes are now resting in the Pokemon Tower. Yikes! Yikes! Pokemon! Thanks for the sip. I appreciate it. I will be a troll for many things, but tattoos are permanent, and that gives me commitment anxiety. I must give him a Pikachu chat and be done with it. I see? You guys have empathy. Y'all have empathy. It's amazing. I can't believe that I found the only people on the internet that have empathy. This is amazing. You actually you're empathizing with my commitments. Dai speaks for himself. Dai does not speak for us. Baby! Oh my gosh. It seems Eevee is trying to amuse you. Oh my gosh. Eevee! What? There we go. What a cutie! Pikachu would be pretty common though. I know. What a normie. That's the normie Pokemon choice. Ah, cute! Awkward. What? I have to work out? Fine. Cute. Look, she bats. I wonder if she does anything if you make her bat at it a lot of times. I don't think I've ever done this before. Spam. Spam. I don't think it does anything. I don't think it does anything. Pet, pet. Pet, pet, baby.
Take the berry. Eat the berry. Nom 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 nom.
It's for the good baby. Poke, poke. Banana. It sounded like she said half of banana. She said banana. All right. I'll work out, you sorry sucker. Okay, you guys, if anybody else wants to work out, if anybody else needs to work out their muscles and get strong, or if you need to jump up and do some jumping jacks, go for it. But I gotta work out really quick. Thanks a lot. Okay, there you go. There's your workout. There's your workout. Yata's here. Hey, Yata. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Yata, Yata. How are you doing? What did you say? What have you jumped in? Ya bite. That's what I'm saying. Whew, you're headed out for the night. We'll see you later, A-Star. Much love. Oof, my arms feel like noodles. Whew. They feel like noodles. Oi. A-Star, thanks for vibing with us, my friend. We will see you soon. We will see. We will see you soon. I'm sorry. Gotta catch my breath. Gotta catch my breath after that one. Let's see. So these are going to be water type, right? We're probably going to fight a bunch of people that have water type Pokemon. Let's set up our party. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, we need to heal all of our Pokemon. What am I doing? Let's put Victor Beetle at the front, since it'd be good to fight them all with grass. Let's go up. Let's get healed. Yatta, what have you done? Did you start? Have you bombed die? I cannot believe it. Yatta, I cannot believe that you paid one of my mods to beat up the other mod. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. You're tearing this chat apart. Oh. Oh my gosh. Hey, give Kenny a sip. Sounds like he needs it. What are you talking about? I just drank. Just because you're out of breath doesn't mean that you need more water. If anything, water makes me more nauseous. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't need to drink any water. Let me relax. All right, let's go. Down south. Time to go down south. We're going to go fight some Texas Pokemon. Texas Pokemon would definitely be Tauros. That's the most Texas of all Pokemon. Unless y'all can think of another one. Is there a Pokemon that reeks more of Texas than a Tauros? You know, the big bull. Your pull-up bar is looking awfully pink. What? It is? The pull-up bar is the black part. The closet is what's pink. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. But you get the oxygen. Are you telling me that you drink water and that gives you oxygen? You get more oxygen from breathing. You don't get more oxygen from drinking water. Otherwise, we would be fish. You crazy? then I could just drink the water that I'm swimming inside of. And bing, bang, boom, I'd be able to... I'm breathing. Oopsie, what's up? Oi. Oops. How are you doing? What's up? Ow! It's good to see you, Oopsie. Much love to Oops. Go follow the incredible Oops. I was sipping out of my brand name Oats mug today at the beginning of the stream. That's right. Go support my friend Oops. Shucks, Arisa. I'm sorry, Oops. You know I must make you suffer. You know you must suffer. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry for making you suffer, but you must. Lavender Town music reminded me of the creepypasta phase. Oh no. Creepypasta? A Pokemon snuck into my room in the middle of the night with a big knife? Uh-oh. The one Pokemon that you don't want to run into in the middle of the night. No,
Thank you for the suffering. More PLS.
More suffering, please. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I can't believe it. I didn't know that you were like this. Well, of course. Of course, if suffering is what you want, then suffering you shall get. Britton, thank you for the 2 biddies. Oi, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for 2 incredible bits. Yahoo! Ooh, I am tired. Holy moly, I can't believe that somebody just forced me to do some pull-ups that I'm exhausted now. My body's dead. Maybe I should get some juice. Maybe I should get some juice so that I can mentally juice up. You can has. Thank you so much, Britton, for letting me has 2 bits. I appreciate it. Every bitty counts. Every bitty is good, is beautiful in my mind. That's what I want to say. Every single one. I've been doing pull-ups. My brother got a pull-up bar and I use it while he's at work. What? Oops, I didn't know that you had a brother or a pull-up bar. That's incredible. Oopsie. How many do you do? Do you do 5 of them? Do you do 10 of them? I can't get above 15. I cannot get above 15. I do not know. I do not know how I'm going to get more powerful. I have been trying, but I can't get above it. Protein shake time, Kenny. No, I can't have protein shakes. I can't have protein shakes because they always have whey in them. They always have milk in them. I'm allergic to milk, so I can never have protein anything. If it says protein, I pretty much can guarantee you I can't have it. You do like 7? That's a lot. That's a lot. Oops is strong. I didn't know that Oops was a beast. Oops is an absolute 100% beast. It's probably from petting all those Animal Crossing characters.
Every single bit.
Did I say that y'all weren't trolls? What? Oh my gosh, what the heck is happening right now? Britton, thank you for the gifted sub for Kestrel Bun Bun. I appreciate it. What? What is happening?
Tier 1 sub to Kestrel Bun Buns.
Brian says that's so funny. Hey, thank you for the gifted sub, Britton. I appreciate it. And Linz, thanks for the beautiful music. The you have rabbits. Oh wow, they aren't rabbits. They're squirrels. They're squirrels, blast it all, but they do kind of look like rabbits. I feel like nobody understands that they're squirrels, and that is okay. That is okay. As long as you know that they're cute and they're purple, you've got them. Not only have you gotten the beautiful squirrel emotes, but also you never have to watch ads. And also, you can watch movies with us if you want to. If you want to. Oh, you mean that you have bunnies? Like, oh, rabbits. Oh, you have rabbits. That's why it's called Bun Buns. Cute. I love it. I love it. I see. I didn't know what these Bun Buns were. You wish that you... I wish this was a Pokemon. A purple squirrel. A cutie purple squirrel. I would love a purple squirrel. One of the things that is not that close, but I mean the colors is close, is the shiny Vaporeon. Shiny Vaporeon is a pretty similar purple, and it's beautiful. Espeon is also beautiful, but I can't get Espeon in this game. This game has crappy evolutions. I'm gonna beat him up. You love shiny Vaporeon? Yes, yes, yes. Oops, that's gotta be the best. I have it in Let's Go Pikachu. We're definitely gonna go Eevee shiny hunting very soon. Oh, wow. Die! Oh, wow. Die! Oh my gosh. With that 3 gifted subs.
101 gifted
Die.
a tier 1 sub to Lazy Wolves.
A sub for every day that I missed you. Oh, wow. A die! Thank you for the 3 gifted subs for a Mrs. Grandpa and Lazy Wolves. Oh my gosh. Could we get some hype in the chat for Divey? Hey! Oops with that hype. Linz with that hype. Yata Cake with that hype. Arisa, Mediocre Pigeon. Clay, thank you for all the hype in the chat.
Die 101 gifted a tier 1 sub to a
yeah,
fellow 10.
boy. Die. I super duper appreciate the support, my friend. Awa, awa. And it's a successful hype train. You guys, amazing. Caught any fun Pokemon? No. Yeah, Awkward. Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh my gosh. Awkward. Thank you for that gifted sub for Miss Ramble Bips.
Sub to Miss _
Ramble Bips. You forgot that it would play the song 3 times? I've still got it messed up. I think that it will play it 5 times even. I think that up to 9 right now, it will play the song all 9 times. And then if you do 10, it'll do the new song. I need to implement a 5. I need to implement a 5 so that it doesn't do it that many times. Kenny, I hope that you find a shiny Pokemon soon. I will. You guys are injecting all of these good vibes into the chat. The shinies can't stay away. It's too beautiful. Thank you for all the hype in the chat. Linz, Yata, Arisa, hyping up that awkward gift. Thank you, Awkward. I appreciate it. I don't think you're that awkward. Also, I'm pretty sure Tangela is not gonna be... I think that we're like the same type. I need to set this little boy on fire. We need to switch to something that has flames. And we'll burn this cute little I'm awkward. Oh wow. Oops, you are not awkward. That is not true. I have been on call with Oops. Oops is an absolute alpha human being. It's true. It's true. Oops is an absolute alpha, and it sometimes makes me feel a little bit nervous. If anybody can make me nervous, it's the beautiful Oopsty. Oh, wow. Ahsoka, you're here. Hello. Ahsoka, I hope you're doing well. You should be nervous. I'll beat you up. Ah. Oops, please. No bully. Do not bully the Earl. I am in danger. Stinky is in the area. I don't even like Stinky that much. I'm sorry. Stinky's ugly. Stinky's ugly. Clay, you're also awkward. That's okay. Everybody's awkward sometimes. Let's awaken up. More for me. More Stinky for me. Yes, indeed. You can have all of the Stinky. I'll tell anybody that tries to steal Stinky, I'll say, excuse me, I think that one was reserved for my friend Oops Canisar, actually. You have 1 day remaining. Oh, what? 1 day of what? Hey, Linz! You're keeping the hype going! You're keeping the hype going. Oh, wow. Linz!
Just another person like who gifted a tier 1 sub to Bubblegum.
Thank you for the gifted sub for Bubblegum. Oi! Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Linz! Thank you so much for the hype in the chat for Linz's gifted sub. Arisa, Beth, Calico, Mediocre Pigeon, Clay, Ahsoka, Kestrel Bun Buns, Improved Alpaca J Ranger, thank you very much for all the hype in the chat. And Die. Also, welcome back, Calico. Everybody, please welcome Callie back to the chat. I hope that the drive was uneventful. That's the best type of drive.
Avodago, 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 Avodaco, 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 Avodago.
No, not again! No, awkward.
Go 100.
Oh my gosh, I am tempted to skip this one. I am tempted to skip this one. I can skip any word that I want, and you are pushing me towards the edge. Push me to the ledge. Anne's playing Pokemon Unite. Incredible. Awkward, I can pause or turn off any of these, and you are tempting me. Oh my gosh. It's too long. Oh my gosh. A juggle break. How long is this? How long was that? That was insane. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much for the incredible 200 bits. Awkward. I really don't feel like 200 bits should be able to command like 5 minutes of stuff. Oh my gosh. And Lupus is here. Hey, Lupus. Oi, 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 Lupus. I was working on that thing that we were talking about yesterday, but it's not done yet. It's almost done. I've been editing the music. And I've got some effects. I'll show you all the effects in a moment. Oi. I'm sorry. Whoa. Oh no. What did Lupus say? Lupus, did you say something? What happened? Hello, I had a really bad day and you need all the good vibes. I'm sorry that you had a bad day. Lupus here while I do this juggling. There we go. There we go. Is that better, you guys? Can you see me? Can you see me well? Yeah. I mean, this is fine. This is fine. It's okay, you guys. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. This is fine. It's just another day. Just another day as a woman. Okay, great. Thanks very much for the jungle break. Let me get my... I have already bought this fire, you guys. I have bought the fire that doesn't have that stupid, watermark on it. I've already bought it watermark free, but I have to convert it, and I didn't have time. I paid like the $10 or whatever it costs. Okay. Ah! Ah! Look out! Oh no! Ow! My fingy! I can't do this today. Ah. I'm just trying to practice. All right! Nice. Nice. There's some practice. Thanks for the juggle break. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. While the hype train is going, it's the hype train workout, you guys, or the hype train juggling break. Who redeemed that? Who redeemed that? E-boy. That was. Oh, and Lupus said play with the Eevee too. What? I have to play with the cutie, but first we have to fight. I can't leave Lupus. Unfortunately, we've already been locked into this battle. Snorlax thinks that we're lunch. We gotta beat up this silly Pokemon that clearly doesn't understand that we're not lunch. We have to beat them up and catch them. Oh boy, I don't actually know what Snorlax is We've only got 5 minutes to beat him up. I don't actually know who's gonna fight him. Oh, I should have done sleep powder. I should put him to bed if I can. Wow, that was good.
I'm sorry last time, I swear.
Last time you swear? I see. Interesting. Oh, well. Oh, is it still going? Oh, is it still going? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's already done. I don't know. Oh, no, he's still going. Interesting. Oh, yes. Let me see. Oh, wow, it's already done. Wowie, wow, wee, woo. That's incredible. The mod check. Is this a Votigo okay? Is somebody watching over this a Votigo? Oh, I ended on the O. Listen, what can I say? Awkward? You said that it would be the last one, and then I think I saw somebody else redeem it. I know that you must have. Oh my gosh, you deleted it. What? Oops, a bad bean. Oops is a bad bean. I can't believe it. Oh, what? Kareem.
Hey! Chonka, choo-choo.
That's adorable. That's so cute. Chonka, choo-choo. Chonk is it. Chonk it is. Actually, I have to beat up this Pokemon. Chonka, choo-choo. Chunky choo-choo. Look at that chunk. Are you talking about Snorlax, me, or the Chonkachu? Okay, let's catch him. Gotta catch him. Here we go. We gotta catch him. Pokemon. Hey, J Ranger, thanks for the bit. I appreciate the bit. Look, he's yawning. Wow, that was crooked. That was crookedy. No! You must be caught, you silly. Okay, come on now. You should make your exit back to the shadows of Lurk again. All right, Kareem. Enjoy your Lurkies. Nice try, J Ranger. Sorry, it's 100 bits or more. You sorry sucker. You're trying to get some bonus TTS in there. Shaking my head. Thank you for the 1 bit. I appreciate it. I think he's gonna run away in a second. What does this do? This says makes it more likely to get an item. That's not what we need. Nanab says calms them. That means that he jumps less. That's not what we want. Do you want to give up? No, I don't. Let's do another raspberry. Let's catch him. Oh, hi there, Lex. What's up? Oi, Lex, I hope you're having a good day. Hello there, Lex. Ooh, nice. Spicy. No, we must catch. We only have a few tries. Come on. Oh, another excellent. You forgot where to get golden raspberries. I think that you pick them up over time. We'll get them eventually. I'm picking up all hidden items that I find, and you can also get berries and stuff from wild Pokemon if you get lucky. There's a lot of ways to do it. We'll probably get a bunch of extra berries whenever we go shiny hunting. But we're not doing that right now. Come on, you stupid Snorlax. No, give me another chance. No. Give me another chance. Yes. Please don't leave. Don't leave. Can you hold up Chonkachu for a few seconds? I will in a moment. Let me catch this Pokemon if I can. Please, don't leave. Stay with me. Please don't leave me alone. No, Snorlax, please give up. Give in. You know you want to. Eat this berry. Yum. Oh, wait, it already switched back to the right Pokeball. No! Dang it. Come on. Yeah. There we go. Excellent. No. You can only have 1 Master Ball in this game, J Ranger. You only get 1 Master Ball and you get it at the end. We're definitely going to use the Master Ball on Mewtwo. You got to use that on on legendaries, because there are legendaries in this game. There's like, oh no, oh, we missed them. Dang it. You do have more than one chance to catch them. But we missed them. That's too bad. We threw a lot of, we even had Ultra Balls and everything. Shaking my head. I mean, that's just how it do. That's how it do. Here's the Chunkachu. Here it is. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. I know. And look, it even has little feet. Look at its little feeties. It's like, it's this little tippy toes. This little tippy toes. It can run along. It's adorable. Oi. What'd you say? Why is catching so hard? I don't know. Is that magi? Is that magi or magia? I don't know. It's I mean, it's just odds, you know? You're just rolling the dice. It's like gambling. It's poke gambling. Pika fluff. Oh yeah, let's go to the left really quick. I thought, can you get a bicycle in this game? I don't think that you can. I know that you can in Sword and Shield, but I don't think you can in this one. Not in this game? Yeah, I didn't think so. You can ride Pokemon though. You can go for a ride on the Pikachu side. You cannot ride a Pikachu. that is a joke. I do not know which of these I have already battled. But again, so nice in this game. You can just walk through grass and you don't even have to worry about it. Let's go back and let's get our Pokemon healed up. Awkward, are you kidding me?
Kenny, can I be in your good books again? Or have I trolled too much? A voda go.
I'm glad that there weren't that many Vodagos. Goodness. Awkward. Are you really trying to prove that you're a troll? Is that what's happening? Is that you feel bad that I said that you're not a troll and now you're trying to prove it? Is that what's going on? Are you trying to prove that you're a troll? Okay, Awkward. I guess you could be a troll. I guess you are a troll. Any pronunciation of Magica is okay, but it's magic in Portuguese. Oh, I see. So is it, so magic in Portuguese? You said any pronunciation of it is okay. So should I call you Magica or Magia? Oi, oi. It's a cool name, though. I like it. Kitty's face screams, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I'm afraid so. Lupus, I'm sorry that your day was crummy. I'm sorry that you had a crummy day. I didn't get to comment because everybody was going crazy. But much love to our friendo Lupus. I hope that the rest of your day is good and that today is better. That tomorrow is better. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. Yes. You deserve it, you sweet bean. Lens, you gotta lurk and get some work stuff figured out. See y'all in a bit. All right, we'll see you soon, Lupus. I mean, lenses, and loops. Loops and lenses. Hello? What's biting? I'm gonna beat you up with my plant. Just wait till I whip out my plant. Yeah, about that poor Andrew. He doesn't know who he's fighting right now. Andrew, you really want to give me this fish for me to beat up on? Magia sounds like a particular anime you struggle to finish. Oh no! I mean, if I ever struggle to finish an anime, I give up. You're on your way home and you have steak for dinner. Nice! That is good recovery. Yes! Lupus, you got, of course, you keeping your chin up. Looking forward to that steak. Looking forward to that dinner. Oh yeah. Of course. We love Lupus. Hello, fisherman. Would you like me to take out this pitcher plant to throw some leaves at your king crab? Can you do Stream Raiders? I could do Stream Raiders. I'm not really a big fan of Stream Raiders myself. It doesn't seem that fun to me, so I don't do it. I don't even prefer to have these Pokemon on the screen because they're so messy. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not crazy about like extracurricular sort of. Let's see. Who's good against water? Pikachu's probably pretty good.
You need beef. Beef is good for you. Get some noms.
Get some big, spicy, delicious noms. That's what we all need. When the days get tough, it's time to eat some food. Kenny approaches the fisherman like, are you ready to get beat up by nature? Sends out his plants. Oh my gosh, you killed Pikachu, you monster. So am I under-leveled for this area? What's happening? Why am I so weak? Why am I weak? Oh, Calico. Thank you for all the hearts in the chat. You sweet bean. Calico's a good bean. I think it might be time for us to hunt some Pokemon, you guys, to level up. I wonder. We can't search for shiny Eevees right now. See you later, Kingler. But yeah, the Kingler and the Snorlax are kind of high level. Maybe we need to go back for a bit and try to catch some more Pokemon so that we can level up. It's always hard to level up. Yeah, and let's go. Yeah, it's pretty slow to level up unless you do some shiny hunting. Unless you or unless you just keep catching a bunch of Pokemon. But yeah, we should definitely do more catching. We can go back to Lavender Town and go up north if we can. So the clip is on Discord. What did you post on Discord? Posting the clip of the Avodago. You found a way to freeze others on stream avatars? What? You can make people stuck? I can take any stream avatar and I can like stick them to the screen. You can rematch the gym leaders at the end? Really? I forgot about that. Being able to fight them over and over sounds good. See, I don't think that we went... Did we go from the north? Oh yeah, this is where the cave is. Let's switch Eevee to be the first in our party. And let's beat up these noobs really quick. If they're weak, we'll see. Poor Victor Beale is dying. We should have helped them up, but there's only a couple people up here. We could go to the west and maybe do some catching over there. We could go hunting for some new Pokemons. We gotta catch them all after all. Charmeleon! Oh, wow. I can't believe it. We're gonna suck the life force out of this Pokemon right here. My favorite move is super effective against them. Let me just take all that life from you. Thank you so much. There's a beautiful sunset right now. Ooh, a beautiful sunset. Wow. Awkward. Please only use the naming thing whenever we're catching a Pokemon. Because it's difficult to remember all of the names. Now you're going to have to remind me of that. Because it might be forever until we catch a Pokemon. Do-do-do-do-do. What about you? What about you? Oh, we've already beat them both up. Okay. This guy we have not fought. And we have a water-type move. So that's great. We can wash him away. I wonder if there's anything else in this cave that we haven't caught. I know that we've got a Geodude, but I don't think we've caught a Graveler yet. Beat up this little munchkin. You think you're so strong with your little rock muscles? You're about to get washed away, little dude. See you later. Whoosh. Oh, okay. So you want me to bits it them then? Bits it? What the heck does that mean? I'm confused. When people use draining kiss, I just say you're gonna get You're gonna get the kiss of death? Is that what you're saying? The brutal kiss of death. At least it doesn't kill any of these Pokemon. Pokemon can only die from old age, you guys, right? Isn't that true? I think that Pokemon can only die whenever they get really old. I'm pretty sure. Sorry, Clark. You got 3 Pokeballs. Nice. That's another way to get objects is by fighting people. Sometimes they give you some good loot. Some great balls. Nice. Should we use a lure in this cave? What is in this cave? It's pitch black. Yes. What is hiding in here? Okay, I'm pretty sure that we've already caught both types of bats. Who else can we catch in here? Do we have one of these little munchkins? I'm pretty sure that we do. Let's see. What does it look like whenever you've already caught one? Switch back to our Pokeballs that we have 200 of them. Holy moly. 200. We're a maniac. How did you get Biss from Kiss? I didn't say Biss. Yeah, the kiss of death. Rip. Yahoo! Yeah. Bad toss. Bad toss. Awkward. One little bitty. Thank you for the beautiful doggo. I appreciate it. Thank you for that adorable little sweet doggo. Yeah. #1 TTS spammer in the entire world. Awkward. Awkward. You're gonna get a new award. You're gonna get a new award. The master of the Avodago. I need to keep my Avodago like on. I need to just like keep it on my desk so that I can grab it. BRB, gonna grab some dinner. All right, Callie, get some noms. Get some noms. I don't know what's for dinner, but I hope that you have a wonderful time. Get some food. Get some nommies. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, I'll be back later with a better connection. Sounds good, Lupus. The train is a mess. The train is a mess. We'll see you whenever you actually can watch. When I mess up a throw, I always say that's possibly the worst throw in Pokemon history. Put that in the Pokemon history books right there. The worst toss ever. I mean, it's a mess though. It is a dang messy game. I mean, motion controls, they're all over the place. You can play by just pressing A and it throws the Pokeball, but I think this is more fun. I like the challenge. The difficult part is whenever they're flying and moving left and right and stuff. I think we've already got one of these little cuties. We'll see. Does it add to the Pokédex? You tuck Cubone away in the Pokemon box. Well, we get XP either way. I know I've already got these bats. We could always lure in here, but let's go discover some more areas. Thank you for the good luck bits, Awkward. I appreciate it. We will undoubtedly find shinies now. Thank you for the good luck for the shinies. That's good luck. Yeah, let's go to the left because I think that you catch Eevees. Let's look at our map. I remember where the Eevees are. I wonder if they're the same in this one. Yep, the Eevees are over here on Route 16. So my question is, can we make it past Celadon City now? I don't think that we can, but we should try. We should try. Hey, it's Jet Shepherd. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. G'day. G'day. How is your day going, Jet? Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you, Jet. Much love. Much love to our friendo, Jet. All the way from Australia. All the way from Australia. I wanted to say, yesterday I was watching some YouTube with Arisa and I showed her this Siggy Butt Brain. Have you ever seen that, Jet? It's an incredible animation by Michael Cusack, I think. Siggy Butt Brain. I wanted to share her. I wanted to share some culture with her. Let me see, shall we go through here? Yes. We watched some Bogan animation. It was incredible. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. It fried my brain. Yeah, I have some classic Australian humor. I love Australians. Ow, ow, ow. We love Australians here. Oi, 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 oi. Whether it's Siggy Butt Brain or whether it's what's the other Australian thing, or whether it's Dank Pods. We gotta love some spicy Australian humor. Much love. Also, Australia really does have like a Dank Pods. Yeah, he's an Aussie YouTuber that several people in the chat watch. He just reviews earphones. He's a jazz drummer that reviews earphones. He's really funny. He's really funny. But what was I saying? Oh yes, you're old and not with the times. Oh, no worries. It's just a YouTube channel. You know how YouTube channels are. It's like there's like hundreds of million plus subscriber YouTube channels. Nobody can know them all. Nobody can know them all. They're all just like micro famous. They're nothing like real celebrities. But yeah, there's Australian, like Bogan Australian reminds me so much of Texans. Texans and Australians are not so different. I'm like a movie villain that finally encounters the hero and like leans in and says, "You know what? We're not so different, you and I." But yeah, I was gonna say that. I didn't want to be rude. Yeah, I'm telling you, like Texans and Australians aren't so different. They have funny voices. They live in an extremely hot environment. I'm just saying, I don't know. The hillbillies, they try to fix everything. I mean, fixing old cars. That's like a double thing, you know? Bunch of jacked up cars in suspicious towns. Nice. Ah, bogan's a bad word. Bogan is okay. Bogan is only used with love. With love. You'd love to have a barbecue with Australians in Texas, and it would be so much fun. Yeah, we'd be kicking back with some brews. Oi, oi, oi. My friend chose the song Working Class Man as a theme song for Bogan Australians. You say it like 3 times a day. It's important. It's important. What are we going to do about... Oh, Lino, thank you very much for that. E-boy! I would totally. Barbecues. That's another thing that's loved. Cooking out. Cooking out with some beers and a barbecue. That's... And camping and stuff. Camping and hunting. Close with nature. All right, Mad Choke, you're a trouble buster. You're in trouble, Mr. Muscle. I don't remember how to beat up fighting. I wonder if Dark is good against fighting. I almost never have a Pokemon with a Dark type move. Australians love cooking outside. A lot of houses have full-blown kitchens on the porch. Yo, that's awesome. I did not know that. I did not know that. Texans we love our barbecue. Lots of friends that I had whenever I was younger, they had like huge grills and huge smokers that like you couldn't move around without like hooking them up to a truck. Holy moly. Like Texans are serious about cooking the barbecue. Well, we can celebrate Australia Day by barbecuing. Yes, yes. Well, it's always spicy around here. It's like always summer in Texas. There's only a few months. To stop, I might need a 1-second timeout to stop hugging. What are you doing, J Ranger? What are you doing? You can't be hugging everybody. That's too wholesome. The wholesome meter's gone all over the place. You do love a good shrimp on the barbie. On the barbie. Come here. It's not even called shrimp. It's called prawns. I know. Help! Ranger, what's happening? What's happening? Oh, look. Oh, he's a gamer. Gamer Stan. Gamer Stan, you fool. You may be a gamer, but you're about to get pwned. Use ancient gamer. I have to use ancient gamer talk for this old man. He's probably behind on the time. Your Rhyhorn is destroyed. It's what, level 35 in this field? What is my Pokemon at right now? I feel like I'm still severely underleveled. I don't know how I'm underleveled this time because I used to in the Pikachu one I was always overleveled. But in this one somehow I've been swept underneath the rug. What's my top 10 Pokemon? That's so hard. It's so difficult. Pikachu's like my favorite design. Eevee is the cutest one, and my favorite legendary is probably Lugia because it was my first one and I love Lugia. Let's see, what else do I love? Yamper is such a cutie. I do love Yamper. Yamper is just like a good Corgo. A good Corgo. Who else do I love? I mean, as far as evolutions, Vaporeon's probably my favorite. Although I am very tempted by Sylveon. Sylveon is beautiful. Does she only have Meowths? What's happening? I don't know. I don't make lists in my head of favorites most of the time. If you ask me for my top 10 favorite movies, I mean, you know how much I like movies, but I wouldn't be able to determine my favorite movies or my favorite games. I don't know. I don't think about lists of things that I like very much. I should, so that we can fill out the FAQ page. So that the Earl Wiki can finally be completed. Oh, we flinched. Nice. Before she battles, she talks about Meowth being the cutest. Oh, wow. Meowth has a coin on their head. They're like a weird cat with a growth on their forehead. I do like that they look like little humans, though. They stand up on their back legs and they talk sassy. You struggle too with that stuff? You can never say what's your number one anything. And bands. You know how much I love music. And I really cannot pick my favorite bands. I don't like it. I don't want to. I love so many of them. I don't rank things by enjoyment. I just enjoy them. If you beat her and talk to her, she's like, oh, I like Pidgey and Rattata too. What? Lex, how do you remember all of this? Do you have an encyclopedic memory? What the heck? This is incredible. Let's try to burn Pikachu. You get fried. Bands, you love music. You always have your Google Home playing music all day. I normally have it either in my headphones or in my car. If I'm in my car, I'm definitely going to be listening to music. I'm always jamming. I'm always jamming, baby. Let's go. Come on, Kenny. Where's the Pokemon hunting? Oh, what do you mean awkward? Do you want me to shiny hunt? Is that what you're saying? You think that it's shiny hunting time? I wanted to hunt for a shiny Eevee, but it's not time. I don't know where they are yet. It's your background noise. I see. Yes. Background noise is nice. I do like to actively listen to music sometimes, and sometimes I'll just put it in the background. While I'm playing games, I normally, especially apps and certain computer games, I'll mute the game audio, and then I'll just play whatever music I want. Like last night, I was playing a nice relaxing game while playing the Doom soundtrack. Jamming, except when listening to awesome streamers like, no, Britain. Britain, you can't be complimenting me. I can't believe it. Britain, you sweet bean. I'm happy to be your background noise. You want a Pokemon named Devodigo? Oh my gosh, that's what it is. You just want your Pokemon. It should be like removed. I should remove your offer. What were you drawing this whole time, Arisa? Oh my gosh, that's where you were. What? Shout. Is Shout in the chat? What? The Chonkachu boy? Oh my gosh. Ah, it's adorable. It's adorable. Oh, Chonkachu boy. The Chonkster. The Chonk. Look at the Chonk. This is drawn by Arisa. It's so cute. Look at that boy. Look at that boy. Oh my gosh. Who was my favorite? Look at the Chonk. He's adorable. Oh my gosh. Arisa, you know just how to draw me. You know what? We can just, I could just put this right on the front. This can officially be my VTuber avatar. Can this be officially my VTuber avatar? I want to look like this. A happy boy. So Chonk. I know, it's so cute. It's so cute. My favorite human character in Pokemon? I do really like Nessa. Nessa is sassy, and her design is super duper cool. I wonder. Jesse and James are awesome. I pretty much like all of the standout characters. Like Jesse and James are fun. I like their hair and their sassy personalities. I like Nessa's personality, and her design is really fun. Misty has a fun design that's interesting. I don't know. I normally like designs that stand out instantly. That you could like even draw poorly and it would stand out. Arisa, I love that Chonkachu art so much. So cute. Everybody loves Nessa, Sonia, or Melanie as their waifu. I wouldn't say waifu. I've been more nervous about using that word recently. But yeah, also I don't remember her name, but the like emo girl, that's in Team Shout or whatever. She's a great character design too. I like the ones that stand out. Marnie, yeah. I like Marnie's character design too. Yeah. I like her. She reminds me a lot of an anime character. It's a fun design that stands out. Yeah, Team Yell and all of the Galarian designs are really fun. Are you playing Pokemon Let's Go? I'm playing Let's Go Eevee, Crystal. Let's Go Eevee. It's a remake of Pokemon Yellow, and it's there are two different ones. There's Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. I have both of them. Okay, lovely friends, I must go. I have adulting to do and I need to clean the house. Jet, good luck. Good luck, Jet, with your cleaning of your house. It's nice to hang out with you, even if it's a tiny, tiny bit. We love you, Jet. And I'm glad that I hope that you're thriving. Thriving. We love you, Jet. We'll see you whenever you want to hang out. Oh, Arisa, are you going to go to bed? You need to get some sleep. You got a big day tomorrow, Arisa. Good luck with your big day. We will see you soon. Get some rest. Get some rest. Get some rest. You play Eevee as well. What's your best Pokemon? Yours is Blastoise. Oh yes. In this game, you can get Charmander, you can get Squirtle, and you can also get... What's the last one? Bulbasaur. You can get all of the OG starters. I don't think I'm allowed through here yet. Please let me through. They didn't stop me. What? What? Oh, I think that this is where you catch Eevee. I thought that I wasn't allowed to catch Eevee yet. Oh, now we're in Celadon. Okay, now we need to go left. Let's see. Goodbye. Lockdown has stopped me doing stuff so I can't be... Has stopped me from doing stuff so I can't be lazy on the PC. Oh, no. Jet, it's okay. It'll be over soon enough. Thanks for hanging out with us a little bit, Jet. It was fun, as always. We love you, Jet. Well. What do we have here? Hey, it's Kelsey! Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
Hey, what's up, Kelsey? It's nice to see you. Huzzah! Kelsey returns. We missed you. We miss you, Kelsey. I hope you had a wonderful trip. Oi! How was your trip when you fell from heaven? Oh, wait. No, you fell all the way from Ohio or something? Idaho? I don't remember. I don't remember the state, but I hope you had a wonderful time over in that other state. Iowa. Oh, no. Dang it, I was close. It was the other eye. Oi. I hope that you had a fantastic time while you were gone. But we missed you. I'm glad that you're back. Oi, oi, oi. Kelsey. How was your time? Was it incredible? We're getting attacked by a Snorlax. Mom just came back from Iowa. Oh, so you don't have to watch the Planties anymore, Calico? Also, did you get dinner? Did you get the dinner? Is it dinner time? I'm gonna fry this big boy. This big boy's getting cooked. Oh my gosh, it's powerful. It was all right. It was 93 degrees for most of the trip, so super hot. So while you were working out, you were sweating. Kelsey was sweating and working out. Kelsey is so strong. You're so strong, absurdly strong, TBH. Kelsey, you have to stop flexing on the chat. You're making everybody feel inferior because you're so powerful. Oh, and you got a bagel with cheese.
Oh, yeah. I cannot have bagel and cheese, but that is okay. That's okay. It sounds good.
Mom came back yesterday, so you're free. The plants will be watched by their master. Their master has returned, and now the plants will be managed by her. Let's awaken our Pokemon. Keep it alive. I'm free! I'm free! Do you have any plants of your own, Calico? Would you ever think about getting plants, or are you now scarred from watching over plants? You're scared to give advice again after I got you to evolve your plant? Oh, I only teased you about that, Lex. The plant is good. I do like the upgraded plant. It's good to evolve your plants. I generally don't keep the original forms of Pokemon. I just let them evolve because I want to collect them all anyway. That's the most important thing, is finishing the Pokedex. That's number one. Number one is Pokedex. Number two is awesome shinies. Those are our priorities. So anything that follows those is fine with me. Oh, does he get healed immediately? I think that Snorlax doesn't heal. Oh, it does heal immediately, but stays asleep for a bit. Oh, healed all the way. No. What am I supposed to do? That's a bummer. Yeah, I see that, Lex. Yeah, I see that. I saw that happen live. Let's wrap him. We gotta beat him up. Let's see. So, bouncy bubble. Let's do this a few times so that we can get all healed up. You had a plant gifted to you whenever you bought the house. It was dead in a week, so no one gives me plants. Oh no! Calico, have you ever considered getting a cactus? Like one of the little tiny baby cactuses that are available at Home Depot? Could you get one of those little babies and just put it in the window? Just let it exist. Just leave it alone. Workout break. I don't see a workout break. I don't see one, J Ranger. I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, I'm gonna even look at my reward queue. I think that you're full of beans. Let me see. Yeah, you're full of beans. There's no workout break. What are you talking about? Oh, Beowulf, is it sippy time? Okay. I'm gonna try not to sip too much because, I don't know, I'm feeling a tiny bit nauseous. The house doesn't get very good sun. I wonder if they need sun. I don't know. You're talking to chat, but you're trying to convince somebody else to do a workout break. J Ranger, how about you get a workout break? You're trying to get other people to do it. Shaking my head. Oh, Eevee's asleep. What am I doing? I gotta switch to. Oh my God. Okay. It's time to go sicko mode. I think that this is normal. So let's get a fighting type. I think that this is normal. Oh my gosh. You're so frustrating. I've only got a minute to beat it up. We might not even defeat it. I think Pikachu has fighting moves. Let's go. Come on, Pikachu. Chop, chop. We gotta hurry. This big dum-dum is causing nothing but trouble. It's a desert plant, so you think it'd need a lot of sun? I don't know. You might be right about that. You might be right, Calico. I do like another. Whoa, that's weak as heck. This guy's an absolute chunk. Holy moly, critical hits and super effective, and it doesn't do anything. Dude. We've been outplayed. Our Pikachu's too low of a level. I told you guys that we needed to level, and this is the way to. We're headed to the place that I want to level at. I should have just stuck with Eevee, even though it's not even effective. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we're gonna miss this one. Another plant that's really cool in Texas is it's a type of bonsai tree, but it's really, really hardy, and it can take a lot of sun, and it can take the heat. In fact, the winter is like the only real problem. That's the only real danger. Yeah, bonsais. Bonsais are good in Texas. I was shocked. But I kept my bonsai alive for a long time. It survived longer than a year. I was shocked. I'm not even good at taking care of plants. And I was always told that bonsais were tough to care for, but this one was a good bean. My wife and I are getting the Lego one as a housewarming thing. That's awesome. As a housewarming gift to yourself to warm up the house. Pee up. Nice. Drex, what's up? Pokemon Mon. Oi, oi. Drex, how are you doing? What's up? Hey, wait a second. I know Drexion. Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you. I wish that the Lego bonsai was bigger. It's so small. As soon as I saw it in real life, I decided not to get it. Oh, we need 40. I don't think that we have 40. We could have just double checked with him. We could have double checked, but I'm pretty sure we don't. How many have we caught? Like 30, 38 or something. 36, even smaller. We're at 36. It says 38 on my screen. What the heck? Maybe I put it as Pokemon Scene accidentally. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing fantastic, Drex. Or pretty good. Actually, my tummy kind of hurts, but that's okay. Just a little tummy whine. But it's okay. Yeah, I woke up really late today. I wanted to get more stuff done. I wanted to get things done today, but I woke up so late. I did in Skyrim, whenever you just want to wait time, whenever you want to wait a little bit of time and you just like sleep really quick. That's what I accidentally did this morning. I skipped the morning accidentally. Whoopsies. I accidentally went skippies. I should have gotten up earlier and got some work done. I was going to make it so that I want to implement a bunch of new music to the stream for funsies. To make it exciting. You love the tank top? I do too. The tank top is lots of fun. And purple's my favorite color, so it's a perfect outfit. Tank tops are also really comfy because it's so spicy around here. It's so spicy hot in Texas. Maybe I'll even go on a walk a little bit later. Go on a little walk, get out and about, get some fresh air. That would be good. I will not switch my Pokemon for anything. Eevee is my Swiss Army knife and will take care of almost everything. Except for fighting type. Fighting type will kick my poor normal buns. Good, Eevee, good. Kill those poor ducks. Destroy the ducks. I want us to go out and maybe we can catch some Eevees out here.
Nani? Omae wa mo shindeiru.
Purple's your favorite color? I couldn't tell. Yata, it's so beautiful though. It's so beautiful. I need to set up a more purpley background, like lighting colors. I'll figure out a way to do it where it's super perpy. Okay, so this is like Eevee Road, essentially. That was loud. Drex! How dare you scream Patricia at me? Oi! Yeah. Honey, can you be quiet for a second? That's exactly what I was saying. Patricia! Honey, can you please be quiet? It's an excellent one. I love it too. I feel like people only use that to just scare me now. It was used as as I introduced it while we were still playing Phasmophobia, and people used it to scare me all the time, but I always loved it. I love it because of the vine. We need more vines. Yes, yes, yes. We need more vine audio. Patricia! Honey, can you please be quiet? There's a lot of good vines by that dude. Oi, Vaporeon is so cute. Vaporeon is, I think it's one of my favorite evolutions. It's got to be like number 2. Sylveon and Espeon are super cute though. I don't know, maybe number 3. I think Vaporeon might be number 3. Anytime you see that name, that's what you think of. I can't believe it. The Vine has made it so that the name only means one thing. It's true. Patricia only can be screamed. Jolteon and Leafeon are your favorite? Jolteon is just literally a dog. Like, Jolteon is so very a dog. Jolteon and Flareon look like puppers. I mean, just look at this. This is just a spiky-haired pupper. This is a pupper with a little bit of a dew. Okay, so if that's electric, then the best thing is... Oh, wait. Is there a hidden item? Did you just see Eevee's tail? There is a hidden item. Oh, we're close. Where is it? Ah! Ooh, a silver raspberry. See? There you go. That's how you get the fancy berries, is that you find them randomly. Oh, there's another one in here. There's 3 raspberries. Nice. 3 boring ones or 1 really good one. Okay, if we want to beat up... You're a love disc? Oh, you can pick to be whatever Pokemon you want. These little beans at the bottom of the screen. You can... Yeah, you are. You're a little love disc. Whoopee! Yahoo! In fact, let me grab you. No, I pinned it. Oh, no. Remove the pins. Remove the pin. Oh, no. Love disc is stuck forever. Boop. Boop. There you go. Drex on display. You look beautiful. Okay, let me remove. I can't remove this pin at the bottom of the screen. Stop. Unpin. Unpin. I've stuck somebody to the bottom of the screen. I can't tell who it is. I'm sorry. I'm a bully. I'm a bully and I should not be trusted. Okay. Oh, that's the crane couple. Weird. Yeah, no. Okay, there we go. Okay, now they're loose. Drex is stuck. Drex, so sorry. Here, I'm going to go. Weird. Yes, you can change the Pokemon at the bottom of the screen. At the bottom of the screen, you can change them. And if you're on mobile, then you just need to, like, go to my, whatever it's called. The, like, little summary where you can see all of my, my panels. It's wherever the panels are. That's where you change them. Okay, let's go back. We've got $150,000 in this game. Holy moly. Okay, let's switch over, I guess Onyx. Onyx is weak as heck, only level 26. I don't think that Onyx is going to be down to clown with this Jolteon. I think this Jolteon's going to kick his butt. He's a weakling. Yes. You call Blastoise? There can be multiples. There can be multiples. Don't worry. You can pick the same Pokemon as somebody else. Y'all could even be a whole army of Pokemon if you wanted to. You could all pick to be the same ones. It's 37. I don't think that we can beat him up. There's an Animal Crossing streamer where your avatar is Julian. Yeah, there's all sorts of stream avatars that you can download. But I've only downloaded Pokemon for now. There's one stream where you're Wailord. Wailord used to be available on the stream, but everybody spammed it. Everybody spammed the Wailord, so I deleted them. They've been destroyed. Also, we may be level 26, but we're so super effective against this Jolteon, we're actually going to defeat it in like 3 hits. Boom! Yep, 3 hits it looks like, unless they heal up their Pokemon. You stay still, Jolteon. You're about to get wrapped. You can't fight a big old rock monster with your silly little punches. You're a small pig. Ooh woo. What? Are you one of the which kind of small pig? A little piggy. I love our boy Slowpoke. Slowpoke is so silly. So silly. I love all of the Pokemon are great. This is why I'm saying I don't mind saying that I'll take any Pokemon tattoo. I'm not scared. I'm not scared, you guys. You can't pick a Pokemon that I would hate to have a tattoo of. I don't think it's possible. Okay, there's another goodie in here somewhere. Aha! A Nanab berry. Vulpix is so cute. Vulpix is so pretty. Vulpix is like a fox. All right. Sly like a fox. There, I'm Rosalia. Rosalia is beautiful too. I love her little rosy hands. Hey, little rosy hands. She should be the one to like carry the queen's crown or something. She should be handling all of the Oh wait, oh we're the wrong thing. We're supposed to be back to Eevee, because Eevee can kick Flareon's buns for sure, for sure. And whenever we use our water move with Eevee, we actually we even drain some of their health and we get them. Here we go. I love how pretty and fluffy the tail is. I didn't know that it had fighting type moves. Eevee, I'm sorry. I didn't know that this was a fighting type. What a turd. Oh no. How much is this? 30 health points? That's nothing. Oh, I don't know if I trust. It's 36 and we're 37. Can we kill them in 1 hit? Gamble! Get him! Get him in 1 hit. Come on. Come on. No! No, Eevee's dead. Eevee, no. Please be healed a lot. Oh, no. Your toast. A flamethrower might still work. Eevee, you lived. Eevee lived. Please. Destroy. What a savage. Totally outplayed. I was totally outplayed by that Flareon. Shaking my head. Absolutely outplayed by stupid floofy tailed. Well, this happens. Is this a Nuzlocke? Heck no. I've never done a Nuzlocke. Like it says, it's just we're just casually collecting. I'm playing casually because I am not great at this game. But the more we play, the more comfy I'll be. I'm getting more comfortable with type matchups. Ah, no, it doesn't work. I turned it off, Lex. I turned it off. Shiny Dex only. Oh, what does Shiny Dex only mean? Somebody else said that, Drex. I'm so confused. What does this mean? What does Shiny Dex mean? Oh, I'm learning so much. Drex is teaching me all of the things. Also, we really need to keep everybody healed up. Otherwise, they won't level. You can only catch a Pokemon if it's shiny? What? That sounds ridiculous. How can you do that without... I guess you'd have to mod the game, wouldn't you? You'd have to break the game because there's no way that you'd have enough Pokeballs for that. Is there some sort of like allowance that lets you get the original ones or something? It doesn't seem possible. Let's just revive our Eevee since we're out and about. Revives aren't too expensive and we can just level our Eevee while we're out here. And let's double check. Let's switch out Pidgeotto, because I don't think the Pidgeottos are great Pokemon for us to keep. Let's see if we can find a better Pokemon for our team. Maybe an Abra is a Psychic, I believe. It'd be good to have a Psychic on the team, I guess. Their nature is serious. Me too, buddy. Very, very serious. Quirky. Oh, he's quirky. Quirky worm. Let's see. We've got fire type. We've got grass type. Eevee sure gets beat up by fighting type. Mochi's fairy. We have electric. We've already got a lot of things covered already. Maybe we should use an Abra. What type is Is Mr. Mime psychic? Psychic and fairy. If we're gonna use the psychic, I'd way rather have a Mr. Mime on the team than a boring old Abra. Scary. We need the scary clown. Scary clown. Scary clown. Let's level up the scary clown for Obst. For Obst and Alchemic. 2 clown fans. Never mind, the combos for shiny hunting is catching them. It's been a while since I played this. The combos is catching them. It's been a while since you played it. I don't know. I don't know how shinies only works. Obst would be proud. Obst loves the clowns. Obst is a clown fan, a clown stan. Yeah, this is where I caught my shiny Eevee. My first shiny Eevee that I ever caught was right here. Right here. Go, 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 go. Okay, let's, maybe we should use a lure and catch a... Oh, wait, look at that. There's a secret item here. Are y'all seeing Eevee's little tail goes like... Whenever it's time to go. Real-time bread, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Real-time bread. I hope you're doing good. Hello there, breast bud. Oi, 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 oi. Bread. It's good to see you. Hello. New favorite streamer alert. Oh, what? Are you talking about me, Crystal? Surely you are not. Surely you are not. Crystal. Rayquaza. Boing. There you go. Yata knows what's up. Now we gotta beat up Duolingo. Duolingo, you. Oh my gosh, Crystal, you're so sweet. I'm glad that you. What? Great. Pocket monsters. Oh my god. Hey, Kuri. Kuri, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the raid. Oh, the raiders. Hi there. Oi, 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 oi. We're hanging out, catching some Pokemon. I hope y'all had a wonderful time. Was Kuri was playing Nintendo 64 games, but I don't know what. I'm sorry, I didn't tune in. You guys, thanks for coming over here. Gassy's here. Hyperviolets. Hi there. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, what? Did you come over here? Did you come over here from Kuri again? Redaley, I think is how to say that. Zizo, welcome, welcome. And Kuri herself. How was the stream, Kuri? I hope it was incredible. It was Banjo-Kazooie. I thought that you said that you were gonna beat it. But then again, I watched to the end of that stream and I knew that you didn't beat it. So I'm a dum-dum. So I'm a dummy. I literally watched till the end of the stream where you said you might finish it and you didn't finish it. So I should have remembered, but I didn't. Erica Donut, what's up? Pocket Monsters. Yes. Pocket Monsters. Oh my gosh. There goes and also, because you guys just got here, I should do 2 things for y'all. I've got 2 small gifts for all of you raiders that came over with my friend Okuri. 2 small gifts just for you. For 1, I'm going to do a little bit of juggling. And for 2, we're going to pet Eevee. I'll listen. Sometimes I let people force me to do these things, but here's 2 small gifts. One of them is a cute Eevee. Eevee looks flustered. Here's 1 gift. Yippee, 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 yippee. Is this cutie? Yes! And wait a second. Wait 1 second. Did I just see that image appear? The image appear needs to be bigger. It needs to be big. Okay, there we go. There it is, the boy. Thank you. I appreciate it. E-boy. Pet, pet, pet. So sweet, baby. This is gift number 1. Gift number 1 is me going. Poop, 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 poop. Where's the tickle? How do we tickle her? That's so cute. It's like a... Ah, cute. Cute, cute, cute. Okay, let me juggle these Pokeballs for a second. Here. I'll juggle these. These are not juggling balls. So they're way unnecessarily hard to juggle. Because they're light as a feather. But still, thank you everybody that came over with the raid. Kuri, if you need to go get some food or go get some water or go do something, then go do it. And everybody that came over with the raid, I love you and I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day. If you're leaving, then I hope that you had a wonderful time. If you want to stick around, then we're going to catch some cute Pokemon. We're gonna catch some sweet Pokemon. You need to take a nap? Sounds good. Look, Eevee's taking a nap. You should go get some rest. Kuri, go get some rest while listening to your sweet stream. Oh, thanks. I slept all day and yet I'm still tired. How does that work? Why whenever I sleep more, it makes me more tired? Stupid human. Stupid human brain. human. Oi, oi. Crystal, thank you for the cute emote. Hey, Kareem. Kareem. Oh, my God. God bless.
Sub girl get Kurget.
Could we get some hype in the chat? Hey, Kareem, thank you so much for the 11 months. Almost an entire year. I can't believe it. I can't believe that it's almost been an entire year. It's been the best year of my life. It's been the best year of my life. 100%. I'm glad that I could share the best one with you, Kuri. Yes, 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 yes. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you so much for the subby. I appreciate it. I wonder which one of our subs is older. I think my sub's older. I think that I got you on subbies. I'm not sure. But yes, yes, yes. If you need to get some sleep, then go get some sleep. Thank you for reaching the sub goal, you guys. I appreciate it. It's never required, but it's so appreciated. You guys are so sweet and super duper supportive, and I appreciate it. You help me buy food and stuff and eat and all that. It's really important stuff, you know. Yahoo! Oi, oi, Erica Donut. I love your name, by the way. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. More donuts, please. I love donuts. My favorite type of donut would either be a blueberry cake or it would be a filled. I don't care what it's filled with, just so long as it's fruity. I like a fruity donut filling. I don't prefer creamy, but it's okay if it's creamy. Especially if it isn't milk. I mean, I'm allergic to milk, so obviously no go for that one. But I do not mind some cream. Some types of it don't actually have milk in it. But see, I don't know about custard. I don't know if I can eat custard. I think I tried a custard donut one time and I could have it. You're making me want to eat donuts. Uh-oh. Pink Monster, I love donuts. Pink Monster, I'm pretty sure that if I met up with you, we could like get a dozen mixed donuts, and I bet that you and I could eat them all. Listen. I don't know. Pink Monster, what do you think? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we work together? Let's eat them all. Nom, 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 nom. Yes, please. I could even eat. Oh man, especially if we could warm them up. I feel like we could do it. You guys, we got to work together. We got to work together and eat them all. Let's learn agility. Let's leave that alone. You love the French cruller donuts? Ooh, those are good. Those are good. I eat so... You might need to have 7, though? All right. Sounds good. So that's your limit? Sounds... Okay. We got it, Monster. We got it. Let's eat the donuts. Also, we got Rapidash. Nice. Don't judge me for liking Krispy Kreme donuts. What are you talking about, Legs? What are you even talking about? What on earth could that possibly even mean? I literally don't... I just don't understand how the words work in the sentence that you just made. Krispy Kreme donuts are the best donuts. Everybody knows that. Like, it's even it's the biggest donut chain, too. It's the biggest donut chain in America. I guess, unless you count Dunkin'. I'm sure that Dunkin' is bigger. Everybody loves Krispy Kreme donuts. It's like one of the best donut brands ever. They even like ship Krispy Kreme donuts to other stores to sell them. They're fantastic. I love them. They are very distinctive though. So they're nothing like if you count all of the donuts that are made by little mom and pop places, which are delicious. If you compare them to Krispy Kreme, you can always tell which one's the crispy. It reminds me of like Lay's. Like a Lay's chip has a distinctive taste. A McDonald's French fry has a distinctive taste. And so do Krispy Kreme donuts. They really stand out. In a very, very saturated market, they stand out still. Oh, wow. Vio, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. That's my friend Vio. That's my friend Vio. Hey, oh. Much love to the Vio. How are you doing? Baba booey to you, my friend. I hope you are doing absolutely fantastic today. I hope you are vibing, my friend. We are vibing, hanging out, playing some Pokemon. I just ran away accidentally. Woohoo! I'm gone. I'm catching this Eevee. I'm catching a little cutie.
Boy. 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 Boy.
Wait, we don't have enough. We don't have enough Ultra Balls for this. Let's go. You prefer Dunkin', but everybody's allowed to like whatever donut chain they want. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, who's gonna pick on people for their donut choices? That's what I'm saying. You do be vibing right now. Nice. Vio is vibing. Vio's kicking back, enjoying. You've never tried Dunkin'? There aren't any near me. I've got Dunkin' near me, but I still haven't ever tried it before. I had a friend in high school named Duncan, and And since I know him, I don't think that I want to go to his donut shop. I'm sorry. Duncan, you scared me away from the donuts. Crystal. Crystal, please stop spamming the avatars. The easiest way to change your avatars where you don't have to put it in chat is at the bottom of the screen.
Kenny, don't forget the Avodaco.
An Avodaco filled donut? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Ew, Avodaco filled donut. No. We'll have none of that. You keep your Avodaco donuts to your whoops. Oh, don't forget the Avodaco. Get that out of here. Oi. Disgusting. Duncan's Donuts. I don't trust Duncan anymore. Free Shavodago. Shavodago filled. Yum. My favies. A question. Have you ever had a Nutella filled donuts? I don't really like Nutella. So no, I have not tried it. A really fun donut is a maple donut. A maple donut is delicious. It tastes like maple syrup. Yum. No, my Pokemon name. What? I thought that you named a green. Did I just catch a green one? By the way, I have a green little dodo. I forgot about that. Can you see my chats? Yes, I see your chats, Rager. You saying I can time out one player for you. That doesn't mean anything. I don't know what that means, JR. That's why I didn't respond to that, because I don't understand it. And if I respond to everything that I don't understand, then I'm just going to be busy going, what? How do you get a Pokemon on the screen? Oh, everybody has one. You've got one too, Real-Time Bread. And you can pick it. Yeah, there you are. You're a, what's it called? Let me see if I can remember their name. You're Magmar. Look at the bottom of the screen. There's a little selector if you're on the computer. If you're on mobile, then you need to look over in the, extensions panel. Woohoo! See you later. Also, look, Yata. I didn't know that there was a Quagsire. Oh my gosh! I acquired the sire. We need an acquire the sire redeem or something. What is this? Mimic. User copies a target's last move. I like that. Hey, Dakota, what's up? What's up, Dakota? I hope you're having a good day.
Hello.
User throws up a sturdy wall. Hit by weak telekinetic force. Meditates, raising its attack. I'm gonna replace meditate. Let's go. To be honest, my absolute favorite donuts usually come from local mom and pop shops. Yeah, that's what I generally eat. Also because it's cheaper. It's cheaper, and if you're eating something like an apple fritter, doesn't matter where you get it from. If you get an apple fritter from Krispy Kreme or from a mom and pop shop, almost always just as good. Although I have run into a couple of apple fritters that were crusty, that were super dry. That sucks. Nothing worse than a dry donut. I need a juicy donut. A big old juicy donut. No, I don't want a dodo. I don't want a dodo. That's no bueno. I know. If you ever have a if you ever get a donut and it's just it's dry. And it's dry and it just tastes like bread. It's disgusting. Oh, wait. Oh, we cannot fight this with Eevee. We cannot fight this with Eevee because Eevee's going to get their buns handed to them. Also, I wore these glasses for a second because we did a redeem. because we made it to 10 subs. 10 subs for the day. But I'm going to take them off now. He's fighting type. He's going to kick this one's buns. If it's fighting, then that means what's good against fighting? Ghost, I think. Ghost and Dark and stuff like that. Fighting would kick Eevee's buns because they're normal. Maybe we should equip out Alchemic, I guess. You're your favorite Pokemon now? Who is your favorite Pokemon, Real-Time Bread? This is so low level though. We could probably get our buns handed to us no matter what. It's Lotad. Oh, Lotad is cute. Isn't that the little frog baby with the little petal on its head? That's adorable. Fairy flying. Yeah, I don't have any flying. I do have Mochi, who's fairy, but I don't have any fairy moves. Is this guy even fighting? let's see. All we've got is double slap, body slam, pound, mimic. Mimic? What does that do? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, but we can switch back to Eevee with this guy out here. Hopefully he doesn't switch. We could just blast this guy with water. Oh, oh. Yeah, Lotad is absolutely a cutie. Let me see. A moist donut's so disgusting. Quagsire's the absolute best. I agree. Quagsire is an absolute beauty. I was gonna say, I don't know if this is gonna kill it in one shot, but it did. We just one-shotted Graveler, and now they're gonna whip out the Primeape again. I wonder if we can take a hit from Primeape. I kind of doubt it, because it's super effective, and we're not way over leveled. Let's keep battling, and let's see. You also love Machamp. Machamp is an absolute Chad. We're literally the same level, and they probably have good fighting moves. And since they're fighting, all that I could use is, I don't even have a psychic or a flying or any of that. You feel like you're basically lurking right now? Well, enjoy the lurks. Don't worry about it, awkward. I mean, this game is definitely one that you can kind of just kick back and watch me do some battles, see if I catch some Pokemons. You can just kick back, play your own game, or do something. You know, you can clean the house while you're listening. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Primeape is going to kick our buns, but he's level 38. Do I even have a better thing to fight them with? Onix would have their buns handed to them. Victor Beetle has some poison. That should be good. Let's try using poison against them. Oh no! I do appreciate that Eevee makes the same sound running away as dying, so I don't feel too guilty. Okay, well, it took one hit, but it's possible that they've got something better to hit me with. Let's try hitting them with the acid. U-turn! I think that's a normal move. What the heck? Poison's not good against them. That's too bad. Let's go for Sleep Powder. Let's see if we can put him in bed. Nah, U-turn's gonna kill us. No, my plant! My precious plant! My sweet pitcher! My sweet pitcher full of Pokemon! Let's go for... Let's see, it's fighting type. I don't think that this guy's ground. Maybe we could beat him with some electricity. At least he won't have any super effective attacks, I don't think. But Pikachu's really low level. Only 27. Like 10 levels below. Mamma mia. Let's go. Pikachu dies. Pikachu dies in one hit. Dang, I really just don't have anything to fight this guy. It's because Eevee can't fight fighting. I put way too much juice into one Pokemon. Eevee just gets wrecked by fighting. Yeah, we really need something to be able to defeat fighting type. What are we gonna do about them? Because the shame is that normally I can just power through with my main character and just do some like not so effective attacks. But I can't with Eevee because it's so effective against them. I can land a hit with Eevee if I let Pikachu die. Probably, because Eevee's pretty quick. But Pikachu will unfortunately die. A real shame. A real shame. Farewell, Pikachu! Also, that's a female Pikachu. It's got the little heart tail. Got the little cute heart tail. Let's look at what's our most aggressive attacks that we have here. What's the most aggressive thing that we can do? 90, 90, 90, 90. They're all 90. Okay. So likely gonna kill Eevee. Primeape's really, really fast. So we're probably gonna take a hit. He just did a normal attack. That's so funny. Why would you do this? We might win, depending on if he can one-shot us. We didn't heal all the way back up. U-turn again? What the heck is going on in this Primape's brain? This Primeape is a dum-dum. You're making a snack? All right. What's for snackies? What's a snack, J Ranger? You getting yourself some granola? Getting yourself granola? Or are you eating the Earl's signature snack? Carrots and pretzels. It's the best combo that you've never tried. No more lure. That's quite enough. I like to eat pretzels with my carrots. Real good, real tasty. I like it. It's like salty carrots. Salty carrots is pretty tasty. Okay. So what if we go all the way down here? What happens? Oh my gosh, that kind of scared me. Independent Oreo, welcome back. You made it. Independent Oreo returns. Oi, oi. I hope that whatever you were doing went well. Welcome back. You made it back in time. Oreo. Anne says, I believe in you, Kenny. You did. You believed in me. Anne believed in me when nobody else would. And you know what, Anne? You were right. You were right. Thank you, Anne, for the encouragement. By the way, I'm watching the stream while I eat brunch. That's great, Lex. What's for brunch? Any suggestions for naming a Vaporeon? Vaporeon, yes. Vaporeon's my favorite evolution, I think. Although Sylveon and the other one's so cute. Vaporeon. I don't know. What's a cute name? Aquafina. Aquafina, that's what I would name them. This is actually a plant. This is super effective against ground. So we need to switch to Eevee, and it'll probably do a plant attack on us. Oh no, we need to heal everybody because they don't level up if they're dead. Okay, back to work for me. Have fun. All right, Drex. Enjoy. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your work. Thanks for vibing with us. It's always good to see you, even for a little bit. Drex, I miss getting to hang out with you. At least I get to see you over in Oopsie's chat. Nice. Oops actually streams at a good time, so I can still see Drexy. Nice. You're watching a movie. Ooh, what movie were you watching? What movie? Were you watching Free Guy like everybody else? Like everyone else. We should go heal like right now. How close are we to the bottom of this? Can I leave? Can I please leave? Let me out. Let me out. How do I escape this area? I need to heal up my poor Pokemon. Half of them are dead. They're all dead. Push me to the ledge. All my pokes are dead. Hello? Yeah. Let me through. Oh, I think that this is the area where you learn how to swim. Oh, we're close. It's called Better Off Dead. Ooh, I've heard of this. Are we home? Are we to a village? Hello? Hello, is somebody here? Oh no, the bird brains. Oh great. Oh wait. Oh, we already got past them. Nice. We made it to a town. Let's heal up all of our poor Pokemon. You should go to sleep. You have a lot to do in the apartment. So many chores. So waking up early. All right. Anne's waking up early and taking care of stuff. Nice. Anne, we are proud of you. Good luck with the stuff tomorrow morning and get some good sleep. I hope that your sleep is good and that you get all of this stuff done. We'll see you later, Anne. Rest up. Oi. Okay, we gotta walk up here just to heal. How annoying. You have so much stuff to sort out this weekend. Oh my. I was supposed to do more work today as well, but I didn't. Darn it. I should have woken up earlier. I want to, maybe I'll do more work after the stream. I said that I would do that yesterday. I said that I would work on the stream yesterday, and I did. I bought a bunch of costume stuff online, and I looked into the fire that I found. I'd like to trade my Marowak for it. What do you want to trade? Marowak for Marowak? Oh, he's one of the ones that's sending an Alolan one. How do I need to put it in my party? A ground type. I thought I had one. I don't have any Pokemon. Did I not catch a Marowak? That's strange. I could have swore that I caught one. Do I not have one in my box? A ground type Marowak. Why did he specifically say that? Oh, I have a Cubone, silly me. I don't have a Marowak yet. We'll have one soon enough. We'll come back here. Oh wait, there's a training guy. Being a grown-up is a chore. Shaking my head. Indeed, indeed. And it's a mess. It's a mess. Being an adult so annoying. You had me fooled thinking that you were playing Sword and Shield. I'm sorry, Small Kiwi. I'm not trying to be confusing. The all streamers essentially use this category for Pokemon because it's way too hard to because there's like straight up barely any players of Pokemon these days. So we got to stick together. You know what I'm saying? We got to stick together. So yeah, I do really be pretending like I'm playing a Sword and Shield out here, but I am not. Do you want me to teach you a marvelous move? What kind of moves are you got, Buster? Sappy Seed, Glitzy Glow, and Freezy Frost. These names, I swear. Freezing. So this is probably grass. This is fairy, and this is well, I did say that I wanted to get a fairy one. It's the same with Flight Sim streamers. I get it. Yeah, it do be like that for sure. Blue Jay's here. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Sappy Seed can one-shot Onyxes? Yeah, but I bet Glitzy Glow would probably be better. For me to be able to parry the thing that's super effective against me might be really important in the future. Because fighting type is super effective against normal. So it might be a good idea to have something that I can try to bully them with. Let's see. Let's do this. But yes, you say yes, Britain's moving. This is so exciting. It's so exciting. Oh, it's Psychic, not Fairy. Okay. Same thing. Psychic is also super effective. But I want to keep Batty Bad. Bouncy Bubble has to be kept. Let's get rid of Sizzly Slide. That means that we're gonna need another fire type though. That's fine because I love fire types. Let's let Eevee. Let's see. Buzzy Buzz is good against water though. One of them has a chance to burn. Does this have a chance to? Yeah, it has a chance for paralysis. Maybe we should get rid of Buzzy Buzz since we have a Pikachu. Yeah, we're gonna have a Pikachu, so let's get rid of Buzzy Buzz. I have decided. You're getting all the planning done right now. You're getting like 600 square foot more. Nice. That's awesome. You can spread out your stuff. It's so nice to move to a place that's bigger, man. So many of the places that I moved to when I was a kid were smaller. So we would like, I guess it was kind of like both ways. Like we one time had a really small house, then we moved to a giant house, and then from that one we moved to the smallest house that we ever owned. So there was so much stuff that we had to get rid of. But it's nice to move to a place that's bigger because then you can just spread out. That's what I did with me and my roommate were living in a 1-bedroom and we moved to a 2, and it was so nice to be able to just like kick back and not worry so much about space. Although I'm still trying to downsize stuff. But yeah, moving is so exciting. I love moving so much. Moving is fun. I think that electric is super effective against flying, so let's move Pikachu to the front. So that we can kill some of these birds. Forever downsizing. That's my life. Story of my life. Yeah, I do love getting rid of stuff. It makes me happy. I want to be like more and more free. Because I think that I might not stay in this state or in the US forever. So I would rather be lighter rather than heavier on the items. And I have to keep a lot of stuff for streaming already. So I kind of want to get rid of let's go Thunderbolt. But yeah, I wanna have a lighter oh my gosh, freaking wrecked. Holy moly, super effective critical hit. Excellent. Poor Pikachu's such a weakling. Poor Pikachu is an absolute weakling. Well, we didn't get rid of our fire. We got rid of our electricity. Real big brain over here, but we can still sizzle him. You keep trying to downsize, but your big things are sentimental. Oh, that's sweet buns. Sometimes it takes a long time to get rid of stuff like that, and that is okay. That is okay. If you want to keep stuff because it's sentimental, then that is the most understandable reason for sure. Will you evolve it or keep it as a Pikachu? I think we might evolve this one, and then we might get a normal Pikachu. Let's just keep cooking this thing. Yeah, it'd be a real shame if I was like sentimental about a couch. You could just like never get rid of it. But this TV reminds me of whenever I used to watch VCR movies. Yeah, I think that my sentimental items fit within like a small shoebox. I'm pretty sure. And I almost got rid of some of that stuff too. I try not to let myself erase my past. I must be careful. I must be careful because I'm definitely the kind of person that will throw stuff away and maybe regret it later. But I like to aggressively get rid of things. You can give him a Thunderstone to evolve him super quick. That is true. I mostly just need to level him because I am severely underleveled somehow. Wham! Fighting type, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Eevee's so weak. Having a normal type Pokemon sucks. Man, I wish that Eevee was the same type as... I wish that it had a type. Goodness gracious. It reminds me of, like, all the times that I played with Pikachu was so freaking easy because it's just electric. I understand electric type, but normal is so confusing. Everything else is weak. This guy's literally just going to hand our buns to us. I can't do anything against him because Eevee's my only level Pokemon somehow. Ah! I don't know. Yeah, look, he's level 39. How are all these Pokemon so high level? I'm so weak. Oh my gosh. Just one-shot all of my Pokemon. It's not good. We need to go back. We're too far, you guys. We've gone too far. Fighting type is effective against rock. He's gonna kick my buns again. He's gonna kick my buns again because we're not using Pikachu. Pikachu would have zapped this dum-dum. But unfortunately, my Pikachu is not high level. Yep, there goes that one. See you later. Super effective against flying. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice, but that's not gonna happen today. Not today. How are you supposed to get everything for streaming on a plane? Yeah, that's a good question, J Ranger. I don't know. It'd be a lot of stuff. I don't know what I would do if I moved out of the country. I don't know what I'd do with all my stuff. I definitely keep the panels, but like, what would I do with my Legos and my manga and my DVDs? I don't know. I might put them into storage or something. Mimic, what is this? Oh, I just wanted to look at what it was. They wouldn't even let... I thought that it would let me read it, but it didn't. Okay, well, everyone died. Great. Good ending. This is the good ending, you guys. I fought a freaking bird-type guy. Darn. I'm so used to having an electric-type Pokemon that can kick birds' butts. But I'm getting schooled by a single bird with 3 heads. Stupid 3-headed bird. Suffer. Everything died. My Lego on a plane. Could you imagine? One topic, really? Really? Do you expect me to say, what am I going to do with all my Lego? That sounds so weird. That's wrong. I will never bow to the Lego. I will never bow to saying, what am I going to do with all my Lego? I don't think that I can fit all this Lego on a plane. Oh boy, I can't wait for my collection of Lego. No way. No way. I'll never believe it. It will always be Legos to me. It'll always be Legos to me. You'll never fool me. Lego sounds very strange. Listen, you can't trust it just because a Danish person said it, okay? You have to live your own life. Okay, you can't bow your knee to bad grammar. Awa, awa. How are you doing, OT? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're vibing. Do you like fidgets? What the heck is that? What the heck is a fidget? I like it already. Ah, Kangaskhan. I don't remember if you can get Kangaskhan in this game. I think that you might have to trade it from Go. I don't know, but we'll find out later. Can I get past this? Oh, look at that. He let me past.
He didn't even say anything.
You have to run? All right. We'll see you later, Britton. It was nice to hang out with you. Big fun. Big fun, Britton. Good luck. Lego the company has publicly stated that they are the Lego building sets and Lego bricks as a pluralization of the One Piece's Lego. Debunked 2.5 years ago with my first video. I'll toss the sword so that we can duel. See, this is what I'm saying right here. One topic is that you cannot trust these people. Have you ever heard of the GIF argument? Yeah. Have you ever heard of the aluminum argument? Well, you can't just trust the creator of things to tell you how to say it, okay? You can't just trust the creator. The creator does not always get to choose the pronunciation. Okay? So I will not bow a knee to the official way of saying it. It's not a debunk. It's only merely the opinion of them. They lost the choice of being able to control how it's pronounced as soon as they created the product. As soon as they created the product and it became part of the public domain, then everybody gets to choose. We live in a society. Thunderbolt, here we go. And Uno said that you can't stack 2+ cards. Yeah, and then also Monopoly official Monopoly rules is not to use. Okay, oh my gosh, dude. Aluminium and aluminum are two different words. No, they are not. No, they are not. They are two different pronunciations of the same material. But both of the pronunciations were made by the same guy. The guy that discovered aluminum said he pronounced it both different ways. He gave us both of the different pronunciations of it. What are we gonna do? God in heaven help us. This bird's gonna literally kill us. He's level 39. I thought that it would get weaker going to the right because we're going towards the... literally everybody's gonna die here. I can't escape this battle. I can't escape this battle, and he's just gonna kill every one of our Pokemon. So we just have to sit back. We just have to sit back and enjoy dying. Enjoy death, you guys. Yep, the Bird Keeper is my downfall because they can instantly kill my strongest Pokemon. And it's... don't even have an electric move against them. And I didn't know that they were going to be over here. That's too bad. Is Chad just a bunch of Pokemon? Yes, everybody at the bottom of the screen is a Pokemon. And also, hi there, Splat. I hope you're doing well. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. I created my own world on topic. This is Kenny's world. This is the world of my imagination. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and you will. Want to change the world? There's nothing to it. Yep. Kenny has changed the world to be his own imaginings. Shaking my head.
If you want to view paradise.
Yep, we can't do anything. Have you seen a stress ball? Is that what you're talking about? Are you saying, Ranger, are you saying, what, do I like fidget toys? I don't have any fidget toys. I mean, I kind of like them, I guess. I don't have anything against them. But I don't think that I own any fidget toys. No, if that's what you're asking. Hey, it's your show. Your show, your world. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. OT gives Earl excuses for 10 minutes straight. Go! Go, you little bean. You little bean, you. What are we gonna do here? Nothing is what we're gonna do. We're gonna die. We're going to die a painful death. A painful death. Eevee freaking eats it with a double kick to the face. Dead. Yikes. Yikes. You're finally home. Hey, Lupus, welcome back. Welcome back. Oi, oi. Oh, we'll see you later, Anne. Get some rest. Get some rest. Much love to our friendo Anne. You come back to see Eevee dying. Yep. I'm out of my element, Lupus. I shouldn't have walked over here. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. Oh, I gotta wait for this one to die. You should have kept Buzzy Buzz. It just one-shotted Dodorio in my game. See, I'm saying, Crystal, I didn't know that I was about to fight birds. I didn't know. I had just fought a bunch of fighting-type Pokemons, and then they give me birds. It's like they knew what I was gonna do. They knew what I was going to do. Oof. English is difficult today, but that's okay. But yes, Anne, we'll see you later. You said that you were going to go to bed a long time ago. All right, let's just go back. Let's just go back. This place sucks. Mom, take me home. I don't like any of the Pokemon here. I literally went over here to level, and you know what happened is that we just got schooled because we went even past our levels. It's the opposite of what I wanted. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go back and we're going to fight our Pokemon. I don't think that you can relearn it, Lex. I don't think that you're allowed to do that. I mean, if you're right, I'm happy. I hope I'm wrong. But I believe I've already talked to this guy. Buzzy Buzz. Is this new? Were we using Zappy Zap? Or were we using Buzzy Buzz? Is this an upgraded version and we were using a 30? Or is this the same thing? Is this a... No, because they were all 90s. Zappy Zaps, Pikachus. Yeah, this is the same one because it's still 90. Kenny, you know me. First time I say goodnight is not always when I go. Only sometimes. That's true. Sometimes Anne will say goodnight. And even if I end the stream like instantly, then Anne is offline and will not respond. I mean, if we're going to go to Bird Town, I get why we'd do this, but... Do I really want to go through there while I'm so severely underleveled? No. I don't want to go there while I'm severely underleveled. I want to get some items and then level my Pokemon a little bit because they're weak as heck. They're weak as heck. They're all weaklings, every single one of them. Even Pikachu, who should be good against these birds, gets schooled and one-shotted. So we've got to do some training, you guys. We've got a ton of money. And we can't buy Ultra Balls here? Huh? Are there no Ultra Balls here? Uh-oh. That's too bad. When do we unlock Ultra Balls? Because we've already gotten some of them. I can use great ones, but that won't be very helpful. Well... I don't know if I can buy them at Saffron, but I also can't teleport yet because I don't have the balloon ride yet. Well, we're definitely out of our depth, and I don't think that we're supposed to be over here. I think that I accidentally broke the game because I thought that I could go catch some Eevees, and then I kept going further and further and further and outside of my levels. So I guess we gotta go back. It's almost time for me to make tacos and head out for the night. All right, taco time. Nice. Taco Wednesday, my favorite day of the week. Taco Wednesday. We can't surf yet, so we gotta leave that alone. We gotta go up north. Fight your Pokemon. We see this is a fire type, so we should be able to hit them with Eevee's bubble. But again, these guys are really tough. We are definitely outside of our levels. And I think I've got all my good Pokemon set up right now so that I can level the ones that I care about. Ooh, that is a difficult to pronounce that. Go to the guy with the Lapras. Oh yes, Crystal, you're right. I remember that now. Over in the Poke Park that we just left. I forgot about that. Hey, Kuya Cat, what's up? Oi! Oh yeah, Blue Jay, I forgot that you were camping right now. I forgot that you were out camping. Tacos, but made on a camp stove. It's even fancier. That's awesome. Getting to cook good food while you're out and about is big fun. Big fun. Also, Kuya Cat, I hope you're having a fantastic day. Hello! We're fighting the adorable Wigglytuff. I think Wigglytuff is Fairy. I don't know if Dark is good against Fairy. No, not good at all. Not very effective. It's the opposite of effective. So Darkness cannot hurt Fairies. Okay, I'll try to remember that. But our this is what they are, is Fairies. So can Psychics like convince Fairies of things? I have to come up with like ways to remember how type matchups work. I have to come up with like brainy ways. Let's just do Bouncy Bubble and get some healing. Thank you, Wigglytuff, for your incredible health. Yum yum yum. Eevee's almost level 40. Holy moly. Eevee, you're getting old. Let's see. What's a fight move that we're not going to use too much of? Probably Glitzy Glow. Otherwise, we're going to have to restore. We'll have to restore our stuff using Ether. So what's next? Oh, you poor baby. No, I don't like seeing them get beat up like that. Bless my soul. The poor bean. Okay, what's next? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, even Mochi grew. Nice. About to send out Ivysaur. Great. We've got a fire type move. Fantastic. You're about to get beat up, you silly old dragon. Oh, the lizard didn't stand it. Actually, he might be able to still beat us up. I don't trust Eevee at all anymore. Eevee's been beat up too many times. Whenever I use Pikachu, I feel like it's godlike. But with Ivysaur, I mean with Eevee, I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Eevee has suffered too many times. How's everyone's day? It's so sweet of you to ask, Splat. My day's been pretty good. I got some breakfast. I got some coffee. And I've been working on streamy stuff. I gotta admit, I did get frustrated earlier just because, like, I don't know, it happens whenever I'm doing whenever I'm like fixing computers or working on stream stuff. If I start to work on it and I like keep running into issues over and over and over, I can get really frustrated. And I definitely got frustrated today with my stream setup. I tried to get one thing to work, didn't work. Tried to get another thing to work, didn't work. So it felt like all of the work was worthless. It wasn't, because I was gonna have to do this work one way or another. I was gonna have to try. I was gonna fail eventually, so I might as well get it out of the way. But it is frustrating to have nothing to show for your work. And that happens with electronic stuff too. Like if your computer won't start and you like test a bunch of stuff and you try a bunch of fixes and then none of it works, it feels like you've just wasted your time. It's the worst feeling. You finish your lurking and now you want to quickly draw something. Ooh! Doodly time. I love your drawings, Awkward. I love your drawings and I can't wait to see what you make. You applied to your first job today. Ooh, good luck, Splat. Good luck, good luck. That's awesome. What kind of job did you apply at? If you don't mind me asking. If you don't want to share that, I understand. But I thought I'd ask. First job. You can make some money. Ninetales is gonna be good against, let's see, it's fire, so it won't be super effective against normal. Maybe we can hit him with, I think that they're fire and normal. We'll see. Let's bouncy bubble this sucker. Hopefully we're fast. Oh, we're not fast. We're slow, dude. Again, I'm so used to Pikachu always moving fast. Whammo! Thank you, Ninetales. And we're gonna need to heal, like, immediately. It's already on Discord? That's why you were lurking? What? I can't believe it. Awkward and Arisa both doodling. Both doodling during the stream. I gotta say, I am very, let's see, 20, this is 30? A mere 30. I don't even know if we could survive after that. What is this? Hyper is 120. That's a little too much. Let's do this. I find looking at Pokemon very inspiring for art. I love drawing Pokemon, but Eevee is tricky. Eevee is a tricky little bean to draw. Because we've done a couple of doodle streams where I like allowed the chat to choose what I draw. And the Pokemon that they chose me to draw, like Eevee is really tricky. Very fluffy. Very floofy. Awkward, it's cute. Oh my gosh, it's adorable. It's an adorable Eevee baby. Eevee baby. Oh, I've got to show this. I've got to show this, you guys. More art was made during the stream. I cannot believe you guys. I cannot believe y'all. Look, it's an Eevee. The cute doggo. It's Eevee, the adorable doggo. Let me try to share more of this. Wait, why is it so small? Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. Look at the cute. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. Adorable. Adorable. Awa, awa. That was created by Awkward IRL. If you want to go check it out on Discord and do some reactions, you must. You must. Oh, with the Vodego in the mouth. I noticed that's so cute. So cute. Eevee eat a Vodego. A Vodego. A Vodego. A Vodego. Yes, 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 yes. You guys, please go over to the Discord and give this a reaction. It's so cute. It's so cute. I love it, Awkward. Thank you for making art. Ah! I love seeing people's art. I will always thank you for making art because I love to see it. You love to see it. Your hair is purple now. Ooh. Splat. Cool hair. Yes, yes. More cool hair. Your hair's purple now. Oh yeah, and anybody that submits art, especially if it's has anything to do with stream, I feature art over on this screen. This one is that one was Poco. Purple hair is so cool. I've had my hair purple before too, Splat. It's awesome. I think the Pikachu might get wrecked. Pikachu might not survive this this one hit. Ooh, a Scald is an extremely powerful move. That is ridiculously powerful. So that's a fire. I think that's a fire type move, or it is a water type that can burn you. So if they're water, Victor Beetle, like hypothetically should be good against Starmie, but I think it might be under level to even survive a hit. I mean, we can try. It is Starmie is water type, so potentially we should be good fighting it. See if we can beat up this silly old starfish.
A silly old starfish.
The tips of your hair went lilac instead of the deep violet. Oh, I see. See, I love the lilac so much. Whenever I got my hair done most recently, I got it done lilac. I love, love, love lilac. Alchemic is the mime. Listen, Alchemic asked for it. Alchemic asked for the mime to be named Alchemic. It's true. It's a beautiful name. It's perfect. It's perfect for our sweet, sweet mimey. Also, hi there, Thora. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Lex, you asked if I recommend you doing art. Of course. Of course. I wish that I made more art. I'm not even saying that I wish that I was good at drawing anymore. I don't even want to think like that anymore. I just wish that I drew more. Because drawing is fun. Drawing is fun and good for you. La 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 la. It's therapeutic. Oh, we found some more loot. Banana berry. Nice. You have 2 newish fish? What? You have 2 like real fish? Real life fish? Like pets? Fishies. I love fishies. I've thought about getting a fish tank pretty often. Again, I'm scared. I'm scared a little bit of the commitment of having fish because I don't want to get fish and then move, you know? I don't want to get anything that would make it hard for me to move right now. Yeah, you don't have to draw anything serious, Lex. You can just doodle. You can just doodle. You don't have to draw like a serious anything. If you want to just sit down, get yourself your art program and just do some doodling. Doodle your favorite Pokemon, or I don't know, maybe draw some cute faces. Draw a character that you like. Don't even worry about making like proper art. Oh, Electro Jack, what's up? Hey, it's good to see you. Oi, oi, oi. Doodling? Did somebody say doodle? That's the only thing that I can do, and doodling is great. It's great. How are you doing, Electro Jack? It's good to see you. Hello. I gotta head out now. Might hop in a few minutes tomorrow. No worries. Blue Jay, you're a busy bean hanging out outdoors. Hanging out outdoors. Doing some camping. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your camping trip, Blue Jay. Don't even think about joining if you're too busy. Good, good, good. Electro Jack. Awa, awa. Thank you for the hearts. Let's go to the trader's market. Whee! Does the Eevee on your head have a name? You can name them, Awkward, but I didn't name this one. I didn't name this one. Let's see if we can buy Ultra Balls from these boys. I don't think that we can though. Excuse me, my good fellow. Hello, may I help you? Nope, only Great Balls. That's too bad. Let me double check. Pokeball, Great Ball, Potion, Super Potion, Antidote, Burn Heal, Ice Heal, Awakening, Paralysis, Full, Revive, Escape Rope, Super Repel. Okay, so that's good. Lure, all of these different X things. I don't see Ultra Balls. I don't think that we can get them yet. That's a shame, really. Maybe we should just buy a few. I really don't think that we have many Great Balls. We've got 49. Let's make that a nice 55 just for fun. It's kind of a waste because you really should buy in multiples of 10, but whatever. Whatever. Can we name it a Vodigo? Nah, we'll just keep the we'll keep the Eevee as Eevee. She could be our little cutie vanilla Eevee, but we can catch some more Eevees for sure. In fact, I think I already caught another one. Do. But yeah, we should catch some Pokemon with the Great Balls, but we got to make sure that we're in a slightly lower level area than we've been in. Beta fish are hardly fish when properly cared for. Oh, they're hardy fish. Yeah, I know that they're really easy to deal with because I've had a beta before, but the only real problem is that I still don't even know if I'm gonna be here for a year, and I really don't want to have to travel with a fish. Yeah, because my the apartment that we're in, I don't really love it. And I've already been here for more than 6 months. So it's I don't know. I'm scared of getting any pets. I also don't want the poor pets to have to go through the like stressful moving process. Maybe whenever I put down some roots, like whenever I'm really comfy with a place and I'm like, I want to stay here, then I'll probably get a pet companion. But for now, what's nice is that I got some plants sent to me by Lupus Dream. Lupus Dream sent me some adorable plants, and my tree's doing all right so far. My avocado tree, it's surviving. Let's go. Yeah, you did. I want an Eevee named Vodigo. Oh, wow. So demand. Oh wait, you did redeem Awkward a name. Do you really want me to name that? Do you really want me to name the caught Eevee Vodigo? Is that really what you're asking? Because I see that you have one right here. Let me complete. Let's see. Reject that one because Clay left. Do that. Already did those. Get a good Rattata and name it Sophia. Annabelle's not here. I'm going to reject that. Do you really want that one to be to officially be that? Are you sure that you want to spend your money on that? You love avocados? Yes, they're fantastic. I even have a plushie that was sent to me. That's an Vodigo. Okay, if that's what you want, then I'll name this Eevee Vodigo. It's too bad that we can't change it into a Leafeon though. I said a cute green one. Listen, you do whatever you want. This is your redeem. So you want it named a Vodigo. You want it spelled wrong. Dago. Exactly. This is how Brian pronounces. My heart's gonna be broken whenever they fix that. Whenever they fix it, my heart is going to be broken because right now, Brian, if you get TTS to say a Vodigo, or avocado, it'll say avocado. But if you put the emoji, then it will say a Vodigo. It's so weird. It's a great little bug. You want it to be an Eevee. Eevee. Yes. We've got your beautiful Eevee right here, Awkward. We've got it. We got it. We got it spelled just like you wanted. Just what the doctor ordered. Now let's see if we can find a place to catch some Pokemon. We need a level that isn't too difficult, but has some Pokemon that we want. I'm scared. That was close. It's close. She almost spotted us. Let's get out of here. There's a bird. I don't really want to catch birds. We could go back to... if we go back too far, though, we won't level our Pokemon at all. Where should we go hunting? You think you're lagging a little bit? Well, there's a few things that you can do about lag. For one, you can unpause and you can pause and unpause the stream. You can make sure that you're in low latency mode. And then the last thing that you can do is cry, because there's always some natural lag, especially whenever you're outside of the US. But there's always some natural lag that you'll just have to deal with, unfortunately. Okay, Route 6. Have we got anything cool over here that we could hunt for? Vulpix! I wonder what a shiny Vulpix looks like. I'm looking that up. Shiny Vulpix. Because Vulpix is very pretty. And it's also a version exclusive. Are they golden? Oh my gosh. Are they gold? That's so cute. You're already crying. Oh, wow. Electro, don't cry. No. Electro Jack. Huggies. I'll give you huggies. Don't cry. Don't cry, you sweet bean. You deserve the best. You deserve the world. Electro Jack deserves the whole world. You gave Dizzy a shiny Vulpix? Who's Dizzy? Shiny Vulpix is so pretty. And Linz, welcome back. Oi. Linz. That took way longer than you thought. Didn't you say that you were working on worky stuff? You're doing some worky things.
You're finally back. Oh, Linz was gone so long, I thought she'd never come back. Ah!
Electro Jack, what? What did I say? Who's Dizzy? Oh no. Who's Dizzy? Do I not know this name? All the worky things. Yes. Nice. We got another Vulpix. Yeah, let's see if we can catch a few of these. She's a cool streamer. Ooh. I have yet to meet them. I haven't met them yet, but undoubtedly if they are cool, I shall run into them in no time. I just run into cool streamers. It's just how it goes. Is this guy? Oh, this guy's we've already dealt with them. Nice. Vulpix is not rare, so I wonder if we should use a lure. A lure does make things spawn faster, I think. But even if it didn't, I bet you it would up the chances of finding a Vulpix. But another question is, how far does the Vulpix spawn? It spawns down here as well. And they can be caught with a great ball. That's nice. But some of these are harder to name. The tiny Vulpix Gaston. Are you kidding me? The tiny one specifically? No one squeaks like Gaston. Claps those cheeks like Gaston. Okay, if that's what you want. If that's what you're asking for, Splat, that's what you'll get. You just want to be tiny? You want to be tiny? Okay. Tiny Vulpix will be named Gaston. Gaston's very powerful. The very powerful Gaston. Let's go to our party. Open up our box. Which one's a tiny one? We gotta figure this out. That one's 14, 16. I think it's this 11. Check that summary.
E-boy!
Yeah, it's this one. This one's a small one. It's lonely. It's only level 11. This poor little lonely baby. Okay, Gaston. Deal. 100%. Boop. There you go. Gaston the Vulpix. I don't understand what's going on anymore. What's happening? Okay, let me check that off as marked as complete. It happened. All of these named Pokemon, I'm way more tempted to put them in my party. If they're named, then I want them to be included so that I can see the silly name all the time. Ooh, this is a good spot for Vulpix hunting. Look at this. It's just a small little area. Let's see. I'm tempted to get a lure. I'm tempted to lure, but I don't want to waste any money. I don't want to waste my money. What's the summary for a Vodigo? A Vodigo is... Let's see. What's so special about this Eevee, huh? Why did you name it a Vodigo, streamer? Well, Of course, I called it a Votigo because it's mischievous. Hey, Emerald Artist, thank you for the resub for 9 months. I appreciate it. Emerald Artist. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for that support. I appreciate it. 9 months. That's a Twitch baby. Can we get some hype in the chat for the Twitch baby? Emerald, thank you for the big support for an entire 9 months. I can't believe it. Emerald, did you ever get to see me judging the fan art competition? I talked about your art. Just another person like you. Improved Alpaca. Tayaki-san. Electro Jack. Thank you for that hype. I appreciate all the hype in the chat. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. I appreciate all that hype for our friendo, Emerald Artist. Been hanging out for a long time. It's always nice to see you, Emerald. I still don't see any Vulpix. Maybe we should lure. I thought that they were common, but now they're not showing up. I'm sorry, suckers. Those sorry suckers. And I can't even make anything disappear because the area is not big enough. I changed my mind. This area sucks. Emerald, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing good. It's perfect. Yes, it's a mischievous Votigo. Not to be trusted. Don't trust that Votigo. They're nothing but mischievous. Oh, there's a secret item over here. I saw that tail going crazy. Aha! A rare candy. Holy moly. I guess that is a pretty suspicious little area over there, isn't it? Anything over here? Nope. Doesn't look like there's anything up there. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Aha! There's another beautiful Vulpix. What's also nice is if you're trying to look for any shinies, it's always good to pick one that's easy to see, because there's some of them that they just have like a slightly changed pattern, and it's so difficult to spot them. But Vulpix should be easy. The area did look kind of sus. I know, but the area that was right to the left that was like a direct copy didn't have anything. They're playing me for a fool, darn it, a fool. It is yellow whenever we try to catch it, but we should, yeah, I was about to say, we should never be too worried. Oi, Darren, what's up? It's nice to see you, Darren. I hope you're doing well. Oi, 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 that's my favorite wizard right there. That's my wizard friendo. I'm doing pretty good. Got a raging headache. I slept too long today. So you could say things are going pretty well. You're a little hungover? Man, we both... I didn't drink anything last night, but I do have a headache. Woo! Yeah, I'm feeling it. I can feel it now, Mr. Krabs. You feeling that headache, Darren? Oof. Yeah, I've got nausea and a headache. I wish I drank last night. I wouldn't feel so bad about this. You celebrated 1 year with some brews. Nice. A whole year. Yeah, it's been the anniversary month, right? Weren't you celebrating as the anniversary month? Now it's that yesterday was a proper anniversary. That's awesome. That's awesome. Darren, you're on fire. You incredible bean. The 24th was the actual day. Nice. Worthy of some celebration for sure. Yeah, I'm coming up on my year 2 or something. I don't remember. I don't know what the date is of my first stream. I should look. I think it's in September. I think I streamed for the first time in September, so we're getting close. We're getting close. I know. Exciting times. Exciting times. Headache times. They were the best of times. They were the worst of times. But yeah, we hanging in there. We hanging in there. Boom. I always feel like April is like the most important, is an even more important month, because that's a year of no job. Will you do a lemon berry? Oh my gosh, there it is. 23 months. Oh my gosh.
Gotta be close cause I'm at 23 months.
Goodness, Lemonberry. Good gracious, 23. Bless my soul, Lemonberry. How are you doing? Thank you so much for your continued support. Goodness gracious. I so appreciate it. 23 is the most amount of months that you can sub, I'm pretty sure. I appreciate it. Will you trade for an Alolan Vulpix? Yeah, I will whenever I run into the person that I can. You're coming up on a year subbed. Linz, it's almost time.
It's almost time. I can't believe it.
Yeah, Lemonberry. I guess that's for affiliate, right? Yeah, the sub thing is affiliate, so technically we like should have already passed my sub. Maybe I missed my anniversary. I may have missed my anniversary because you only can get affiliate after a month. I wonder. I don't know what the day is then. I don't know. We could always do an affiliate anniversary if we want to have some fun. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this coming month of September. We should be building that Lego set. We should build our giant Lego set. I'm excited. And also getting ready for Halloween. I already bought some Halloween costume items. I already spent 150 bucks on costume stuff. And I'm just getting started. I've got to buy more. We need more outfits this year, you guys. More. I've already got 3 new outfits that are either planned or made for this Halloween season. Next month isn't your true 1 year. The first 2 months were sub gifts. Oh, what? They count. Yeah, they count. You can't be like, doesn't count if they were gifties. Oh, what? Of course they do. I mean, I know that there's people that were like, I was going to resub, but then I got stolen. That still counts. You're stoked. You really need to get another Halloween get up, unless you really want to change out. Just wizard all the time. It's so cool to be dressed up for stream, Darren. It's so cool. I sometimes regret that I don't dress up all of the time. I just switch my games so often. It's hard for me to stay on any theme. It's hard for me to stay on set theme. Those don't count in my heart because I wasn't in chat much those days. Linz, but it's okay. It's okay. You've known about it. You've known about it. You're welcome. You're very happy to be in my wizard stuff nearly every day. Yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. Keeps people engaged. Darren is a wizard all of the time. Ooh, must be spicy hot sometimes though. Oof. Gotta watch it with those spicy hot outfits. Like with my even with my Viking, man, that was a dang warm outfit. And on those warm days, putting on that big old synthetic like animal fur. Oof, warm. That was a nasty outfit. I had to wash it all the time. Where's my Vulpix? I want my beautiful little Firefox. That's what Vulpix is. Vulpix is actually an internet browser, a Firefox. You're tempting me to use a lure so that I don't see these stupid birds. I don't know if lure ups the like spawn limit. I don't think it is. Did you finish Skyrim? Well, you never really finished Skyrim, but I didn't even finish what I wanted to. I don't know. I got kind of tired of Skyrim. Skyrim is a strange game. Very strange game. It's not, it's like, it's good, but it's also bad. Like, it's crappy, but good. I don't know how to feel about it. It's so janky. It's so janky and empty. It's very strange. But yeah, I definitely need a little bit of a break from Skyrim. Need a little bit of a break, but we might jump back in and play some Skyrim. Might jump back in, check on our punchy meow meow. You're doodling something? Not sure if I'll finish it, but you got me inspired. Aw, yeah, Thor's inspired to doodle. Nice! The best thing that I could ever hear. Firefox's best browser. Firefox is very, very light on the resources, which I appreciate. Because I always have like 17 tabs open whenever I'm doing everything. Boom. All right, we're catching these Vulpix easy peasy. This was a good choice. You get more experience for new Pokemon caught, which we're obviously not getting. You get more experience for Pokemon that are an unusual size, and up to a certain point, you get more for a combo. Oh, look at that! 2 Vulpixes out on the loose. Molteria, what's up? Hey, it's our Legend of Zelda friendo. The first time you played Skyrim, it felt so empty. Then you went back and did things, and it was brimming with stuff. Yeah, for sure. It really does kind of depend on how you play it. It's like I feel like the most empty thing is the quests. The quests feel so like they don't affect the world at all. They feel like a grind, almost all of them. They all feel empty. Empty. I don't care about any of them. It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm thinking now you got immediately I think of Majora's Mask. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to it. We just need to catch them all and all that, you know? I'm glad it's not a Nuzlocke or we wouldn't be here. Oh yeah. No, I would play the game completely different if we were Nuzlocking. I would have done the entire game would have been played differently. And I probably would have already lost. The target is attacked with an odd psychic wave. The attack varies in intensity. That's interesting. Slapped repeatedly 2 to 5 times in a row. Copies the target's last move. Weak telekinetic force that can also confuse. I don't really know how to use Mr. Mime, but I'm gonna kind of stock up on some more attacks. Some more attacks. We'll put the side wave in there, and okay, we're up to 14. Nice. Splendid. Let's see if we can get some. What was that noise? That was a bird. It's a filthy little bird. It's not what I need. I need the Firefox bird. Yeah, can we get some more tiny ones? The tiny ones are easier to catch and they give you bonus health. Is that tail move? Oh, I think that the tail was moving because of the idle animation. The raddest squirrel, what's up? How are you doing? Happy Wednesday. I can't believe that we got so many beans hanging out on a Wednesday. You guys are so sweet. I'm so glad to see all of y'all. I hope that y'all are having the best of days. It's just the best of a day, you guys. Oi, oi, oi. I love y'all all so much. And I think about y'all all the time. Ow, ow, ow. Just know that there's some crazy Texan over here that's always cheering for you. I'm always cheering for you over here. I want you to live your best life. Live your best life. You don't have to do anything to earn my love. Oi, 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 oi. I couldn't even find my Golbat. Oh no, your Golbat, not the bats. Please no. Please, no more bats. Linz has been tortured by bats for too long. You're always my favorite Texan. Oh, what? I can't believe it. Your favorite Texan. But what? Who else is a Texan? I don't know. Who else is a Texan? Callie. Yes, Callie's a Texan. Well, I mean, I was thinking of yeah. Oh, I wasn't thinking of people in chat. I was trying to think of somebody famous, like a celebrity or something from Texas. I know that the boys with the big beards are from Texas. The long beard lads. Yeah, because Callie's from Texas. Let's see. Lemon's from Texas. I think. Let me see. Who else is in Texas? We've got a lot of Texas beans around here. Superbread's from Texas. Renee Zellweger. Callie's not famous enough for you? I just wasn't thinking of real human beings. Yeah, Math Smart's from Texas. You're from the Texas of Canada? That doesn't count. Rock Slide, that's good. That's a good one right there. Yeah, see, the joke works better. The joke works better if I don't compare it. See, think of how mean that would be. Think about how rude it would be if I was just like, what? I'm your favorite Texan? What about this person in the chat? That's not what I wasn't going to compare me and a person in the chat. I was going to compare me to like somebody that you would see on the news. Oh, yeah. Like Sandy Cheeks. What? Sandy Cheeks is not your favorite? Sandy Cheeks is my favorite Texan. Let's get you on up out of here, SpongeBob. You gotta fight with these Canadian wrestling bullworms. Oh yeah, Canada's a cruel mistress. I don't know when I said that, Darren, but it probably had something to do with you. Probably had to do with the fact that the weather's all over the place. It's dangerous out there. Matthew McConaughey, that's one of the people I was thinking of, Callie. Yeah, nice. The Alaskan bullworm. Nice. Yeah, Canada is dangerous out there. You gotta be careful, you guys. All you Canadians, stay close. But if it gets too hot, get away from me. Get away, your body heat is too warm. You're gonna overheat me. Ta-da. I want to visit Canada. It looks beautiful up there, and it's also barren. It's a barren wasteland. Boom! They also have some sick skate parks. There's some sick skate parks in Canada. I'd be down to drop down my board and go for a roll. Yeah. Negative 31 to 95. Good Lord. I think that Texas is more like... doesn't get much colder than -2 here. I don't think I've ever seen it get... I mean, getting into the negatives is so rare in Texas. Negatives is exceptionally rare, and it's always very, very low negatives. So, but as high as it goes, probably like 110. I'm sure that there's a record in Texas for higher than 110. But 109 is honestly not that rare. It seems like it happens every other year. I might be overestimating. But I mean, it's been like 98 pretty commonly right now. So getting into the low hundreds is pretty common. It seems like it happens almost every year. There's at least one day that's like 109. You got to be careful out there, you guys. You got to make sure that you drink water. I used to have an outdoor job, and working outdoors at 109 is dangerous. Very dangerous. You have to stay in the shade for sure. You got to stay in the shade, and you got to drink a lot of water, because you can literally be like having a stroke out there. The hottest temperature ever recorded is 120. Yeah, I've never heard of anything higher than that. And it definitely does not commonly get near that. Oh, another Vulpix. Yay! Cutie! I like catching cute Pokemon. I build a Pokemon Nuzlocke, but with only cute Pokemons. Only cute Pokemons today, you guys. We're not catching any Uggs. Although, didn't we catch a Ghastly earlier? I think those are kind of ugly. Can somebody translate to Celsius? I don't know Fahrenheit. It's... Let me see. It's 92 right now, which is like 30. It was 36 earlier. It gets up to like 38, I think is pretty equivalent. I think it gets up to 38 pretty easy. Whammo! Let's go, Kelvin only, please. Ow, ow, ow. I do my best to learn, okay? I'm trying my best to learn how to Celsius. Yeah. It hit 120 somewhere in BC earlier this summer. Holy crap. Holy crap. You worked outdoor winter jobs? Oh my gosh. Thora, the cold is so bad if you don't have the right clothes for it, though. Like in Texas, we're not sensible. We're not sensible about the cold. So I didn't have good gloves or a good outfit. And man, whenever it's cold, ooh, it can cut right down to the bone. I had like a jacket that didn't actually break the wind, and the wind went right through my clothes and right past me, and it chilled me to the bone. And my boots were not warm enough. Oh my gosh. You have to have clothes for cold, but I would definitely prefer cold, because at least you can get clothes for it. Yeah, you can only take off so much in the summer. And if you're like me, you're going to get burnt if you take off anything. If I wear a sleeveless shirt outside, I will get burnt I will look like a crispy, delicious lobster immediately. You got to be careful out there. It's no good. Yeah, see, at least in the cold, you could put on stuff if you're a little white boy like me. If you're a weak little whitey that can't handle the heat. I can't handle the heat. Put me out in the sun and I'll burn immediately. I'm like the hardest. If you were trying to cook me and eat me, I would be so difficult to not accidentally sear. You would have a bad time. Oh, Vulpix, come here. Yes. Splendid. You have a decent tan right now from watering Mum's garden in the evening sun. Ah, a more calm sun and a good reason to get outdoors. That's good. Yes, if you have a reason to like consistently be outdoors for at least a short period, that's whenever you can, when your skin is like, okay, I guess we won't burn every day. Whenever I used to work outside, my eyes like adjusted to the light, because whenever I started working, I was squinting the whole time. I couldn't even look. The sun was too bright. I had like worked at a computer for for almost a year, and then I moved to a job where I was outdoors all day, so I would squint all of the time because I wouldn't wear sunglasses because I don't know why. I feel like that's what I would run into if I was if I went outdoors now. I have to squint all the time. You burn easily because pale redhead. I've got a little bit of red hair, but definitely not a red head. Definitely not a proper ginger over here. Ooh, thunder. Yes, please. Is that thunder?
Hit me with the thunder.
110. Let me see. Badger does cool stuff. Thanks for the follow. Yo! Badger, welcome to the party. Hope you're having a good day. 110, 40. Let's see. This is paralysis. Fuse on flare. Thank you for the follow. What the heck? 2 in a row? Bless my soul. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 different follows. I hope that y'all are both having a good day. Can you believe it? He combined them. Your personal strategy the last year? Your personal strategy just to go outside? Well, I mean, there's more than one reason for that, Darren. There's more than one reason to stay indoors these days.
Yes, just never leave your home. Never escape your home. Stay indoors forever. Never go outside ever again.
What? Suds? Hi there, let me see. Fluison Flare. I don't think that I know how to say that name, but you could teach me how if you wanted to. Hi there. Did OT shout me out or something? Is that why I got 2 follows? I appreciate it. Who's calling me Suds? Who's calling me Suds out here? Ow, ow, ow. How many people have unlocked the achievement, left the house? Listen, it depends on what the achievement entails. Does it mean that you have to leave the house for 30 days in a row? Call me Flare. Okay, I can call you Flare. Sounds good. Thanks for telling me, Flare. Why are you calling me Suds? How do you know to call me Suds? Oh, you just found me recommended. Oh yeah, you can call me Suds. It's just fun that you called me that. I like it. I like it. You can give me whatever nickname you want. Except for you can't call me Sussy Baka. That's actually against the rules. I don't know if you read the chat rules, but calling me a Sussy Baka is unacceptable. But yeah, Flare, welcome to the party. We're just doing a little bit of pokey hunting today. Pokey hunting. But yeah, we do be vibing. I'm thinking like, what is today's Wednesday? So Thursday, we'll probably play some more Pokemon. We'll probably play some more Pokemon on Friday. But we might open up the Lego set. What about Suspicious Fool? Totally fine. Yeah, if you call me a suspicious monster, that's all right. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I can't believe that we missed Tuesday, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for skipping Tuesday streams. I hope nobody needed it. I hope nobody needed the streams. I apologize. Let's get some more Vulpix. Nice. And this is good for leveling too. We've already gotten some spicy, delicious leveling business. Come here, Vulpix. Vulpix, you're a good bean. You're a good bean, and I like how many tails you have. Tell me a tale. Tell me a tale, would ya? Would you please tell me a tale, you stinky little dog, you little fire dog thing? You took a nap so you didn't miss anything. Linz didn't even notice. Linz was like, stream today? Who's pinging my phone? Oh, the ping is saying, okay, nice, I didn't miss anything. Let's go. Catch them all. Come on. I will literally run out of here if I have to. Oh, you're playing Ultra Sun. Nice. Nice. I barely got to play any of Ultra Sun. I think I played Ultra Moon. I think I played a little bit of Ultra Moon on my 3DS back in the day. Those aren't my favorite games, but it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I'm trying to remember. I think in Ultra Moon, like, didn't the village, like, celebrate Tapo something? Tapo Coca or something? That's like an electric type Pokemon. I get so many of those in the card game. None of my followed streams were streaming yesterday. Out of 15 people, I had to work in silence. I'm sorry, Improved Alpaca. It was super quiet yesterday. It was weird. I even checked and I was like, nobody's online. So strange. It's a good opportunity to watch the VOD. You laugh when I swigged the olive oil. That is dangerous. That is dangerous, Lemonberry. I have to be careful with that because it really did kind of make me nauseous. It made me nauseous, not like, oh, my tummy hurts. Not like that. It didn't hurt my stomach. It just like the taste of just straight olive oil is really gross. Really not great. Flare. It's a shiny Eevee. I love. We caught a shiny Eevee in the last Pokemon game that we played. In Let's Go Pikachu, we caught a shiny Eevee, but I evolved it into a Vaporeon. And I kind of regret it because the shiny Eevee is so cute. It's like an albino Eevee. I can't believe I missed that. It was at the beginning of the stream because I'd oiled up this mic stand with olive oil. I can't believe that everybody is mad at me. It's oil. It worked. It doesn't squeak anymore. Yeah, it works. I made it so I unsqueaked it. Using olive oil and an ear cleaner. I got an ear cleaner and I wiped olive oil and now it's smooth as glass. And so I had olive oil on my desk and I decided to take a little sip. Sipperoo. Nothing wrong with that, just a little taste. And it was questionable. Not as bad as that egg though. I almost had a bad time. I'll just say that. If we catch a chonky Pokemon, I want to request Thicky as a name. Improved Alpaca. Splendid. If you see me catching a chonky Pikachu, a chonky baby, hit me up with that request. Well, we've caught a lot of these. I think that the max that you can get before you've maxed out your shiny chance is 33. It's way better to hunt shinies after you've defeated the Elite Four, but that's not going to happen, you guys. That's not going to happen right now. Gotta love the Chonkachu. The pizza's been ordered. Nice! Darren, should I feel bad about eating a whole pizza? It's all coming together. The other night, I ordered 2 pizzas, and I ate one of the medium pizzas in the car. I took the other one inside. I did eat 2 more pieces of another pizza before bed, and then I ate the rest of it for breakfast. Shaking my head, dude. What the heck? You have a shiny Eevee on Pokemon Go? Ooh, I'd never got any shinies in Pokemon Go. In fact, I'd never caught a shiny in my entire life until I played that Let's Go Pikachu with you guys. Yeah. Oh, it was a medium. You're good, bruh. I was about to say, bruh, I eat a whole large pizza over a day or two, like each week, like every week. What? I mean, they were mediums. I like medium pizzas from Domino's because they're so dang cheap. It's like $6 each. So you can get like 2 pizzas. You can get 2 decent sized pizzas for $15. And if you make it over the $10 mark, then you get your pizza rewards, which means you get a free pizza like every 6. It's like every 6 or 8 or something. Then you get a free little pizza, and you can even upgrade that little pizza for like $2, and you can get a big one. You love that coupon? It's the best one. Calico, if they ever cancel it, I'm gonna start shopping other places. 2 large, 2-topping pizzas coming for me and my roomies. Domino's as well. It's almost Dragon Ball Z time. Let's go. Let's go, Darren. It's almost anime time, baby. Wait, it's $6 for you guys? Yeah, but those are $6 American dollars, you silly Kiwi, you. I don't know how many Kiwi dollars that is. Ah! Darren. Darren. Stop shouting. Stop shouting. You're going to scare the children. There's like 2 children here. Pretty sure that you just scared them. Shaking my head. Children, don't be afraid. He's just a slightly crazy wizard. This is what Canada does to you. You like Papa John's more than Domino's? Yeah. No, Papa John's is better than Domino's, in my opinion. Papa John's is big yum. Big yum. I'm with you on this one, Linz. I just buy Domino's because it's cheaper. I'm a cheapskate. Listen, like, I would even understand if people are like, if people said that they bought Little Caesars, I would get it. I just think that Domino's is worth it. That's all. I do not like Little Caesars, but it is way cheaper. Yeah, Papa John's is better than Domino's in my opinion. Papa John's is better than Domino's. I really like see. It's a bit more expensive, so you usually go for the cheaper Domino's. Exactly. I'd rather get less pizza than get Little Caesars. Little Caesars is too gross for me. But also keep in mind that I eat pizza without cheese, so that makes a big difference. Do you guys have Panago? I don't even know how to pronounce that, Darren. The answer is absolutely not. The answer is absolutely not. I've never seen that. I've never seen those words. Panago. Never heard of it. Panago? Panago like a pan of pizza? I'm doing good. How are you, Suds? I'm doing great, Flair. I've got a headache. I'm playing Pokemon. It's pretty great. It's okay. It's okay. It's going to be just fine. Maybe? I don't get how much. Oh, wow, you shushlins. Panago doesn't exist. I'll tell you what's really good, though. Really good pizza chain is Mod Pizza. That stuff is good. Love for the booty. Thank you, Ocean Wolf, for the booty love in the chat. Much love. Ocean Wolf, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oi, oi. The only thing that I give credit to Papa John's for is the cream stuffed jalapenos. I like Papa John's. It's good. It's good. There's like another pizza place. There's Domino's, there's Papa John's, and then there's another one that I can't remember. Callie, you might know because I think it might be somewhat local. But there's another one. There's Domino's. There's Papa John's. What? Ocean Wolf, what? You just followed? But Ocean Wolf, I thought you were already following. You're subbed. Thank you for the follow. Hey! Did you just refollow for fun? I'm so confused. Pizza Hut's pretty good too. I've never had much Pizza Hut. The only time that I have Pizza Hut is whenever my parents stopped at those like combo restaurants of KFC and Pizza Hut. And I was like, I sure as heck ain't eating KFC. Give me that Pizza Hut. A Luke Sky chicken and a Pizza Hut. McDonald's. Yeah, Pizza Hut's not too bad. You got the sub as a gift? Oh, whoa, yes. Ocean Wolf, you now are 100% subbed. And that means that you don't have to watch ads. You get to enjoy the emotes everywhere. And you also can watch a movie with us every week for an entire month. This week we watched the Minions movie. Who knows what's going to happen next week on the Earl movie night? Cece's pizza is literal garbage. It's literal garbage, and I eat that crap up. It's like, Cece's is so bad, you have to get a napkin and go dab, dab, dab. And you can just you will soak an entire napkin with like one piece of pizza. But it is good. Pizza Capers has the worst pizza. When's movie night? It's on Sunday. It's on Sunday, 6 p.m. CT time. Movie nights has become a meme. I mean, listen, can you really blame me? Can you really blame me, Linz? These people out here really trying to watch Silence of the Lambs. They trying to watch Silence of the Lambs, and they do Kenny edits for Cats. And we talk about Cats for an entire week. Do you really think that I'm going to be watching a serious movie anymore? One of your days off? Nice, you're loose. But yeah, it's just something a little special that we do. We've watched movies for like an entire year. Like almost an entire year we watched a movie every week. Like we've missed a few, but barely any. Barely any. Almost every single week for an entire year we've watched a movie. We've watched almost every Ghibli movie ever made. And we've watched tons and tons of animated movies. They're good. You guys are helping me try out stuff. We watched all sorts of movies that I was afraid to watch, and many times I understood entirely why I was afraid, because they freaking sucked. We've watched some really bad movies. The first one that we ever watched was the Emoji Movie. That was actually the exact first one. And that also happens to be the very first movie that I ever watched with Arisa. So forever, our first movie experience watching together was the Emoji Movie. The best movie ever. I'm so happy. Don't be shy watching the live action Cat in the Hat. I do want to watch that. It's very suggestive, but totally worth it. I mean, it's a kid's movie, right? I'm not scared. I fear nothing. Also, Linz, if you remind me, I will send you a very funny video of the Cat in the Hat. It's so cursed. I know. It's like even worse than the Grinch. It's like the Grinch but furry. The Grinch is just like a monster. Oh, Awkward. You said you might call it today. You got some stuff to do. I understand. Get out of here. Get your stuff done. Awkward. It's been nice to hang out with you while you were here. It's been fun to talk a little bit about animation. I learned a little bit about you. But yeah. We'll see you later for shoresies. Good luck with the stuff that you're gonna do. Good luck with the stuff that you gotta do. Hope you have a good rest of your day. We'll see you soon. Something important while shiny hunting is that you need to be willing to abandon them if you need to. Because if they escape, then you ruin your streak. So you cannot let them escape. You're off. It's pizza time. Dragon Ball Z time. Have fun. We'll see you later, Darren. Peace. Oi, oi. Enjoy the food, my friend. If I was over there, I would sit down and watch pizza. I would watch pizza and play and eat Dragon Ball Z with you as well. Someday, my friend, someday. We shall see you later. Enjoy the delicious pizza. Pizza time. Now I'm tempted to get pizza. Stinking Darren. I've had enough of these wizards. I've had enough of these pizza wizards and their tempting food options. Never trust a Canadian wizard. I've told y'all 1,000 times. They will tempt you into buying food that's no good for you. If I had a pizza right now, what kind of toppings would I put on it? Now you want a pizza too? You missed dinner? What? You missed dinner? It's only 10 p.m. Where you are, I think. Probably. Yeah, I think it's 10 where you are. I don't remember what state you're in. I think it might be Ohio. Yeah.
It's only 10 p.m. Sometimes I eat dinner at 2 in the morning. The only option is going over to Whataburger. Whataburger's open for 24 hours, so I can get that chicken late.
It is Ohio. Booty.
My uncle lives in Ohio.
There's a high chance that I might go to Ohio someday. It's a high chance. Dangerously so. We have a few other Ohio. Ooh, I'm scared. I'm going to do like one more. I'm scared that this Vulpix is going to run. I'm scared. She's a runner. She's a runner. Hey, no. Heck no, I'm out of here. See you later. You're freaking me out. You're scaring me, dude. I do not want to lose my catch streak. I'm not doing it. You'll lock your doors just in case. You better look out, because I'm going to talk to the bats and find out how they're getting in. That's where I'm getting in. I'm going straight to the basement. What was that? Oh, Chansey. You considered trying a meat pizza pie where they stuffed pie mince in the pizza crust? Meat crust? Oh dear. I don't know if I want meat in my pizza crust. That's too much. It's too much protein. I might die. I might just die. A pizza. I'm scared of the pizza. Pizza Jar Jar Binks. Pizza. Ah, and immediately you catch. Come on now. Why is this Vulpix a good bean? That last Vulpix was a nasty bean. Ooh, yeah. If you catch on the first throw, it also gives you a bonus. A bonus. We are leveling. We are doing mad leveling out here. I don't care much for meat, so that scares me. Oh, what? You don't like meat at all? Shaking my head. Linz is allergic to bacon. I mean, I don't think that I will often order a pizza without pepperoni. If a pizza doesn't have pepperoni, I don't normally. I very rarely will order a pizza without pepperoni. Sometimes I will. Sometimes I'll go for like an onion green pepper pizza. I do like a veggie pizza sometimes, but almost always pepperoni will be on both of them. Pepperonis they're so delicious. They're like mystery meat. Yum yum. You don't like the textures of meat? Ah, I see, bun buns. I see, bun buns. Yes. Some meat is kind of weird. I was always raised to like, whenever I would eat steak, my dad always raised me to like get well done or like mostly done steak. But then more recently, I've tried less done steak, and I gotta say, most of my life was wasted. I feel like I wasted most of my life. Unfortunately, I found out that there are better things. And I feel like every steak that I ever had was garbage compared to what it could have been. What a wasted opportunity. Now I'm actually now I'll eat it like, I think I had medium rare. Yeah, medium rare is the best steak. That's what I tried most recently, Calico. It was so good. It was so good. And everybody at the table was like, what? You're eating a nasty steak? It was the best. I regret nothing. Ah, the user compels the target to keep using the move it encored for 3 turns. Mimic is cool. Psywave and Confusion kind of do the same thing. A weak telekinetic force and might confuse it. This is just a psychic wave. I don't know how to build a good... mime. I wonder if you can look up stuff like that. Like a Mr. Mime build. I feel like they're gonna... Mr. Mime builds. That's for Pokemon Unite. I knew that Unite would ruin everything. Just like usual. Unfortunately, Pokemon Unite has ruined everything. Continually making me dislike Pokemon Unite the more and the more. I'll look up later. I'll look it up later. Let's, maybe moveset would have been a better word. Let's see. Build-A-Bear, but it's Build-A-Mime. Oh no, don't build your own mime. They're stuffed. They're stuffed and they have a fake heart. This is scary. Guess who kind of is done lurking for now? Kind of done. Lupus, what excitement. Lupus, welcome back. How was the beef? How was the beef? Was it delicious? Wahoo! You're hyped for new meat replacements so that you can have meatball pizzas again? Meat replacements. I'm looking forward to some of this lab-grown meat. That's what I'm looking forward to. I can't wait until we can replace it so that no animals get hurt anymore. Hooray! If the meat tastes the same and it's not too expensive, yes! Replace all of the meat so that these poor animals don't have to suffer anymore. I am a morally questionable person. I feel sorry for animals, but I keep eating them. Ah, I'm sorry. I wish that there was a great replacement. It looks like they're working on it. Yay! Good. Please grow the meat in a lab. Yes. It's moving so fast it won't be long. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm definitely morally feeling bad about it, but I'm too lazy. I'm a bad person. But soon it'll be easy. Hooray! You got some veggie patties for your dog. They were on sale and made of just veggies. I'd be careful with animals, but you know better than me, Lupus. But I know that gotta be careful with animals for sure. I'm glad that it looks like you're saying that it's working out good for your dog. That's good. But everybody else, be very, very careful about doing strange diets. Definitely animals, some animals, they gotta eat meat, and you gotta just deal with it. Just don't pick a pet that requires that type of nutrition if you feel bad about it. But always take good care of your pets. Take good care of your pets. You shouldn't have that pet if you're not willing to give them the diet that they need. But Lupus, it sounds like you're giving your doggo the diet that they need. And you know all about dogs, so I know that you're doing a good job. But definitely don't try to force your morals on animals. Pook does not crave meat? What? You're telling me that this rabbit? That's no ordinary rabbit. That's the great Pookie. That's the great Pookie. You do have your research? Yes. I trust Lupus. I trust Lupus. And so should everybody else. Lupus is a good being and knows how to take care of dogs. But everybody else... Be careful. Pook does crave violence. I saw a video that was so cute of a rabbit that a guy had where he was petting the rabbit. He was petting the rabbit and the rabbit would get frustrated if he stopped. If he stopped petting the rabbit, then it would go like and would require more pets or would thump, angry foot, more attention, need more pets. It was the cutest thing I've ever seen. They don't, something that Anne told me is that bunnies don't have vocal cords. They don't have vocal cords, so they can't make noises in the same way. They have to, like, I guess use their throat. I don't remember that part, but they don't have vocal cords. So they have to make, like, they make different noises, and they don't like making noises either, because I think it might hurt them a little bit or something. But whenever they get angry, they like, make these strange little noises. I love it. It's so cute. Whoa, what the heck was that throw? That was a horrible toss. She nudges me if I stop petting her, then she'll shove her head under my hand. Oh, Lynn's Pookie is one of the cutest bunnies I've ever seen. No, dang it. I love her. No! God dang it. Ah, shiny chance down. Shiny chance down. It's still not impossible. You can still run into shinies. And we need to catch more anyway, but they left so much faster than expected. Oof. Like I said, there's still a chance that we can get a shiny right now, and we only have to go up to 30. We were way past 30. Last time I just stood there with a lure because I was too scared of this happening, but ugh.
Throat muscle power. These bunnies are getting too powerful.
Bunnies are the cutest. But Pookie is one of the cutest bunnies I've ever seen. Don't tell Anne, but I'm very scared of red-eyed bunnies. Red-eyed bunnies are frightening. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. If they've got red eyes, I'm frightened. They remind me of a vampire bunny. I think that Salt has red eyes. Vulpix is one of your favorite Pokemon. Vulpix is a cutie. It's like a little fire fox. It's a little fox. It's kind of a fox cat dog thing. It's like an alternate Eevee. It's like Wish Eevee. Yeah. Vampire bunny out to steal your cuddles and blood. Oh no. I thought that you were just going to say cuddles. Pook has a huge dewlap. I'm surprised none of y'all have said anything. What's a dewlap? The heck is that? I don't even know what that word means. One of your bunnies is very bossy and nips me when I stop petting him. What? I can't believe it. Kestrel buns. You've got sassy buns. You've got yourself a pair of sassy buns there. Where are you, Vulpix, you beautiful bean? You beautiful bean, you. It's their neck roll? Oh, it's just a fatty. Fatty bunnies are cute. What do you mean, a little chonkster? I noticed that Pook was a chonkster, but I mean, that's just adorable. It's not really of note. To me, it's not really of note. Is that what it means? Just a neck roll? It's a chonky bunny. Cute. Cute. Thick bunny. Where's my freaking Pokemon? Come on, Nintendo. You're not supposed to use a K. Shaking my head. It's the skin under her chin. It occurs in female rabbits and is genetic. Hers is big, and the vet made fun of her. Oh no! The vet probably sees a lot more bunnies than I do. The vet would know. What a rude vet. Shaking my head. Vet making fun of bunny. Unacceptable. Don't you make fun of Pookie. They're a precious being. They are godlike bun. Body shaming the bunny. Don't body shame. Don't body shame my bunny. Thankfully, I doubt that the bunny understood. No, it's funny. She has like 3 chins. Yeah, I mean, bunnies can't be body shamed. Bunny care not for your opinions. Bunny is above such things. Pookie could care less about what you think about Pookie's body type. Pookie is here to vibe and chew. Kaboom! You've seen many rabbits with large dewlaps. It's so cute. Sips tea. Okay, time for me to leave the stream on relax. Okay, good stuff. Enjoy your lurkies. I don't know if you're playing WoW, but enjoy if you're playing some WoW or whatever you're doing, Lupus. Thank you for the good luck. The good luck. She uses her dewlap as a pillow. What? Whenever you can use your neck rolls as your own pillow, that's when you know that you've made it. No gameplay? Oh, just sipping tea. Sipping tea and vibing. Nice. Nice. Enjoy your relaxation, Lupus. Kick back and enjoy some tea. I'm definitely going to get some tea tonight. I need to get some, maybe some peppermint tea to help with the headache. Peppermint tea is delicious. I feel like the chamomile tea that I had with honey was really good for my voice. And I feel like my voice is essentially recovered. I can't believe it took so long. Mamma mia. That doesn't mean that I want to sing for you guys, though. No, it does not. Birds and rats. Birds and rats out in the field. Where's my foxes? Birds, rats, a weird-looking duck. A very concerned duck. You gotta head out too? All right, Calico, get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you, as always. We love you, Callie. It was fun to get to hang out and catch some Pokemon. Talk some serious yang. Chamomile's good for headaches too? Really? I did not know that. I just learned a new thing about tea. Come on now. Come on now. Where's my cute little fire foxes? I want to catch some more. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset that we messed up our catch count. Finish dinner in time for that. Oh, wow. Did you just finish your dinner, monster? Was it a dinner of 7 donuts? Oh, wait. No, wait. We were going to have a dozen, right? 6 donuts? No, it's still bad math. 5 donuts. Speaking of voices, I found a gift that's just an ordinary.
Oh my goodness! Squidward! What? It's just an ordinary. Oh my goodness! Squidward!
No, my voice is still messed up. I'm taking a drink.
Just an ordinary Krabby Patty. What? That's just an ordinary Krabby Patty.
Squidward! Poor Squidward. He's doing his best. Ghoul, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Hey, it's me, Sudsy. We're catching some Pokemon. I hope you're having a fantastic day. How are you doing, Ghoul? Ghoul X Devil. We're trying to catch this cutesy looking Firefox Pokemon. We're also getting in some fat leveling because we're weak as heck. We're weak as heck and we got our buns handed to us for the first half of the stream. So instead, I'm taking the time. I'm taking the time to catch some cuties. And catching Pokemon in this game levels up your Pokemon. So my Pokemons are getting stronger while we're seeing if we can find some shiny Vulpix. A shiny Vulpix is golden. You washed both your mom's and your brother's car? Did you do it by hand? I've done a lot of by hand car washing in my day. Just get the bucket, get the soap, get the rag. They'd get the hose, spray it down. Something that I never did whenever I was younger, because I'm a dum-dum, because I was a big dum-dum-dum, is that I never dried the car. That was a silly thing. You always have to dry the car. If you don't dry it, it will get dirty immediately. You must dry it. Oh, you went to a car wash. Nice. My car doesn't have a functioning windshield wiper anymore. Well, the windshield wiper works, but the spray that goes like, it doesn't work. So my windshield gets really dirty. I need to probably go to a car wash sometime soon. But yeah, I love car washes so much. It's so relaxing. I haven't found a car wash near where I am now. Ever since I moved, I haven't gotten my car washed a single time. Probably because I normally park in a spot that my car gets hit by a sprinkler. So I get a free car wash. And sometimes I'll go out while the sprinklers are on and I'll just sit there and like run the windshield wipers a few times. Just for a little bonus, a little free car wash out there. Thanks for having your sprinklers spray onto the cars. I appreciate it. You only wash cars in video games? That's it? Monster, you talking about the spraying games? The spray game. Dirt simulator. Resourceful, yes, but sometimes people steal my spot and it makes me angry. They make me angry. You get out of my spot. They don't even care. They don't even realize what they're doing. You don't even know what you've done. I need that spot to wash my car because I'm not going to go to a car wash. Ooh, excellent. Nice. Some life hacks, you know. I've got life hacks. You can pin if you're trying to get Skittles into a movie theater, you can slip them in your pockets. That's how you do it. If you're trying to get snacks into a movie and you want to save money, get a giant purse and fill it with candy. You get so mad when somebody parks in my spot. Oh no, there's no assigned parking where I am, and anybody can have any amount of cars, so it's always bad. Sometimes I have to walk a few minutes just to get back to the, oops, come on now. Yeah, sometimes I have to walk a little while to get to my house because the stinking people park in my spot. But it's okay, because I park in their spot too. I thankfully don't drive places very often, so normally I'll pick my favorite spot and I'll leave my car there for several days. Got him. Woohoo! But I've been going out to eat a lot in the evening recently. Dude, I took a whole dozen cupcakes to the movie in a giant purse. What? Gosh darn it. Okay, forget this. We're done. We're done. That was some good searching, you guys. That was some good searching, and we got some mad levels out of that, too. We leveled up our Pokemon. We caught a bunch of Eevees. We can even, I mean, not Eevees. We can turn in. Let's go to our Pokebox. Oh my gosh, look at all these Vulpixes. Let's turn these in. We'll send them to the professor. You took a whole dozen cupcakes. Holy crap. That is, why are you eating cupcakes in a movie? I'm so confused. Who eats cupcakes in the movie? Ay, ay, ay. Jedi, that's incredible. That's like taking a whole cake. A whole cake. You got a message back from the professor.
Thanks for sending all these Pokemon. They'll help a good deal with my research. Look, you've sent me 30. I think that you've earned some candy.
Thanks for the candy. Don't accept candies from strangers. Unless they happen to say that they are a professor. You can send 30 at a time, but it's so nice that you can send like 1 million of them. 1 million Vulpixes thrown out of my inventory. Oh my gosh, we almost had 60 of them. Goodness gracious. We must keep Gaston, our only named Vulpix.
Zoom! Thank you, my girl. This will help a good deal with my research. And would you look at this? You've sent 57 Vulpix. I think that you've earned yourself a reward.
A mere 57 catches. Nice. Okay, we did get some candy, though. We could boost up our Pokemon. Let's take a look at our candy jar and see if we can... Let's see, Eevee, Alchemic, Victor Beetle, Onyx. I wonder who would benefit the most. Vulpix candy is obviously can't be used on anybody else. These all need one. I know that I'm gonna use Eevee. That's for darn sure. So we could just spam some candy real quick. You changed your mind. You're lurking while you're doing the 2,000 words. Oh, wow. I can't believe it. Awkward. I hope that you can focus. Welcome back. Oh, needs to. Okay. Let's switch over to Pikachu. Let's make him strong. You're ruining the Vulpix ecosystem. What? Ruining the ecosystem. I don't believe it, buns. Vulpix are not that important. Oh, okay, that was 2. Let's get our boy over here, a plant lad. Let's upgrade our pitcher plant with some quick candy, make them fast. Nice. Okay, and then we got some smart candy. Eevee requires 4 right off the bat. I don't even have 4. Make Pikachu smart. Pikachu is so smart. Whoops, hang on. What about some mighty candy? He needs a mighty Eevee. Nice. Then what about quick needs 2. Yeah, we'll leave alone the quick. This one's large or extra large. This one's for 30 and higher. Nice. You're halfway done with your doodle? Thora doodles. Hooray! I'm excited. I love to see the art that y'all make. I love y'all's art so much. It makes me happy. And it makes me want to doodle more. I'm going to do a little doodle tonight for a friend. A friend of mine needs some cheering up, so I'm gonna make a silly doodle. A silly doodle. What's my favorite food? Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. I really like burgers, but I've been trying to eat less of them. I don't know. I don't want to eat as much beef. I eat too much beef. And beef is pretty bad for the environment. I wanna stop eating as many burgers. I love pizza. I love pizza and burgers and ramen and waffles. Those all come to mind immediately. Ramen and waffles, not in the same meal. I do eat a lot of fried chicken. Chicken is delicious.
Delicious.
I like chicken from Cane's and from Whataburger. Doodle-doo. Ooh, up some great homemade burgers yesterday. Oh, you made some. You cooked some up. You done for the night? All right, Crystal, we'll see you later. I hope you had fun playing playing Ultra Sun while we were vibing. It was nice to meet you. But yes, we'll see you later. It was nice to vibe. This is a long stream, so I understand if some beans gotta go to bed. Some beans gotta go to bed. But we'll see you later, my friend. It's been nice. More quick candy. This should make them way quicker. Thank goodness. We need the juice, you guys, because we're getting wrecked. You're gonna go skate. So I'm peacing out. Hey, sweet. Kestrel, I didn't know that you skated. You talking about roller skating or skateboarding? I don't want to keep you, but I am curious. I do a little bit of skateboarding. That's cool beans. Enjoy bun buns. I hope you have a good time out there. Be safe. Be safe. Let's go. We'll see you later, Crystal. It was fun to hang out. Come on, Pikachu. Oh, roller skating. Fun. Roller skating at the skate park. Have a good time. Awesome sauce. Roller skating is super cool. I love to see people practicing roller skates. Oh my gosh, Pikachu is so slow. How is Pikachu this slow? I don't understand. Pikachu is literally like godlike speed, and we can increase it this much. Maybe Pikachu has like a huge speed ceiling or something. Why is this working? Goodness. 122, 123. Okay, there we go. We finally made it to 2. I'm not doing this for Victor Bell. You can suffer. You can suffer and be a slow plant. I'm not doing this anymore. All right, we're done. We're done with the candy. That's quite enough. That is quite enough. Goodness gracious. And let's see. We got all those Vulpixes. Let's heal up our Pokemon really quick in case any of them need it. Oh. I just remembered. I think that we've caught enough Pokemon to unlock a Charmeleon. I think that we can maybe go pick up that Charmeleon. Because we've obtained 42. What does she think that we need? I caught a Squirtle that was always getting into mischief. I think a good trainer would set it straight. Whoa, you've caught 98 Pokemon. You must be a great trainer. I have a favor to ask. Would you take care of this troublesome Squirtle? You bet I would. Yes. Hey, we got Squirtle. Nice. I wonder if we can get Charmeleon. Ooh, Squirtle. Nice. Hooray. You saw Floof's stream earlier today? Floof? Oh, you mean Floofy Owo anime? I've never watched them before. The virtual Floof. I'm glad that you got to hang out with the Floof. I hope the stream was incredible. It was incredible and fun. What the heck were they doing? I want to know. Oh, Squirtle, yes! Squirtle's the best. I love this starter Pokemon so much. You can get all of them in this game. It's the best. You can get Squirtle and Charmeleon and Bulbasaur in the same game. This is what Child Kenny would have wanted. This is what Child Kenny was always looking for. He always wanted all of them. I like them all. I do like a little flame dino the most, probably. Little flame dino, too fun. Yes, Dai was here. Dai was here at the very beginning. Thank goodness, poor lad's been working so hard. He's been working so hard, and I've been missing him even harder. And why was he deleting Opes messages? Because Opes did a mod check, that's why. Because Opes did mod check, and Dai was like, no reason to check, the mods are right here. They were playing A Way Out. Ooh, I've played A Way Out. That's a fun game. I played it with my friend before, but that was all offline. It's a good game. I love whenever you get into the townhouse and you can like play the instruments. We essentially just stayed indoors for forever playing the piano and like the violin and working hard for all the achievements. We 100%ed all the achievements in one run. We basically like downloaded and played the game just in 2 sessions all the way through. Has the best story and the best mini games. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I was causing a lot of chaos, Kenny. It's true. Awkward is absolute chaos bean today. Absolute chaos. I want an oddish. Have you heard the legend about the fountain of shut up? How do I get this cutie? When do I get this cutie? You went to feed Pook and she bit me. Oh, what? That sassy bunny? I can't believe it. When do I get this one? Look at it. It even make cute noises. I want an oddish. Do I have one? I need... Whoops! Biting the hand that feeds you, Pook, you fool. You fool. You mustn't bite the hand that feeds you. Although, it's the first time in a while. I can't believe it. Did you let your guard down? Linz, you can't let your guard down around these buns. These buns. I wonder if there are some bonus beans over here that we didn't fight because we were chicken. There's a Charmeleon guy. I'm not good at raising Pokemon. Well, the first step is acceptance, eh? I feel sorry for my Charmander because it's not getting stronger. It's getting weaker because I won't feed it. So would you be a better trainer? Are you interested? Oh, yeah. The number of Pokemon you caught is 98. Cool. You want to... I want you to have this Charmander. Heck yes. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, Flame Lizard. Thank you. Nice, nice, nice. Who shall we replace? Should we replace Mochi? Because now that we have Mr. Mime, we have a fairy / psychic. And it seems kind of silly for us to keep a fairy one. Onyx is great. Onyx is great, and I'd like to keep them on the team for now. Mr. Mime has psychic and fairy potential. Pikachu's kind of a silly thing to keep around, but I do really like Pikachu. We could switch out Mochi for... Victreebel, we might not keep. Maybe we'll replace this with Bulbasaur. And Mochi could be replaced with maybe... I wonder if we should replace a fire move that Eevee has. We could get rid of that Flame Slide and replace it with something more rare. But Squirtle seems kind of silly because I really do want to keep... I have an all-female team. What? That Onyx is a female? She's beautiful. That Mime is female too. It's beautiful. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe we should have Charmander. Let's go, girls. Eevee is Eevee's a beautiful bean. A beautiful girl bean. Cutie. In fact, we haven't pet Eevee in forever. Cute. Adorable. Eevee was startled by a gust of wind. Don't be scared. Pet, pet. I want to see... There it is! The tickle! It worked! Ah, it's cute! Oh! So you... Oh! Oh, she looking sassy. Poke, poke. Bonnet! Good baby. I think I figured out how to tickle her. Tickle, tickle. But I don't know how to make her sneeze. She only does that sometimes. Pet tail. Okay, poke ear. Get all the moves. Cute! Oh my gosh, what an absolute baby. Tickle, tickle. Pat, pat. Poke cheeks. What a baby. Eat some food. Eat some food. You deserve it. Nom, 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 nom. Eat all of the raspberries. They give it the redeem. Cool Devil, that was drawn by Arisa today. Ah, she's super happy. What a cutie. Is it plagiarism if it's your own words? No. Nope. It's not. I mean, you can plagiarize your own words, but I wouldn't call it plagiarism, if you know what I mean. Did I fight everybody over here? I feel like I didn't. Stupid bird brain. I don't want to fight the bird. I want to fight no bird. Let's see. Oh, do I have a Meowth? I forgot. Meowth is actually a Meowth is a version exclusive. You can't get them in the... Oh, look at that. Yeah. You can't catch a Meowth in Let's Go Pikachu. You low-key want an Eevee IRL? Low-key? I high-key want an Eevee. I high-key would take an Eevee. Eevee would be fantastic. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're like a smart little dog. A smart little cute floofy dog. I would take one in an instant. Basically taking an introduction from another essay thrown into this investigation project. That is funny though, that you would plagiarize yourself. I mean, as long as they don't notice, there's certainly nothing morally wrong about stealing your own words. Especially if it's for work that you could never be... I mean, like, if you were a writer and you wrote multiple books and you were plagiarizing yourself by making similar setups, then I would say that it's bad. Because that's like art. That's art. I wouldn't plagiarize your own work with art, but if it's just for school, it doesn't matter. Also, something's popping off on my headphones. Oh, there we go. Okay. I fixed it. No worries. It's from last year. It should be fine. Yeah, I mean, if it's just school, I don't think that it matters so much. If it's for school, as long as you don't get caught, I don't really see what the problem is. All right, we got the meow meow. Meow meow. What do humans eat in the Pokemon universe? What do they eat? Well, they could certainly eat plants. I wonder what all of the things that they've mentioned that they eat. Hey, what? The Eevee duo with the raid. What's up? Hey, it's Flareon Lad, Cosmic Sugar. Welcome, welcome. Could we please pet the Eevee? Okay, we'll pet the Eevee right off the bat. Oi, oi, oi. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for the raiders. Oh no, we've been raided. Eevee duo. Thank you so much for the raid. We shall pet the Eevee. Oh my gosh. Eevee's being adorable. Ah, Eevee is having fun looking at your face while upside down. Eevee's up on our shoulder. She'll play the hand game with us right now. Oi, oi, oi. Poke, 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 poke. Tickle nose. Aw, it's the only time that Eevee does any sneezes. The only time that Eevee sneezes is whenever she's on your shoulder. She's so cute. We need another sneeze. Sneeze! Tickle, tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle nose. Play game. Yes, she's playing the game with us. Hey, everybody that came over from the Eevee couple. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time over there. What the heck were you doing? I hope that your stream was fantastic. We're vibing. We were catching a couple of Vulpixes earlier, seeing if we could find a shiny, but we gave up. And we just went and collected a couple of new Pokemons. We got Squirtle and Charmander. But welcome, you guys. If you want to hang out with me, we'll be playing Pokemon for a little while longer. You're welcome to vibe if you want to. But if you're headed out from, and you came in from the raid, I hope you have a wonderful evening. And it was really nice to meet you. She doesn't understand. You're doing some art, drawing viewers as Pokemon. Ooh. And then some Genshin for Mod's birthday. That's awesome. Genshin is fun. It is fun. Well. Looks like we got a gift. Aw, Eevee has a present. A heart scale. A pretty heart-shaped scale that is extremely rare. Some people are happy to receive one. What is this, like, suggestive? It's like... some people are, but some people would be highly insulted if you gave it. It's because we're here. Yes, Eevee duo. You must have encouraged it. Also, Flareon. We've got Flareon Lad. But the Eevee duo is 2 beans. And the other one is Umbreon Girl, right? Is it Umbreon? I think so. Are both of y'all here right now? I see both accounts are talking. Umbreon is one of my favorite evolutions. So cool. Goth. The goth evolution. I definitely love Umbreon. It might be like my 3rd or 4th favorite though, because there's so many good ones. It's impossible to pick. Pretty often, if Eevee Duo ever raids us, then it's just Flareon Lad the entire time. Oi, 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 oi. It is I, Umbreon. Aha, I see. I suspected that there were two different people running it. Well, it's nice to meet you, Umbreon. I think that we've spoken before, but pretty often I'm only talking to Flareon. So it's nice to talk to you. I don't know if I've ever had a confirmed contact with Umbreon girl. Snake. I think we already got that one. Flareon typed on his account, but he was streaming today. Oh, I see. He was the one that was streaming. I think that we need Surf to get over there. Oh, whoa. Yes, indeed. Oi, oi, oi. I love, let me see. Well, you know what? I loved Pikachu so much that I bought Pikachu, and I didn't even think about buying Let's Go Eevee. But I gotta say, after playing this for only a minute, of playing this, Eevee is so much cuter than Pikachu, and I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I was completely shocked that I love Eevee. Now I love Eevee more than Pikachu. And as you can see, I like Pikachu. Pikachu is still fantastic, but Eevee is so much cuter. I didn't even know it. Kayla Lay, what's up? How are you doing? But yes, Eevee, probably favorite evolution would be... hard to say. Sylveon is absolutely beautiful. And then, let's see. Umbreon is so cool. I love Umbreon. But I think my number 2 might be... let me try to remember their name. What is it? Espeon? Espeon's so pretty and purple, but also a shiny Vaporeon is amazing. Vaporeon's my favorite one in this game, that's for sure. And a shiny Vaporeon is my favorite color, so it's a match made in heaven. You have an Umbreon plushie? Aw, it's cute. I don't even have an Eevee plushie, me dum-dum. By the way, your streams have convinced me you're going to be playing Skyward Sword this Friday. Oh, snap. Skyward Sword, one of the most frustrating of all of the Zelda games. Nice. I'm glad that I've encouraged you. It's good. It's good, but mamma mia, it has some frustrating parts. I would say Flareon. I don't know if you played it before, but if you do play it, I would personally encourage you to not feel bad about looking up stuff, because some of it is ridiculous and you might never guess it. So I would totally not judge anybody for looking up stuff in that game, because it is really ridiculous sometimes. Let's, should we upgrade? Squirtle would be fun, but I think I'd rather have Charmander. Let's add Charmander to our party for now and get rid of Mochi. Even though Mochi's pretty high level, they're still kind of useless. You may have to order a Build-A-Bear Umbreon. What? Build-A-Bear Umbreon? I saw the Build-A-Bear, the Build-A-Bears that were made for Animal Crossing were so cute. They were so cute. I loved them. I almost picked them up. I was so close to it. I was so close to picking it up. I think we have to go right and then down. Let me check the map, you guys. I'm not so sure where we are. Yes, some Skyward stuff is really hard. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The sand area made me so angry. It made me so mad. Looks like you can go right, but we've never gone down there. I think it was because we were fighting with the fish. And I was getting annoyed. But we can, if we're gonna go to Fish Zone, then let's switch out our Eevee for our Pika. Pikachu can do the Zap Zap. Nice. You want all versions of Eevee IRL? You want to collect all the plushies? The only thing that I'd require, I'd really want every plush to be of the same variety, though. That sounds tricky. I'm scared to get it started because, like, they might get discontinued or something. I don't want to get started. But I want them. Squeezable plushies. Yes. Sylveon is probably my favorite evolution, but I don't know if it'd be my favorite plush. Sylveon's very pretty, but it doesn't seem like they'd make a very good plush. They're very, like, pastel and very, very kind of wispy, and they've got extra little elements that probably wouldn't make it into a plush very well. They probably look derpy as heck, but I'd still love them. I still love them. Go, go, go. Make it past Fishman. What the heck is this? What is this, Poke House? Oh, is this the name guy?
Oh, I'm... Who in the world am I? Bah, it's no use. I can't remember anything. Do you think you could tell me who I might be?
You're probably the move deleter.
I'm the move deleter? Could it be? No, it just doesn't feel right.
Okay, whatever. I don't care about this guy right now. I don't want to delete any moves. I feel that we were collecting the Eevee and Friends figures, but we're missing some of them, and now they're overpriced.
Oh no. Flareon.
Oh my goodness. You're reminding me that right before that, I've got him. I've got every single day with Pikachu. I actually started buying these late. I bought these late, so I had to buy some of them for like $100, and it's ridiculous. But now I have the full set twice over and some extras. But I've got every single day with Pikachu. Every single month, I got all of them. But I did have to go back a couple of months. I got one of the Eevee and Friends, and thank goodness I didn't get addicted. I actually don't know where my Eevee and Friends are. I had one of them. I bought one of them, but thankfully I gave up immediately. I gave up immediately. But I did get all of the, yeah, I got every single one of the day with Pikachus, and they're not selling for that much, TBH. So I'm going to just hold on to them. I'm going to hold on to them because I love them. I love them. I haven't opened like any of them. Some of them were slightly damaged, unfortunately. But I also got some directly from the Pokemon Center, and they were still damaged. Nice. Pamper Justin. Yahoo! Let's go. If you have the Eevee ones, like... I know that I took the Eevee one out of the box. I don't know where it is, though. Nidoran. I really expected us to be fighting something else, but that's okay. But that's okay. Level 35 is a little too powerful. We should switch. That's the most expensive one right now. The Eevee ones. Oh yeah, I don't have any. I just have the one Eevee one. Just the one. Okay, let's switch over to our. So this is poison type. I am so bad with type matchups. If it's poison type, then ground is good against it, I think. I know that poison's not good against ground, but is ground what you fight poison with? I don't know. Everything like steel is so confusing. Psychic 2? Oh, thank you, Cosmic Sugar. Psychic's good against it. All right. Then let's just dig. Let's dig down, and we'll dig this little guy his grave, and then we will dump him into it. You just poisoned nothing. You just played yourself. What? It still can poison them? We're gone. Are you kidding me? It just poisoned the lack of Onyx. Onyx was poisoned within the Shadow Realm. You're missing the Leafeon and Espeon. Oh no. Let's get them all. It sprayed the hole that you dug? Yeah, just spray. It just shot some poison down the hole, shaking my head. It flushed out my poor big rock noodle. My poor rock noodle is in pain. Yahoo! Horn attack does not work, but the poison worked, that's for sure. Boom! Oop, didn't kill it all the way. Gotta kill it all the way. Rest in peace, rock noodle. He'll be fine, don't worry. Don't worry, our rock snake will probably survive, maybe. Oh dear, this doesn't look so good. Let's let it die. Onyx. Hopefully they do like a fury attack. Nice. Onyx is almost dead. Push me to the ledge. Onyx is almost dead. Ah, nice. Good job. Good job, you sweet noodle, you. I wonder if he's going to get hit with that poison. I don't remember. Nope, doesn't look like it. Nice. Nice. He got away with it. And I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for your meddling Pokemon. I wonder who... I still have Pikachu as my first one because I thought that I was going to fight fisherman out here. But I don't see any fishermen. Ooh, look at the big lips. Look at those lips. Better look out for that. That thing will swallow your entire lifestyle. Okay, we got a couple of those. Looks like we are out of the... Great. Let's switch back to our Eevee. We'll switch back to Eevee. Eevee's a good kind of like Swiss Army knife, essentially. Swallowed your life savings. Oh no, it's so hungry. You must feed it. You have to feed it every penny. You have to feed it every penny, just like Pokemon Unite. The more money you invest, the more you'll make. All right, Gwen. Gwen, you send out a rat? You have sent out a rat against my sweet little doggo? My doggo will pwn your rat. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know if this rat can learn any like fighting type moves, but let's bouncy bubble. Eradicate is normal, so it'd be good to hit them with fighting moves, but I don't have any fighting moves. Eevee, what was that heart? Was that heart? Did Eevee just get totally missed? Ow! Don't punch my sweet Eevee. It dodged. I'm impressed. Independent Oreo, you still here? What the heck? It's getting late and people still hanging out. I love you guys. Anyway, gotta get ready for bed. All right, Flareon lad, it's late. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some sleep. I hope you have a good day tomorrow and you enjoy your Skyward Sword. Thanks so much for bringing your friends over here. I will do my best to take good care of them. Pinky promise. We'll see you later, Flareon. And if Umbreon girl is going as well, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. You better. Flareon Engie. Dangerous. Glitzy Glow, let's... Boom. I can't believe it. Flareon lad is very defensive. Very defensive. All you people from the raid, y'all better feel good. Y'all better feel good. Flareon cares a lot about you. No one can take care of me. Cosmic Sugar, not a single person. You're solo. Cosmic Sugar is solo and will not be helped by no streamer. Defensiveness of my family. I thought for a second that said defensiveness runs in my family. Yes, you must defend them. They are good beans. They are good beans. I will protect them. What? Dead. Sorry, Gold Duck. I apologize. I apologize for the bully. Good going. You won. Sorry for defeating you, purple hair girl. Your hair color may be very cool, but I'm afraid your Pokemon are all dead. Your Pokemon are dead. Oh no, we can't go through here. Dang it. Silly old maze. You probably have to run into everybody, don't you? Did they really set this up so that you have to run into like everybody? This kid is bug. This kid is bug type. Eevee does have a flame hit right now. Which do you prefer more, Pikachu or Vulpix? Oh, that's a strange comparison. That's a strange one. I don't know. I like Pikachu more. I like Pikachu's design. But Vulpix is very awesome. I feel like Vulpix is a little bit of an off-brand Eevee though. I would always pick Eevee over Vulpix, and I really do like Pikachu. I love how they haven't done anything about the same model being used twice in one area. What? Oh, the same model of character. They have different names. That's all that matters, Cosmic Sugar. That's all that matters. They have different names and slightly different dialogue. See, this kid's name is Milo. They're a completely different person. Let's see, what did you just send out another bug? They're twins, yeah. That Pinsir looks weird as heck. Is that a shiny Pinsir? No. It just looks weird. It looks lighter than I'm used to. Huh. That's weird. That looks strange to me. Shiny is purple with golden horns. Huh. It just looks weird to me. I thought the Pinsir was more brown. I thought that it was more of a brown color. Maybe that's maybe I'm thinking of an old. Let me look at the older art of Pinsir. Huh. Maybe I'm dumb. No, I'm definitely dumb. But yeah, oh, he's brown in the anime. Okay, maybe I always think of it as the anime one. Yeah, Pinsir is thick. Pinsir is a whole bug. A whole bug. Oh my. Oh my, don't worry, we'll fry this bug. See you later. Yeah, Pinsir is brown in the anime. That is very strange. They're all twins. Everybody's twins. There are actually several twins out here. It'd be like me and my sister collect the exact same Pokemon and stand next to one another for hours on end. We've been standing out here for weeks. What's your favorite episode of Pokemon? The first one. My favorite one is the Porygon episode because it makes my brain go brr. Porygon, it kind of tickles my eyeballs, makes me feel good.
Congratulations, your Charmander evolved into a Charmeleon.
Thanks a lot, Charmelon. The middle one I always forget about, you guys. Porygon episode is built different. It's a whole experience. It's the hardcore Henry of Pokemon episodes. It's the Incredibles 2 of the Pixar lineup of Pokemon episodes. It's a whole ride. It'll send you on a whole experience. It'll show you the world. Shining, shimmering splendor. Is this Eevee versus Eevee? You fool. My Eevee is higher level than yours. And you're a normie. If this is a normie one and it's 37, can I give it the old 1-2? 37, this one's 34. Are you gonna do something against... What are you gonna hit me with, Eevee? I want to see if Pikachu can kick this Eevee's buns just for fun. Because I'm sick of... Ouch! Oh my gosh, what another raid! Hey! Infinite Graces, what's up? Yo. Could we please get some hype in the chat for the raid? Hiya, raiders. What's up? Thank you so much, Infinite Graces. Nice to meet you. I don't think that I've ever seen you before. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. What were you doing? King of Pride Rock, what's up? I'm Kate. Welcome. Infinite Raid. Profez. Is that how to say that? Infinite Graces. Thank you for the follow. Excuse me. I'm Kate. Thank you for the follow. And thank you guys for coming over here. What the heck? Infinite Graces. How was the stream? Nice to see you. Oh, you were playing Pokemon Shield. I see. A fellow Pokemon streamer. I hope that your stream was fantastic, whether you were doing a Nuzlocke or hunting for shinies or just playing the game. I hope you had a great time. I'm just doing a casual playthrough, just goofing off, catching some Pokemon, having a good time. It's nice to meet you guys. In fact, hang on, because you guys just raided from a Pokemon game, especially. I will juggle these Pokeballs just for y'all, just for a second, for no reason. You were doing some max raids. Oh, you were actually, whoop! Oh no. Got another one. You were actually playing Sword and Shield. I am so sorry that I am lying. I am not playing Sword and Shield. I am playing Let's Go Eevee, and I apologize for the confusion. But as you have probably noticed, all streamers just use Pokemon Sword and Shield. I'm sorry. All the other categories are dead. Profez, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That's enough of that. See, I'm supposed to practice with these. These are way easier. But yeah, it's nice to meet you guys. My name's Kenny or Earl or whatever you want to call me. It doesn't really matter. But we just try to have like a hype, goofy time around here. You know, we play around, but it's just a small community, and we'd love to have you hang out if you want to. But if you're headed out, then I understand, because you were here to watch my new friendo Infinite Graces. So if you're headed out, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, afternoon, night, whatever's going on. But if you want to hang out, I'll be here. I will be here for a little while longer. I guess it is pretty dang late. This has been a long stream, but what the heck? I'm still having fun. Let me see. We're still fighting another Eevee. Let's just put out our Eevee. Here we go. Let's go. That's okay. You at least have it in your title. Yeah. But I love this game so much because you can pet Eevee. For all you people that just rated, I will also pet Eevee for y'all. That's been the two things that I've done, is do a little bit of juggling and pet Eevee. For anybody that raids, you deserve to see how cute. Koi, the non-binary fish, how are you doing? What's up, Koi? It's good to see you again. Koi, I cannot believe that you've returned. You've returned, blast it all. Should we do Batty Bad? What a silly move name. Let's go for it. Also, everybody, if you are in the chat, you are also at the bottom of the screen as a little Pokemon. And if you want to pick them, you totally can. How long have I been practicing juggling? I've known how to do that 3-ball cascade that I was doing. So like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I've been able to do that for like 2 years, but I haven't practiced much in these 2 years. I had like an annoying job for a little while where I would just juggle while I was on my lunch break so that I had something to do. I would just juggle and listen to audiobooks. So I kind of practiced a good bit then, but honestly haven't practiced too much since I quit that job. So I've been trying to get back into it. I also have juggling pins that I've been working on. Let's pet. Where are you? Let me see. Infinite Graces. Let me... Oh, I see you. I see you. You're right here. You look like you're a Aaron, or however you say that. Yeah, you're right here. Boop. Bop. There you go. Now you're hanging up there. You can see so much easier. Let me pet. Oh, you're in the way. Cute. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me slightly move. You can go over there for now. There we go. You can hang out over there. Isn't that nice? Pet. What a cutie. This is why this game is the best. This is why I love this game so much. Because you get to pet the cute baby. That cute baby. Could somebody please, could somebody redeem E-Boy, please? E-Boy? Aaron. Yeah, I don't really know how to say the name of that Pokemon, but that. Thank you, Kareem. Boy! There's our E-Boy! Let's... What was I gonna... I'm gonna fight this bird guy, but how am I gonna kill him? My Pikachu just perished.
My Pikachu is dead.
I let my Pikachu die. I'm a horrible owner. Oh, Linz, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. We love you, Linz. Thanks for vibing with us. Get some rest. Good luck with whatever you're doing tomorrow. And make sure to say goodnight to Pook for us. Make sure to say goodnight to Pook. And maybe slight scolding for biting you. Maybe slight little scolding. Nothing too bad. Just a waggled finger, maybe. Maybe a good finger waggle. Tell Pook that we don't appreciate her eating you. Here we go. Where are we going? You gonna go to bed too? All right. Yeah, it's super late. I shouldn't be even online right now, but I'm just having fun with this game. I shouldn't even be here. I've had a headache. I've had a headache for the past 6 hours, but I'm having too much fun. Having too much fun with this game. I just like Pokemon. I can't help it. You telling me that I got a Pokemon that I'd be able to find? And oh yes, I'll get you down. Now you're a Chimcho? Is that? Okay, Liz. Sorry for leaving you up there, Graces. I apologize. I am a monster. It is true. Bye-bye. Puyo away. Now, these bird people literally are the bane of my existence. They are the bane of my existence. Gosh darn it. Could I please one-shot them with a Thunderbolt? Come on, be faster. Oh, Pikachu's faster. Thank goodness. One shot. Come on. Yes. Pika, finally. It's been the one thing that's kill us every time is the stupid birds. The stupid birds have gotten us every time because I don't have anything to fight them with. And they have fighting. They have fighting types, so they can beat up my Onix and they can beat up my Pika. Ooh. Earthquake. Don't you mean Earthquake? Let's keep Earthquake. That's a great move. It could be an Earthquake. What is this? A trap of levitating stones. Let's ignore that. Birds are mean. That is true. Lupus, have you ever been attacked by a pigeon? And especially Koi, the non-binary fish, would think so too. You probably, as a fish, have to deal with birds all the time. You poor sweet Koi, you. Okay, here we go. Let's do a Thunderbolt on this bird. We should be faster, right? Yeah. Kill that bird! Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dead Pikachu. Poor Pika! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pikachu. I'm a monster. Have you seen the new anime Star Wars trailer? I have not. I have not seen that. sounds interesting, but at the same time, it sounds scary to me. I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it. Sizzle 'em. Blue Jays are jerks. Blue Jays are monsters. They're horrible. And so are mockingbirds, right? I'm trying to remember who are the birds that lay eggs in. They lay eggs in other people's nests. Their babies are hatched first, and then they kick all of the other birds out of the nest, and they kill all of their adopted brothers and sisters. It's horrible. These birds are savages. I think that's like a cuckoo or something. I don't remember. They're an absolute savage. I kind of want to get past this person. Look at aw, look at Eevee. Eevee's little tail is like yeah 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 yeah. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, we got this cool guy. Oh, he almost got me. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Let's see if we can get past without battling anybody else. Because I want to heal up my beans. I want to heal up my beans. My poor Pokemon, they're suffering out here. Ooh, I would love to. I would. Ah, no! No! I'm not into it, but okay, let's go. I am not into it either. Could we just not fight? That would be excellent. Benny? Oh my gosh, Benny, I hate you. Actually, wait a second. This doesn't have fighting type. Oh, this actually isn't too bad. I don't think that Pidgeotto can learn fighting type moves. I certainly hope not. Let's just douse him. Let's douse him in water. Nice. We can probably hit him with those levels, just so long as they don't have a Dodorio. Or a Dodo Trio. What are you doing? Trying to get past? Trying to do some bobbing and weaving? Ah, what? Did you think that that's gonna scare my my little Eevee? You're about to get brap. You're getting brap, you dumb bird. That's what you get for shucking and jiving. Rip. Mockingbirds, are you a state bird? What? I thought that mockingbirds were the state bird for Texas. Boy, are you a Texan, a filthy, filthy Texan. What is it, Pharaoh? Sus. I think that they have a drill peck that's really good. Let's do another water wash. Oh, it's for Tennessee too. Really? We share bird? I can't believe it. I never thought that we'd share anything with Tennessee except for country music. Huh. Although people really do gripe if you're like country music. They're like, excuse me, don't you mean Nashville country? Don't you mean true Texas country? I'm like, they both got banjos. Oh, you are a Texan. I say, I'm a Texan as well. Well, well, well. What do we have here? A couple of koi fish from Texas. You finished your doodle. Oh, wow. Thora, did you post it to the Discord? I would love to see it. Ah, cute. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. I love it. It's so cute. Oh my gosh, why have y'all been drawing so many cute things today? Look at them. Oh my goodness. I love it so much. Look at the two babies. Oh my gracious. Look at them. Thora, this is so cute. I love them. They look like Disney animals, kind of. They look a little bit like Disney animals. And the face on the squirrel. The face on the purple one is so cute. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Thora! Holy moly. You can't melt my heart like this. It's not allowed. It's illegal. It's illegal. You guys, if you love that piece of art, you should go over to Discord and give it some responses. You should give it some responses. Especially, I especially will put reactions, reactionary emotes. You gotta appreciate it. You gotta go appreciate it. So cute, so cute. Thora, thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you so much for sharing your talent and for sharing your art. It's so cute. Yeah. I know it's too cute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that little purple baby. I can't get that mind out. I can't get that out of my mind now. They look like they're doing the hand. The fingers. I should do my nails sometime. I do have only black nail polish though. I should do my black nails again. It's pretty fun. Stop roosting, you stupid bird. Stupid bird. The only reason that you're still alive is because I don't happen to have an electric attack. Maybe I can do more damage without doing a water one because they're not attacking me. So let's do a, let's see if we can sizzle this bird. Mirror move. You fool. You fool. You've been sizzled. Black nails are cool indeed. Yes, yes. Boom. All right. And Charmeleon's getting stronger. Take that, Benny. I thought it would be a bad time, but thankfully you didn't have any Dodorios. Those Dodos are the worst. Oh, and he gave us some loot. Look at that. You left your Pokeball back here, you fool. It contains a Hyper Potion, and I'll be taking it. All right, hopefully we can avoid everybody before we go into town. Keep your bird brain.
Listen here, bird brain. You better leave us alone.
Okay, I'm sus. I'm sus of this area. What's happening? What's happening? Don't turn around. Don't turn around. I love that you don't have to be scared of. Oh, Tauros is in this game. I forgot which game it was exclusive to, but it's exclusive to this one. It's so upsetting to play one of the Pokemon games and not be able to get all of the Pokemon. It makes me so angry, and I'll never forgive Nintendo. I'll never forgive Nintendo for being a money-grubbing munchkin. Makes me very upset. You doodle from time to time, but you know what? Thora has given me confidence to start doodling now. Yes! Awesome! That's got to be the best feeling of your art encouraging other people to make beautiful things. Yes, 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 yes. Do it. I would love to see anything that you make. Tauros was your first Poke card. What? Lemon Berry. I didn't do your very first Poke card. I've got a lot of these cards. Lots and lots of them. I think that I wonder what my first card was. I think that it was a Bulbasaur, but it was a Bulbasaur from the Pokemon movie. Ooh, Kamek and Charmeleon both upgraded. Nice. Level 19. Wow. Wow. All right, new Pokemon in the Dex. Let's see. So we should upgrade our number, right? Wonder what our number is. Let's see. Let's see.
Blee, blue, blah, blee, blue, blee.
We have caught 1 Pokemon total. No, we've caught a 100, quote unquote, but we've obtained 47. 47. So we need to update our Pokedex over here. Nice. 47 out of 153, I believe. I think 153 includes the ones that you have to trade over from, you have to trade from Pokemon Go to get them all. And you also have to trade from the Pikachu game as well. You gotta trade them. But still counts, still counts. Oh my gosh, this bird guy's unavoidable. I think he's unavoidable. What? You can sneak past us. If you can't see him, he can't see you. It's just like real life. What the heck was that? Did you just see that pop up? What was that? Was that a Vinot? Or Viniot? Or whatever it's called? Vinonat? Was that big weird looking fly puffball? I saw something. Oh my gosh, it's a pretty moth. I love him. Look at those big old eyeballs. A Venomoth. These guys are pretty. I like them. I like them. Chat inspires me. Inspired you? You've been in an art slump and you were inspired? I'm so happy. Thor, I'm so happy. That reminds me of a lot of the emotes that we had like prior to all of our purple squirrel emotes were made because Arisa was or my emote artist and my girlfriend now. She was inspired to just make art. To just make art from the stream. And that's how she like got back into art. I was so happy. I was so happy to encourage. Yes. More art. More art. The world needs more art. And I would love to see what y'all make. I would love to see it. Whoopee! All right, where's Weird Bug Man? No, what was that throw? I've only got a few Ultra Balls left. I really shouldn't waste them here, but that's all right. That's all right. We'll catch a couple. Got him. Got him. Take that, you dumb. You dumb fly puffball. Thank you for being added to my Pokedex. I would love to make it to 50. We can make it to 50 Pokemon. I would feel pretty good about myself. You know what? I'd be patting myself on the back the whole time. You're gonna paint a pride flag soon. You're choosing between, let me see if I can remember those. That and the aromantic flag. Yes. So the first one is the NB. No. The first one is asexual. The second one's NB, right? I think. I get them confused sometimes. Yes, I was right. Hooray! It's taken a little bit of time. I was confusing the I confused the NB and the asexual flags for a while. I was entirely bamboozled because they are quite similar, and my brain is simple and small. It works mainly off of efficiency. Hey, where's the Pokemon? I want to see that big old beautiful moth. Where's the moth? Hey, real-time bread, what's up? I'm still going. Yeah, I shouldn't be. I've got a headache, but I'm vibing. I'm enjoying this game too much. We're catching Pokemon. I'm having a good time. Bread, welcome back. What the heck were you doing? What were you doing? Were you doing something fun? Were you doing something good? Awkward won the duel. I can't believe it. One of the professor assistants has been looking for us. I don't think that we're ready for this. I think that this one's 50. Remember me? I'm one of Professor Oak's assistants. Yep, 50. Yep, I do not have 50. I'm going to tell him that I did, though, because I like to lie. Wait a second. You've only got 48, you little liar. Get out of here. Let me out. Oh, yeah. And now that we're down here, one of the reasons that I came here is because we can learn how to swim. We can learn how to swim. Next time, Awkward.
You better watch your back, Awkward. Jedi's not happy. And an unhappy Jedi is a dangerous Jedi.
Who knows? Jedi might be called to the dark side because of this.
Slow.
Wait. Kangaskhan. Ow.
Gengar.
Oh, you finished up work. You're loose. Real-time bread is loose. You finished up your work. You and your partner made some delicious dinner. Ooh. Delicious dinner. I think that I'm gonna eat the rest of my orange chicken that I made. Yeah, I think that I'll eat the rest of my orange chicken and rice that I have. You really enjoy work? Ooh, that's good. I'm glad that you enjoy your work, real-time bread. There's so few people that actually enjoy their work. I'm so happy for you. You accidentally exited the stream. Koi, I'll never forgive you. You have shamed the entire chat and you've broken my heart. You closed my stream. I'll never recover. Just teasing you, Koi. Oi. Welcome back. Welcome back. Teach me how to swim. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Everybody ducky. Everybody ducky. Everybody ducky. You ain't messing with my duck. Alright. Nice. See, what I want is to see Eevee on a surfboard. Adorable. I want to see what Eevee looks like on the board. I don't know where they... Look at him. Oh my gosh. What a cutie. What an absolute cutie. Mamma mia. I love Eevee so much. It'll give us a board too? You silly. You're not supposed to just be handing out surfboards to everybody. Come on, let's go swimming. Let's go swimming with Eevee. Come on, Eevee. Hop on that board and let's roll. I don't know where Eevee sits on the board. I think that Pikachu sits at the helm. Oh, don't even look at me, you stupid bird boy. You keep your bird brain away from me. I don't want to deal with any of these bird people anymore. I'm so tired. So tired. I wish that all birds were gone. Yes. Secret swimming technique. Ooh, she's sitting on the front. What a cutie. Look at her. She's poised. She's poised for a good old surfing ride. Look at him. We are friends. We are friend. Whee! Let's yoink a couple of these old fishies so that we can get to 50. Let's get to 50, you guys. Oh my gosh, I totally missed that. Let's actually lower the quality of our Pokeball. Let's go back down to the crappiest Pokeball in the entire world, so that I don't waste them, because these are not rare Pokemon at all. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, I thought it'd be first try. Sorry, sucker. Stupid squid. Squidward, get in this Pokeball right now.
Mr. Squidward. What? It's just an ordinary Krabby Patty. Squidward! What? It's just an ordinary Squidward!
Okay. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. We need like one more Pokemon or something. Look at that Magikarp go. That Magikarp. Oh my gosh. This poor boy needs to be taken out of his misery. Somebody take this Magikarp out of his misery. Look at its giant bulging eyes. Oh my gosh. Poor Magikarp. Magikarp, I'll save you from the water. Hey, Pickle Fizz. What's up? Oi. Pickle Fizz. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. We're catching some Pokemon. You caught me like right at the end of the stream. It's nice to see you. We've been vibing for like 6 hours. For like 6 hours, and I'm starving. I'm starving. I think it's time to get some dinner. But it's good to see you, Pickle. How have you been doing? 18. 18, but it's 2 to 5. Smokestream, bye-bye. See you later. Smokestream. Okay. We should need one more, I think. It's got Magikarp. Let's check our numbers. I want to end at 50. Arbitrarily. We shall arbitrarily end at 50 because I could keep playing this game forever. Oh, we already got 50. 50 complete. We did it, you guys. We caught all of the Pokemon in the entire game. Let's go back. We'll go to the assistant and see what the heck he's doing. I bet that he gives us a TM. I don't even know if there's HMs in this game. I don't think that there are. Time to get some sushi, and by that I mean Magikarp. Oh, Ghoul, you wouldn't eat a Magikarp, would you? Oh my gosh. Pokemon abuse in my chat. Have any of y'all ever played the Magikarp mobile game? It's like it's like a, what's it called? An idle game, and it is fun. It is shockingly fun for being a silly, stupid old game. Hey, Hoss! Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. The Magikarp jump game is very fun. Highly recommended, and it's free anyway. You can like feed your Magikarp and make them better and better at jumping. And then you can go to the Jumping Olympics with your Magikarp.
Ew. Hi, remember me? I'm one of Pokemon.
Also, this guy got glasses like real-time bread.
The professor told me that if your Pokedex had good data on 50 species of Pokemon, I'm to give you this wonderful item.
Yeah.
So, Earl, let me ask you. Have you gathered at least 50 species of Pokemon?
Well, hell yeah.
Great. You've caught 50 species of Pokemon. Congratulations. Here, take this wonderful item. Oh, I don't have it. Did I lose it? Oh, I'm so sorry. What shall I do? I don't have anything that I can give you.
How about a hug?
I know.
Did this man just undress in front of me? Did you just take your clothes? What? He's giving us his clothes. Thanks for the clothes, buddy. Incredible. My precious lab coat. Please wear it with care. What? What? He just gave us his clothes. Hey. Okay, sweet. Oh, you said he does. I approve. Yes, all of the assistants have the cool glasses. It's true. He did. Can Eevee wear a coat? Aw, assistant hat. You silly. It's cute. What about the assistant tee? Can we look like a little team? I like the Team Rocket stuff though. Assistant cap. Okay, white cap looking good. Looking good. But we could wear we could be science. We can do all of our science business out here. Shorts. Assistant's shorts and sailor shorts are exactly the same. Now we're really styling. Do we have some assistant shoes? Look at that. We're just... Is there a bag? Nice. Hey, this ain't a bad look. This ain't a bad look. I'm rocking it. I'm rocking the assistant outfit. Aw, Eevee. Eevee is cute no matter what she wears. Let's see. Eevee. Eevee, you get a pet. You get some new clothes, you get a pet. Ah, cute. Eevee looks antsy. Doesn't look like an ant to me. You're a good baby. I'm very proud of you. You're a good baby and you could never disappoint your father. Here, you may have a berry. You always deserve the very best. Because you are the very best. I will poke. Cute. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think we're gonna raid somebody, you guys. I think it's time for me to go get some food. But I don't want to leave Eevee. I don't want to leave Eevee. Stay with me forever. Tickle. So cute. Oh my gosh. You guys, thanks for hanging out with me. I hope y'all had a fantastic time. I sure as heck did. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, what a fun time. And we got like a bunch of Pokemon and stuff. Pokedex is at 50 Pokemon. Dang, I can't believe that we already got 50 of them. Nice. And we even did a little bit of shiny hunting. We looked for a Vulpix. We didn't get it, but we looked. And it was lots of fun. I hope that y'all had a jolly good time. I certainly did. It was nice. Even though I had a little bit of a headache, you know what? Hanging out with you guys is always the best. Okay, so I'll be here tomorrow. We're gonna play some more Pokemon, and this weekend we should probably open up the big Lego set. Maybe we're gonna open up the big Lego set that's hiding back there. But yeah, we're probably gonna play some more Pokemon. I want to catch them all. It'll be fun. We can pet the Pikachu and everything. And pretty soon I should be using these assets. I'm gonna be adjusting this stuff right. You see these little sparks falling from the screen? You know, wherever there's sparks, there's fire! There's fire! There's fire! Ah! I've already paid for this. I just need to get the dang. I just have to get the version that doesn't have the stupid watermark. I have a version with no watermark that I paid for, but I haven't gotten it yet, you guys. But yes. I've got plans, you guys, for some new sound effects that'll be lots of fun. That'll hopefully be here tomorrow. But you guys, I love y'all. I'm glad that we got to hang out for a long time hangout. Let's see if I can go over to Twitch and find somebody that's online. Who's hanging out on a Wednesday? Huh? Who's online on a Wednesday? I am, that's for sure. But there's got to be other people, right? I see that we've got what? Sleeping Dogfish is working on art. Imagine working on your stream while you're Phasmophobia. We could raid a Phasmophobia friendo. Ooh, Ray is a friend of OT. Would y'all be down to jump over for some Phasmophobia? I'd like to hang out with Ray. I never get to hang out with them. Let's see. They've been only going for 40 minutes. I say that we go say hi. To Ray. By the way, Ray probably uses bad words. So if you're here for the family friendly, I understand if you need to go. No worries. I'm just warning you guys that I'm sure that Ray has a filthy mouth. But yeah, it looks like they're still... It sounds like fun. Yes. I think that they're going to be playing Phasmophobia. They've been going for 41 minutes and they're not playing right now. But I'm sure that they're going to get to it. You guys, hope y'all had a fantastic time. We're going to make up a message really quick. I'm going to say like... Let's see. Hope you're having a good Ray is what I'm thinking of. But there's got to be a better pun. And by better pun, I mean more painful. What is the most painful pun we can think of? Sun ray. That's a good idea. You're an absolute ray of sunshine. That's it. You are a beautiful ray of sunshine. That's a good one, Pickle. That's a good one. You got it. Incredible. It's painful. It hurts my soul. It's perfect. You are a beautiful ray of sunshine. Oh no, it's horrible. It's horrible. I love it. It's horrible and I love it. Okay, you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll see you over there in Ray's stream. Oh, we'll see you. Good night, Lupus. If you want to, you could just jump over through the raid and just go say hi, and then you can go to bed. I would love to have all of y'all for a big raid so that we can say hi to Ray really quick. And you guys, hope that y'all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for all the people that are watching over the chat that are named my mods. Thank you, Jedi. The last one, Jedi, the only surviving mod. I'm pretty sure that Alchemic's still feeling a little bit sick. I hope that he feels better soon. We love Alchemic, and we also love Arisa, who went to bed early because she's getting her COVID vaccine tomorrow, which I'm glad for her. And then also, shouts out to Linz, who was here for almost the entire time. We love Linz as well. Dai was here, but he hopefully went to bed. And yes, thank you so much, mods. Y'all are incredible. Y'all are incredible, and I very much appreciate y'all. Here we go. We're gonna go say hi to Ray, and I also want to give special shouts out to my VIPs that have been hanging out with us forever. Thank you so much, Lemonberry, Kivi, Kuri, Lupus, Tayaki. The Crane couple have been here the entire time. Who does Human One's here, and I didn't even know that. What the heck? Thank you, Human One, Crane couple, Tayaki, Lupus, Kuri, Kivi, Lemonberry, for being my incredible VIPs that I love. Thanks for being here. Real-time bread. Thanks for vibing. It was always nice to see you, and we got to see you twice. We double dipped on the real-time bread, and it was fantastic. We'll see you later. Awkward IRL, thank you for the torture. I appreciate it, and it was fun. Of course. Fun. A Ghoul Devil. We'll see you later. Koi. Bye-bye. Nighty-night. The King of Squirrel was here. Oh, we love the King of Squirrel. See you guys later. I love you all. Best vibes to you guys. Take care of yourself. Hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. I'm rooting for you. There's somebody here on this earth that really cares about you, and I don't judge you for anything that you do. I just really like you, okay? I just really like you. I see that emote over there. Infinite Graces, are you a friend of Reach Pat? Nice. I didn't know that you were a Reach Pat friendo. Nice. Well, it was wonderful to meet you. Thank you so much for the raid, Infinite Graces. All right, bye-bye, everybody. Don't forget that I care about you. See you later. Bye. Get out of here. Shoo. All of you be gone. Also, thank you so much for watching the YouTube videos, if that's what you're watching this on.